Wednesday night kicked off. Welcome in, friends. Welcome in. Good to see everybody. I think all the streams are open. I think we're ready to rock and roll now. All right. It looks like everything's working. Let me double check. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Let me know if there's any issues like audio weirdness happening or anything like that. But I think we're good to go. So welcome in, Dupster, Ems. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Bad Religion, Jay, Liz. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the hearts. I appreciate the roses, Liz. And we got some new members already. Big W, ex Mormongelical. Welcome to the Kraken crew. Thank you so much for joining. And we've got another one, Tyrone Biggs. Well, that is a big deal to be a member of the Kraken crew. So welcome in, friend. And Nikki Doll is in the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W, Nikki Doll. Definitely appreciate that. You should have access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. And so I hope you can make the most of that. I see Dark Knight's with us. Ashley's with us. Razor, Evan. Evan saying, am I on the Atheist Experience now? Yeah, I'm one of the main hosts on the Atheist Experience now. That's why I've been on so frequently. And Ian and I, go watch the episode from last Sunday. Ian and I were on the Atheist Experience together. It was awesome. But anyways, guys, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. We should be able to get some cooking done here tonight. It should be a lot of fun. Definitely looking forward to it. And Ken, welcome, my friend, to the Kraken Crew Elite. Ooh, excuse me. Work took it out of me today for some reason, but we're gonna get cooking. We're gonna turn the fire up on the stove. We're gonna preheat the oven, and you know how we do. We're gonna keep doing what we do. So, anyways, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate y'all coming in on this Wednesday night. I mean, listen, you could be at church, you could be at Bible study. I know you could be doing that. I get it, and that's a tantalizing, tempting thing. You know, you could roll up to the building with the steeple and pull up with your Bible, but you're here instead for probably what most likely is going to be a better Bible study. If I had to guess, I mean, listen, I'm not a prophet. I can't predict the future, but I would say that we're probably going to read parts of the Bible tonight that your average Bible study group will have never read ever. And so looking forward to that as always, definitely as always. But anyways, we should have some guests in here soon. The TikTok streams just kicking off. And I think Ian actually just ended his live a minute ago as well. How'd that go? Everything, Ian, have some good guests, or were they all monsters? You never know what you're going to get. I feel like Ian always goes on before me. If Ian has a bunch of ridiculous people on his live stream, I feel like I get the ridiculous people after him. Although he brings a lot of the he brings in a lot of the crazier ones, or the philosophical ones. Don't accept Clint. Well, Clint's not in the guest box, so I guess I don't have to accept him. I think it'll be okay. Dylan says this is the wrong flex. I disagree, Dylan. I don't think it's a flex at all. It's just a statement. And if you think I'm wrong, I mean, you're welcome to muster up the power of the Holy Spirit and prove me wrong. My guess is you're not going to do it because you don't have the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit doesn't exist, because your God isn't real, and you know it, which is why you're not in the guest box. You're just clapping off in the comments. It's always easier to be a keyboard warrior than to actually get up and defend your God. But, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You always got keyboard warriors. There's no end in sight for the keyboard warriors. They're abundant. Getting people with the mental and emotional fortitude to get into the guest box is a level that a lot of Christians don't have. But Johanna, my friend, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the CRC super thanks. Big W, I really appreciate that. And Haya, back at you. We should have some people getting into the guest box. If you're watching this on YouTube and you're like, shit, I want to be a guest and I don't have TikTok, it's okay. You don't have to have TikTok. There's actually a link on the screen here, or there's a link in the description of the video that will tell you how you can be a guest on the show. You just got to go to tinyurl.com/DZ-guest. And I apologize, I didn't update this. I need to update it to the new format where it looks, the Z doesn't look like an X. It should be DZ guest. And that's how you can get in if you're not on TikTok. If you're going to join through the guest link in the description rather than on TikTok, it is preferred that you have like a set of headphones or earpieces or like a computer or some kind of technology. People's cell phones tend not to work great because I mean, I think I have the solution for it tonight. We'll test it out. But if the solution fails, I'll explain why. Either way, yeah, so you can join the conversation. You don't have to have TikTok on your phone. And Amir, thank you for gifting out a Deconstruction Zone membership. Big W. I appreciate that, Amir. Good to see you, friend. And Jesse, thank you for the super chat. Jesse says, you mentioned Jesus is a liar and blasphemer, but why never a thief? How he got that donkey to ride from Zechariah 9:9? He ain't paid any shekels. So, I mean, that's a fair point. You know, basically he had his disciples commandeer the donkey. Now, you know, the best I can read it, the way I'm understanding the donkey narrative is that he requested it, you know, and the donkey owner allowed him to take it, right? So he says, tell them that, you know, that the Lord has need of it or whatever. Let's check it, Matthew 21. I forget if it was the Matthew edition or not, because in one of the editions, there's no dialogue. But in one edition, there is dialogue. But in Matthew 21 is where we get the dialogue. If anyone says anything to you, just say this: the Lord needs them, and he will send them immediately. Actually, there's no dialogue here with the owner. He says, go into the village ahead of you, and immediately you will find a donkey tied and a colt with her. Untie them and bring them to me. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. It's theft. I'm trying to remember. I think that gets mentioned in a second location, and I thought there was a little bit of dialogue. I could be wrong. But either way, the long and short of it is they weren't his. They weren't his donkeys to take. But yeah, it seems like a property crime to me. The other property crime is when he sent all those pigs to drown in the water. He cast the unclean spirits into those pigs, and well, you see what happened, right? All right, let me grab, I got a couple super chats, and then we're going to get our first guest in here. Looks like we're ready to rock and roll with our first guest in the box. Brooklyn, thank you for the super chat. Brooklyn says, I'm a cultural Jew. We make a clean pastrami, sandwiching, and matzah ball soup. Oh, mean pastrami, sorry. Yeah, actually, I agree with that. I love some of the cultural Jewish food. You don't get too much of it where I live in Ohio. I've got to go north a little bit to the big city to get it, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. And my conscience says, time to fire up the lettuce and watch Justin cook. Hell yeah, get that devil's lettuce on fire and get stoned for Doug, friend. And Johanna sending 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Johanna. I really appreciate that. That's very generous. And Jim Nasty says, saw a Christian on TikTok claim that Christians can't sin and use 1 John 3:6-9 to argue this claim. An absolute joke. Yeah. So, I mean, first, fair enough. 1 John 3, I think verse 8 legitimately says that the Christians won't sin anymore. It seems to be implying that they're not going to sin, meaning their behavior is going to be such that they don't commit sins. Not that when they do commit sins, they're just no longer sins anymore. That's not what 1 John is suggesting. This is actually a really good verse to quote to Christians when they're acting a fool. Quote 1 John 3:8 to them and watch them squirm under the hard realization that they're acting contrary to what the Bible says. And Radical Dreamers, thank you for the super chat. He says, Justin, I was looking for some older version of the Book of Martyrs you have. Saw it on a TikTok video. What year was that published? Shit, mine was published a while back. I don't think I have it in the room with me, so I couldn't tell you. But they've been publishing it for a very long time. Let me tell you when the more recent publishing of it was. I think it was published last in like the 50s or the 40s. But obviously you can still get them. The copy that I have, I think, was published in 1938. But I'm pretty sure they had some copies that were published in the 50s still yet. Anyways, you can get a copy of The Martyr's Mirror on the internet pretty cheap. It is a very abundant book, but nobody's reading it. You should be reading it. It's an amazing book. And welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Rob. Big W, I appreciate that. And same with you, Felipe. Thank you for joining the Kraken Crew Elite. And Amir says, you following the Conclave finals? Funny how it's a bunch of old guys choosing the next pope. So I haven't actually been following the Conclave. I've been meaning to. I just don't... I haven't had a lot of time. I know that the first round is over, right? So the first round ended with no popes being selected. So I know that much. That being the case, I suspect they're probably only going to be 1 or 2 more rounds. Nowadays, they don't do a whole lot of rounds like they used to. They used to do like 5, 6. Shit, they had some conclaves that were like 45 rounds. But they haven't done those in a while. Gene, thank you so much for the 666. Says, is it fair to say that Deuteronomy 18:20 through 22 implies prophecy should be fulfilled within the prophet's lifetime? The threat is meaningless otherwise. So yes and no. I think what we can learn from Deuteronomy 18:22 is that the claims of a prophet at a minimum need to be testable. Whether or not they happen immediately is slightly different. There are definitely some prophecies in the Hebrew Bible that appear to be for an indefinite time period in the future. We don't really know when, but most of them, like 95% of the prophecies in the Old Testament, are for the immediate future, happening now. And they only change them to be about a distant future when they don't come true. And they're like, oh, well, rather than admit that they didn't come true, now I've got to rework it. And Parker, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, another Justin and Doug camp out. Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? I hope so. It should be savory. We're gonna do some cooking here tonight. So let's get our first guest pulled in here. James, can you hear us? Yeah, I can hear you. James, do you have any headphones? Oh, interesting. Because I'm getting a bunch of audio doubling. Do the audience hear it? Yeah, right? That's weird. Maybe. Let me see. I mean, it got quieter. That's weird. Let me look at something. No, I don't. I mean, I do have a Discord. I don't import any audio through Discord. Yeah, because it wasn't using your headset for the microphone. It was using your phone. And let me see what you're... Well, I can hear you the whole time. The problem is I can hear me. 1 second. Let me check something. Yeah, I mean, it usually works. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's a little bit odd. It's got... I mean, I assume it's on your end. Hold on a second. I'm gonna remove you from the scene and grab Sacred real quick. See if his technology is doing the same thing. How are you in Sacred? Oh fuck, that's way worse. What's going on? Yeah, I mean, there's definitely an echo. Hold on a second. Okay, my voice is not echoing anymore, but now I can't hear you because I turned off the audio from my browser. Give me a second. Oh, poppycock. One second. Okay, what about now? Is that any better? No, I still can't hear you. 1 second. What about now? No, nothing. Okay, that's not helpful. We got to find something better than Video Ninja. I still am kind of baffled as to why it works every Sunday morning for the Unapologetic live show, but the fucker never works when I do my mainstream. I don't get that part. I don't understand that part. So weird. 1 second. Okay, I can see you now.
Okay, I can see you now.
I turned my camera on. That's why. I'm gonna go outside.
Yeah, I can still hear me twice.
I can still hear me twice.
That sucks. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why either. There's no audio source
connected
that would be doubling it.
Not. I'm outside, so the only one is the one coming on the speaker right now, and I don't hear the echo no more on your voice.
I hear the echo.
I hear the echo, and everyone else can hear the echo.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, listen. How
about now?
Well, it's gone now. What do you do?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Well, okay. Now I can hear both of us.
I've been on Tiny URL before, but it never looked like this. The interface.
Well, this is not.
This is not
Tiny URL.
This is not Tiny URL.
That's not what you're.
That's not what you're
at. Video Ninja, but listen. We can't have a conversation because I can't listen to me twice every time. And Javarius, I'm sorry, it's not my Beats headphones doubling it. I don't know what's doubling it right now. I'm going to take a guest over TikTok and take a look at some of these settings while I'm talking to the guest on TikTok and see if I fuck something up. That way we'll get some conversation going here while we're trying to figure out what's going on with the audio. We'll figure it out. We always do. In the meantime, how are we in 2025 and nobody has TikTok? I don't get it. Anyways, how you doing, Alex? I'm sorry, what? No, it's Justin. Oh, no, it's fine. No, I'll talk to anyone. So, who's your god? Okay. So you don't believe in any particular god, or you don't follow any particular religion? Why'd you waver at the beginning of the answer? Are you lying to me? Okay, cool. Oh, hold on. They're saying that you're muted on YouTube. You should be able to hear them now on YouTube. Sorry about that, guys. I was fucking around with the audio settings, trying to get Video Ninja working. Anyways, you guys should be able to hear them on YouTube now. I know the video or the comments are a little bit delayed, but they'll catch up here in just a second, I assume. Yeah, go ahead and just say something, Alexander. So the TikTok,
Yeah.
so
Can you
YouTube
hear me,
audience, so their hair, which is currently on fire, will be put out.
Yeah. Is it fine? Do you know?
Yeah, we good. Okay, so what's the evidence that a mind can exist outside of a brain?
I guess my evidence is not that a mind exists outside of a brain. My evidence is strictly that the most, let's say, plausible explanation for the beginning of the universe should be an uncaused cause that is enormously powerful, timeless, spaceless, and yeah.
Right, yeah, but what's the evidence that you can have such a thing, like a thinking, processing agent outside of a brain? Because we've never seen something like that.
Because when you look at again, if you take the universe's beginning, that would be the only thing that describes the properties a being must have so it can create the universe.
I'm not sure that addressed my question. My question is, do you have any evidence that thinking agents can exist without brains?
I don't. What do you mean by a thinking agent?
Do you have any evidence that thoughts exist separate from brain states?
Separate from brain states? Yes.
Great. What'd be the evidence of that?
Would concepts be mind dependent or mind independent?
I think concepts are necessarily derived from the mind.
Okay, sure. Would laws of logic exist without a mind?
So laws of logic are descriptions. They're not things that tangibly or untangibly exist. They're things that we created.
We created. So
yeah.
Then after, if there were no humans, the sun could have both existed and not existed?
No. The laws of logic are descriptions of the way the universe behaves. That's it.
Can you just look at what's a description, or you can explain it for me, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, a description is an abstract idea that defines something. So like we define the way something is or what it does or how it behaves or what it looks like by using words. It's called an idea. Our brains do it.
But so our brains just does it? Is that what you're saying? Just our brain, like, I mean, if you cut off a certain part of the brain, you mean that brain wouldn't be the same anymore, or that what consciousness wouldn't be the same?
I have no idea what you're saying. I'm only talking right now about the laws of logic. The laws of logic are merely descriptions. They're not things that exist transcendentally.
Yeah, yeah, sure, I can kind of agree to that. I'm not sure, because I wouldn't think that I would think that they would still exist, and that would apply to like other concepts or like other laws, like the physical laws would still exist. Won't you think?
I don't think those laws exist either. Those are just descriptions of how things behave.
So if it didn't exist, they wouldn't exist either.
No, you keep describing it in a way that is category error.
Why?
Because you're describing them as though they exist like tangibly. Like there's nothing in the universe that has to obey the law. They're not like checking a law book saying I have to obey this law because it exists. The laws of physics are just descriptions of the way physics works.
So they can't fail to exist?
They don't exist. We create them. They're descriptions.
I don't understand how would that work. Can you explain
the
further?
laws of the laws of logic, the laws of physics, the laws, whatever you want to call it, they're descriptions of the way the universe behaves. They're not prescriptive, they're descriptive.
Yeah, sure, I can maybe concede to that, because then I don't fully understand it, but sure, then I don't understand how that would imply that there couldn't be any material mind.
That's why I asked you for. What's the evidence that there is an immaterial mind separate from an actual brain?
Is there evidence that there isn't?
We have no evidence that could even be possible. That's what I'm asking you for.
Yeah, sure.
All the evidence we have says that thinking agency comes from the brain. We don't have a single piece of evidence to the contrary.
Okay, sure. Do you think the universe had a beginning?
No.
Okay, do you think that our rate of expansion is positive?
Is it accelerating?
Yeah. Net positive.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
We're
do you know what the BGV? Yeah, do you know what the BGV theorem is?
I didn't even hear what you said. The B what?
The BGV theorem.
I've heard it before from Phil bros who don't understand science, and you guys always destroy it, and then I have to like send you back to the internet to learn it better. So I don't think it's going to help you here.
Okay, what is the problem with it then?
There's no problem with it. I just don't think you understand it properly.
What part of it I don't understand?
Well, you haven't given me your interpretation of it yet, so I can't possibly tell you what you know about it that's wrong. All I can tell you is that every Phil bro I've ever talked to that tried to use this theory ends up cooking themselves because they don't really understand it. And I almost can guarantee beyond a shadow of a doubt that you don't have a background in physics and you probably don't understand this concept.
So the theory just states that if a rate of the universe is positive along a given world line, a geodesic, then that world line cannot be extended infinitely into the past.
That's not what it says. Try again.
I'm looking. Okay, I'm just going to Google it.
The infinite past is part of it. Try using better words though.
No, it is that I just pulled it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what the theory is. Yeah.
And you said it's not what I'm saying, but it's literally what it states.
The theory is if the universe is expanding, that means it can't have an infinite past. That's the overall idea of the theory, right? Because the material of the universe is expanding, right? The direction, the lines, none of that matters, okay? But first of all, do you know why that theory exists? Or did you just like hear the buzzword sometime?
What do you mean? Why does it exist? Do you mean what it's based on?
No, I'm asking you. Do you understand the formation of it? Like, do you know what it even means?
Yes, I know the formation. I know the formula, and I don't think that. Wait, you're not.
Well, let me just shorten it for you. Explain to me why there can't be an infinite past, because this is the only reason why you're using it. You're just trying to find a way to say there can't be an infinite past. So give me a reason why there can't be.
Because for any space-time where HAV is bigger than 0, then that space-time is I cannot pronounce the words. It's world line past incomplete.
You didn't say anything of like any understanding to a normal individual. No one's looking at the formula. You have to use real words.
And then I just said it. If the average expansion rate of a universe is positive along a given world line, then that world line cannot be extended infinitely into the past.
Why can't
it must have a...
You're stating a claim. You're not giving me the reason why. I asked you for the reason why.
For the reason why?
Yeah.
Because if the BGV proved that any past directed time like a world line with average Hubble expansion greater than 0, then the proper time or the length, affine length into the past is finite.
No, you haven't actually given me the reason why. You're restating the theory. I'm asking you to tell me why. Why can't there be an infinite past according to the theory?
I don't think I understand the question. That's what literally the theory states.
I know what the theory states. The problem is you don't understand why the theory even states it. You're just stating that the theory must be true. I'm asking you to give me the actual reason behind the theory. Why you can't have an infinite past?
Because you track it to a certain point. Is that the answer you're looking for? You can track the expansion to a certain point backwards.
Right. Yes. Thank you. You can track the expansion back to a point to where it wasn't expanding, right?
Yeah.
Great. Now,
Sure.
why should I conclude that there was absolutely nothing before the expansion?
I didn't say absolutely nothing.
Why would I conclude that there wasn't time prior to the expansion?
Because what do you mean by time?
Why would I conclude that there wasn't time or an infinite past prior to the expansion of the universe?
For you have to give me a model, and I can say it to you.
I'm just asking you for a single reason. Can you list a single reason why I would expect that there was not time prior to the Big Bang?
That would be like asking me what is north of the North Pole.
I didn't ask you to calculate time prior to the Big Bang. I'm asking you to give me a reason why I would believe that there was not substance and time and stuff before the Big Bang.
For example, let's look at for eternal universe example. Sure. That would suggest that it's a cyclic model, for example. Mm-hmm. And if it's a cyclic model, let's again take it for example, it would mean that if there is not a mechanism that would like even out entropy would have reached a maximum by now, because an infinite amount of moments would be passed. Therefore, if nothing evens out entropy would have reached its maximum by now.
That there's no such thing as a maximum entropy, and I don't think you're understanding what entropy means.
Right.
And I would imagine that if there's a finite amount of stuff in our universe, whether you call it energy or matter or space-time, if there's a finite amount of that, then the amount of entropy is going to remain constant. If it's an infinite amount, then you would have an infinite amount of entropy. We don't actually know if there's a boundary to our universe, by the way.
Yeah, but eventually, do you know what maximum? I guess you know what maximum entropy means. It means where all energy is like divided separately, and there is no more energy to be spread out. Is that correct? I don't know if I'm saying.
You're referring to the heat death, right? You're referring to the point where the material objects are so far apart from each other that there can't be any transfer of heat anymore.
Yes, that would be literally maximum entropy.
That's not true in a cyclical universe. In a cyclical universe, the universe collapses back in on itself.
And what is the mechanism that evens out entropy? Because if entropy wasn't evened out, it would compile over time.
No, it doesn't. There's no evening out.
You don't have
to even out entropy.
You have to. You have to state that it's. Then you have to state it must be zero, right?
No.
What? And then what is it?
I think you're really confused about like these basic scientific terms. I don't think you don't have a background in science. I don't recommend that you use science in these arguments.
No.
Like I'm not a physicist, but these aren't really difficult things.
No. Is entropy low close to the Big Bang?
I don't think we have a way of knowing. I'd say
we do.
It depends on what you mean by entropy. If you're merely talking about cosmic entropy or like thermodynamic entropy, but it was lower, scientifically stating, at the point of the Big Bang.
It was low, yeah. So that would mean now our entropy is increasing. So your point is when it reaches maximum entropy, the whole universe collapses back on itself due to gravity. That's your model. And when it collapses back on yourself, either it has to be at zero entropy or some entropy would be compiling.
I don't know why you keep implying I believe in zero entropy. Why would I believe that?
Then you have to believe that it compiles over time because it cannot be evened out.
Nope.
How can a maximum entropy be evened out then?
Zero entropy is like a purely mathematical, theoretical idea. There's no such thing as zero entropy.
Okay, then you have to acknowledge the fact that the cyclical universe doesn't work.
It does work.
Okay, so to beat entropy,
you can actually just talk to an actual physicist if you want to know how it works. You talk to Sean Carroll or Roger Penrose or possibly William Kinney. Shit, you can talk to Dr. Blitz. Like, listen, if you really want to talk science, because it sounds like that's your thing, you're welcome to talk science to like an actual physicist. We got him here on TikTok. You can talk to Jorge. You can talk to Blitz.
Oh, it's not it's logic, and you said I don't know
No,
what
this
I'm
is
talking
not.
about.
This is not logic. This is just bad science.
Bad science. I can give you the articles that I read from it. It's a paper.
I'll be more than happy to give you the articles written by my favorite scientists. Like, these are meaningless arguments.
Sure, then give me the one that disproves mine. I'm open to it.
Okay, just go to Sean Carroll's cyclical universe model.
Yeah, and that's a model from which year? Can you please say it to me?
It's been a popular model since at least the 70s. Sean Carroll is one of the latest people that I don't want to say champion the model, but has done work on the model. He's certainly not the only one. It's not a new model.
Okay.
It's been around for a long time.
Do you know how long the BGV theorem was created? How long ago?
Oh, I don't know how long ago it was created. No.
It was created in 2003, and the ectropic or cyclic cosmologies that they disprove, those three scientists that created the theorem, are from 2014 and 2012.
Okay, well, if you think that they've been disproven, you're more than welcome to let them know about, because like they don't know about it yet. No one told them.
Who? Sean Carroll?
Yeah, the people that you think were disproven, they don't know they've been disproven yet.
Okay, so would you be interested in another point of view other than yours, so you can look at? If you want, so I can give it to you.
No, I'm really not interested in pseudoscience. Like, if I'm going to talk science with somebody, I'll just ring up Dr. Blitz.
I'm not going to talk to you about science. I just want to present you the studies so you can look it for yourself and then decide if they're plausible or not.
Or I could just talk to Dr. Blitz, which I do every Sunday, and Dr. Blitz has the exact opposite opinion as you do about the was it the BVT or BGV? There we go. What's up, Matthew?
Hi, Matt. I've been reading for 4 hours since we talked, and both of your models don't work.
So let me guess. You talked to Alexander earlier today, and he gave you the bad pseudoscience he's giving me?
Pretty much. He's been on, I'd say, probably 4 different people's lives, at least today. And he's been told that his position doesn't say what he thinks it says. Oh, appreciate the subscription, people.
That sounds about right.
So we understand that in a cyclic system, all that's required when discussing entropy is that the average entropy of the system remains constant through the entirety of the system. That allows for a cyclic system to stay a cyclic system indeterminately for however long you need it to.
Matt,
this doesn't require that entropy reach a point of 0 or any other like arbitrary point. It just needs to maintain at a consistent position over the average of the entirety of the system. That's it. That's all it's required.
How about the quantum tunneling, Matt? If it remains constant, how would you explain quantum tunneling?
It doesn't remain constant. The average entropy across the entirety of the system remains constant.
Wait, so how would you wait? You said that when is the universe contracting when it collapses on itself?
Yeah, that's what
Depends
happens.
on the cyclic model you look at.
Yeah, in my model,
no,
yeah.
No, I'm asking,
if the universe collapses in, then it contracts.
Yeah, you have many problems with that because it's unstable, and if you're applying that, there is no entropy or non-zero there is a collapse probability.
I've never said anything about zero entropy.
No, and if you don't state that, then there is a non-zero collapse probability in infinite time, which is a certainty.
Infinite time never has to hit a point of 0 entropy.
Yeah,
never has to hit a point of 0 entropy.
Okay, Matt, I'm going to explain.
So Alexander, I agree that the collapse is going to be inherently unstable, which is going to lead to the next expansion event.
Yeah, so
here's the thing, Alexander. I don't know science, at least physics, because I went to school for electrical engineering. So you're barking up the wrong tree, but I know enough to know that you have no idea what you're talking about, because I stream every Sunday with Dr. Blitz, and we've talked about these models a lot. And every time it comes up, you guys just get completely clowned by a guy with an actual PhD and a real education in physics. So like, You're coming up here and you're misusing scientific theorems. You don't really understand what's going on behind the scenes with them. And be honest, it's just boring. So like, I'm going to move on to somebody with some substance. Okay.
Okay. Last thing I want to say, the theories that your friend.
We'll pass. Matthew, buddy, how you been?
Been wonderful, man. Been appreciating seeing you guys around. Been enjoying watching you and Blitz and Ian doing you guys' thing. It's been amazing.
Well, good to see you, buddy. Hang out with me. I'm going to grab a couple of super chats where we're loading up the next guest. I see
you got it.
Got a super chat from Steven. Says, someone gifted me a membership. I can't see who. Steven, that's just the miracle of Doug. You don't know who gifted you the membership. You just got to be thankful for it. Big W. And Cameron, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, your yawning is contagious. We need to start cooking. I'm sorry. I was waiting for a guest to come in. We didn't have a guest, and I'm waking up from work. And Chandler, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, God turned 42 kids to stone for making fun of a bald guy. Well, a little more than that. They got ripped open by bears. I'm sure they had a great time. But you know how the apologists do. They'll say, well, they weren't really kids. They were like teenagers or something, which isn't really true, but it also doesn't matter. Nobody should be torn open by bears for teasing someone over their bald spot. And Small Johnson, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I nominate Justin to be Pope so he can deconstruct this horrific religion. Look, guys, dude, if I was the Pope, oh, man, I'd change so much. It'd be crazy. I mean, they'd probably kick me out. We'll see. KJ, thank you for the super chat. He says, talking about property, is Christianity only a thing for capitalists because you can't have private property in communism? So, I mean, technically, like the early Christians were like very borderline communist socialists. Like they were living in communes, donating everything they had to the church and like giving all their money and food out to the orphans and the widows. It wasn't, I don't think it was the way people want it to be. Yeah, I mean, if the church was being true to its roots, it'd be much less capitalistic. And Dex gifting out 5 DZ memberships. Big W, Dex. I appreciate that. Good to see you tonight, friend. And Bjorn says, greetings from Sweden. Love your work. Well, thank you so much, Bjorn. I really appreciate that. And if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. I think I got it. We'll see. I think I got it right, though. And Abraham, the Chaldean's in the house tonight. Good to see you, friends. The prophecy, a guest comes up and gives bad ideas. Justin cooks bad ideas. Guest ends by praying. Justin finds faith in recently charbroiled bad ideas. That I don't know much about prophecies. I'm going to assume that prophecy doesn't come true, at least not all of it. There will be some guests that come up and get cooked and then pray for me, thinking that somehow that's going to be the magic bullet, and we know how that's going to work. And Tess says, any plans of making any public appearances? Actually, I'm going to be on Mindshift tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be live, though. I think it's pre-recorded. But Brandon and I are going to be doing a bit on Mindshift tomorrow. So keep a lookout for that. And Julian, thank you so much. Says, get your shit together, Justin. It's time to cook. I'm sorry, Julian. I'm trying. I really am. The technology was working prior to today. And today... there's something in the wires, you know what I mean? And Texas, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says, haven't had a caller yet that demonstrates thought without a brain, assertions and conclusions. On the other hand, actually, I've had quite a few guests up here where I'm thinking like these people don't have a brain. It's amazing to me that they're functioning. I'm going to grab 3 more super chats, guys. Good to see you, Dade. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, disciples of Doug are morally superior to disciples of Christ. I don't make the rules. Listen, I don't make the rules either. I just follow the rules. I don't make them. And I agree with you, Dade. There's no way around it. The disciples of Doug just seem to exhibit much better personality traits. And Nkosi says, have you ever read Jesus Never Existed by Ken Humphrey? I haven't read it. I got to be honest, I haven't really done a lot of mythicism yet. I've been meaning to get around to it. Just haven't done it. It's in the works. I am working on it. I do appreciate the book suggestion, though. I'm definitely going to get there soon. And Khan says, we need to find new ways to connect with Gen Z. I propose renaming the 2 main sections of the Bible to Cringe Testament and Cope Testament. Shit, that's really good. That's really good. I can't believe I've never thought about that. But the Cringe Testament and the Cope Testament, perfect descriptions of what that is. But if you know anything about demographics and statistics of public figures, you know that most people prefer to listen to figures that are roughly in their age range, which is true of pastors, public speakers, TikTokers. You'll find that the demographic of people that listen to you are generally within 5 to 10 years younger or older than the person speaking. But Bucky, thank you so much for the 66. Big W, Bucky. I really appreciate that. That's very generous. Let's get some W's for Bucky up in here. And now we've got Kittis with us. Kittis, thank you for being patient. I try not to get backed up on the super chats, you know what I mean? But Kittis, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 20 and yeah, I'm a theist.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I mean, I just have my own conception. I lean towards like the Christian tradition, but I'm just a theist. Like that's
Cool.
it.
So what'd be the best evidence or the argument for the Christian God being true?
Oh, okay. I said I'm just a theist. I just lean towards the Christian tradition, like in general. Like that's what I just go to church. But I don't believe.
Are you
all the
ashamed of
Bible.
Jesus?
Oh no, I'm just not fully convinced. I just lean towards the tradition. Like,
Yeah,
that's just,
I'm not convinced at all. Okay, so you're a Christ curious theist.
Yeah.
So what would be
Yeah.
the best argument or evidence for whatever God you believe in?
Okay. I could like give you the argument if you would want right now.
Sure.
So it's gonna be premise 1.
Mhm.
If mental phenomena exist, then they either in the totality make up the mind or derive their existence from a mind.
I mean,
Premise 2.
I do agree that they are derivatives of the mind.
Okay, yeah. And then premise 2, it's gonna be mental phenomena exist. This is like I feel like this is like the most like everybody disagrees with premise 3. And then the conclusion is mental phenomena in their totality make up the mind or derive their existence from a mind. And then premise 3 is probably where you disagree.
I mean, it sounded like you just restated premise number 1.
No, that's the conclusion because I said the if then and then I said the first thing and then the conclusion is the second part.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree. I think all mental phenomenon are derivatives of brains.
Yeah. The third premise is probably where you're going to disagree. It states that all objects that exist are mental phenomena. Conclusion 2, all objects in their totality make up the mind or derive the existence from a mind.
Yeah, you're prophetic. Obviously, I disagree that all things that exist are somehow mental phenomenon.
And then I could give you the motivations for taking up premise 3.
Sure.
We know that mental dependent things exist because, well, for one, we experience them, and then you can't deny this. Secondly, we have a mind, right? We're obviously all thinking. So these 2 things that you can like bare bones we can all agree on. This is all things we have evidence for. Then
Would
when I look into the world,
would this still exist if everybody on Earth died right now?
no, the argument doesn't say it's dependent on our minds. It's going to be dependent on a mind. So
Right,
like,
right. Would this still exist if everybody alive right now died?
yeah.
Oh, so
The
then it's not
conclusion of my
dependent
argument-
on a mind.
No, it's not. Okay, so the argument's
That
gonna
was
say
really
that-
easy.
No, okay, let me just finish. Sorry, I get like a little scatterbrained, but because it's okay, so we know that mind-dependent things exist or minds exist, right? We don't have straight evidence that mind-independent things exist. Even though it's independent from our minds, this is not going to be evidence that it's independent from a mind. So this argument's going to call for like one mind that unifies all things and that everything's dependent on. And so everything can
No.
still exist, even independent from our minds.
No, you just
so
violated
you
premise
have to
number
have
1 with
evidence-
that conclusion.
Huh?
You just violated premise number 1.
What? What's the...
You just brain independent mind.
I don't
So
see the
those
issue.
words just left your mouth. That violates premise number 1.
No, all I said was that there's just a mind that everything's dependent on. And then everything's made out of one material, so I'm a monist in that sense.
Oh, it's not.
And that's So you don't think... Wait, okay, what are you disagreeing here with exactly?
That there are things that are mind dependent.
There are things that are mind dependent.
The mind is brain dependent.
No, but we're starting off with the base fact that thoughts, conceptions, imagination, all that are dependent on a mind. And then you could say, oh, the mind is dependent on things external to it. That's not going to be...
They're not
a
dependent on the mind. They're a product of the mind. Like, it's what our mind produces.
Okay, they're dependent on the mind so far as in if the mind or the brain or whatever you call the mind ceases to exist.
You could say that they're even like a subset of the mind, like it's a feature of the mind.
That's why I said in their totality they make up the mind. So I had two options for that. It's fine either way.
Oh, I don't know if I believe that. I think there are a lot of things that make up the mind that like our subconscious. Like our subconscious is doing stuff all the time that we have no awareness of.
That's why I said mental phenomena in general. I didn't want to like put myself into a box here. So the argument is going to show that it's like based off our experiences, whether we or not we're dependent on a greater mind than ourselves, or we're like looking at mind independent things, our experiences are going to be the same. So that's not going to be like a symmetry breaker between the two views.
And then experiences are going to be the same.
Yeah, if you're inside another mind, you're not going to be able to know whether or not you're in that mind. So the experiences you have are going to be the same. Most people have the problem with like supposing the extra mind. That's why I want to step back and I said, okay, well, I'm going to deny that mind independent things exist, and I'm going to ask for evidence that mind independent things exist.
Yeah, so I mean, we just skip the whole boring Phil Bro stuff. What's the evidence that we can have a mind without a brain?
What do you mean?
Why would I believe that there's a mind that doesn't come from a brain, like a physical brain?
That presupposes your position.
I'm just asking you, why would I believe that there's a mind that exists independent of a brain? Why would I believe that?
Okay, assuming your position, because I don't think physical things.
It's not a position, it's a question. I'm just asking you, why would I believe?
Defense of your position.
Yeah, why would I believe there's a mind independent of brain?
Like the thing we call a brain?
Yeah.
Well, under my view, the brain and your mind and then everything else is made out of the same substance. So it's not independent of a brain. It's just going to be, they're all made out of the same thing.
My brain is made out of the same thing as this?
So far as in it's like made out of like the same mental substances. It can be like looked at, it could be like visually and functionally different, but it's still going to be made out of the same substance.
What do you think substance is?
Like how you think, like if you're a physicalist, you think everything's physical. So I'm going to say everything's mental here.
Well, I disagree. I think things are physical.
Yeah, and then I'm going to ask for like the evidence why things are mind independent. And then any evidence you can bring is going to be like equally supported under my view. And then I don't make that presupposition that mind independent things exist. So that's going to be plus for my view. So
it's not a plus for your view at all. What you're suggesting is that all things exist as a pure mental state, as opposed to a physical state. Do you believe that physical things exist?
No, but they function like functionally. So it's gonna be the same.
Do you exist physically?
I exist. I mean, functionally, it's the same. I hope you know, like it's like there's no different function.
Do you think we're in a matrix?
I just think we're in one mind. We persist in that mind.
You think we're inside of a mind? We're a dream?
If that's how you like to conceptualize it, yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, is
the mind dreaming or thinking?
Well, that's like second after but I would say that I lean towards it thinking, because it's our universe is clearly law-like. There's like specific things that happen if you do things. If it was a dream, you would expect the dream to be a lot more chaotic and not law-like in general.
Sure. So, and does this mind come from a brain, or is it just brain independent completely?
I mean, it's just it's the same substance like everything has. So I don't think.
I'm asking you: is there a physical brain producing the mind?
No, there's not a mind independent thing that's creating this.
Okay, and so what's the evidence that we can have something independent of an actual brain?
Well, according to my argument, that it just denies that physical things exist. We're just one substance.
No. Even in your worldview, you have to find a reason why I would think that there's a mind independent of a brain, even if you think the brain is immaterial. Like in our world, whether you think it's a simulation or whether you think it's material, we only have minds that are derived from brain.
Well, I think in this, like in our reality, our minds are like I mean, I would assume it's like equivalent to your brain, like whatever your brain is, your mind is.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So then where can I find the brain of the thing that we're inside?
You can't find it.
Okay. So it's impossible. So how do you know it exists?
Oh, because I'm not presupposing the same things and I'm explaining the same things as you.
Why would anyone choose to believe this nonsense?
because there's less presuppositions. There's an issue of
No,
like
there's
justification.
there's so many entailments in your worldview that seem silly.
Like what?
Why is the thing without a brain, first of all? Number two, why is it thinking of us as opposed to anything else? And where does it exist?
Okay, so one,
is it in a vat? Is it a brain in a vat?
I mean, again, that like presupposes like there's like independent reality outside the brain. I think in the same way that the universe is the only thing that exists, this mind is the only thing that exists. It's the only thing that exists. And so we all like persist.
I'm gonna give you an argument that's identical to your argument, and you're not gonna like it, okay?
Sure.
So I believe that we're all mental phenomenon. And we're mental phenomenon of a super evolved magic farting unicorn that's not God, and it's not everything. It's just a unicorn that's super evolved in the universe. It's part of an eternal universe, and we're inside the mind of the super evolved unicorn.
Do you want me to? Okay, so honestly, until you said this is a super evolved unicorn within another universe, I was about like, okay, there's not really an issue here as long as the unicorn had the same properties that I gave the mind. The reason it would have an issue is because one, like it just seems like less simple. You're like adding another independent reality outside the universe. Seems like you're explaining the same thing as me, but you're just adding another universe. Seems like
yeah, exactly. I'm doing the same thing as you, except I'm putting silly stuff in it, like magic unicorns. Like, so what you've done is you've just invented a dream world, and you're like, listen, I've got this unfalsifiable dream world, and it's just true because I say so. You can't find this to be convincing. Like, you didn't learn this in school, did you?
That's not what I did.
Where did you learn this dog shit argument?
I mean, okay, you didn't actually provide like a thing. You just kind of spoke over me when I was like rebuttal to what you said. And yeah, I understand that like people are gonna like deny the argument because they're like really
because
like,
it's dumb.
No, because they have like a dogmatic belief about mind.
Because most people in the real world believe that we actually exist. Your argument is essentially that we don't exist. We're inside somebody else's brain. You have no evidence for it. You don't even have a good premise-based argument for it. And if I had to take a guess, I would say 9 out of 10 people in the audience finds this boring. Am I right? Put a 1 in the comments if you think this is a boring, dumb argument.
Well, okay, so you can like use rhetoric all you want. You're not actually providing a rebuttal to my argument.
You haven't provided a reason. You haven't provided any evidence for your argument being true yet. You're just saying it's true. It's true unless I can prove it wrong, but you can't prove my magic unicorn wrong. So by the same validity that you've given me, I've got the same validity for the magic unicorn.
I can promise you that's not what I did. What I told you was that there's less presuppositions in my argument than in physicalism.
I don't care how many presuppositions are in it. Go ahead, Matt.
So you don't care about how many? Okay.
So hey, I'm gonna kind of do you a favor here, right? What is happening here is it's being illustrated that your argument doesn't have any backing that shows it to be the case. You're just claiming it to be the case and then claiming it's more parsimonious without giving any data onto why it would be the case. There is ways to like go against your argument to give a rebuttal for your argument that are really not difficult. But you need to actually have some backing for your argument. Would you like a rebuttal for your argument?
I can tell you the presupposition you guys are making, and then you guys can
talk about
I'm not
your
making
argument.
any presuppositions.
Well, I'm assuming the what's it called? The view or the hypothesis against mind is going to be that mind independent things exist, right? So I can like tell you why I think you're making extra a presupposition, which is going to be evidence for mine.
Well, it's actually not. So I just want to be very clear. Our presupposition is that, we think, therefore we are. That's it. That's the only presupposition we have, is we believe we actually exist because we're thinking agents. And we believe that we're physical thinking agents because that's all the evidence we have. If there was evidence to the contrary, you'd be able to give it.
No, okay. So the presupposition you make on top of we think because we exist because we think, or whatever Descartes said, is that mind independent things exist. You don't have direct access to mind independent things. The only thing you can do is
and neither do you. All we have is access to mind dependent or brain dependent minds. That's it.
So the only thing
evidence we have, all the evidence we have suggests that mind states, mental states come from the brain. That's it. That's all we have. if you have evidence of the contrary, that's what we were looking for, and you didn't actually provide it.
Okay, look. Okay, so are you gonna like admit that you're presupposing mind independent things exist, or are you gonna like? I can give you evidence why I think.
I'm not presupposing that. I'm saying all
Okay,
the
so what
evidence
is
we
the actual-
have is that the mind is a derivative of brains.
Okay,
Would you like the argument against the rebuttal for your argument, so
Wait,
you
I
can
just
then
wanted to-
actually have a position to try to make an assumption about presupposition? Because
I mean,
if we don't make an argument, you can't say we're presupposing anything.
I'm pretty sure you guys are physicalists. He's arguing for the like mind independent things existing. But I love that. Let me just say one thing about what he said before. Well, because I'm not denying that the mind's not dependent on mind external things, right? But the only thing I'm saying from there is that there's a mind that all of this is dependent on, because you can't have an infinite regress of that, because then it's just like useless. It's just, I mean, you could also have that. That wouldn't really impact my view. We're still dependent on a mind, and I'm okay with that. But so I guess it's like an infinite chain of minds we're all dependent on. That's fine as well. But I'm just gonna make the move here and say there's a necessary mind. This is all we're all dependent on. Either way, it works. I don't really mind. But yeah, you can go ahead, Matthew.
Right, so this is actually a lot simpler than people want to admit. You're going to say we have presuppositions. We do. We have what's called axioms that we hold to. These are just things that are going to be self-evidently true. One of these is going to be this concept that I think, therefore I am, the axiom of self. Without this axiom, people simply have nowhere to start. From this axiom, we can then try to take information about the self and what we experience, right? Our quality is going to give us sense experience. That sense experience is going to give us information about an external world. These are going to just pragmatically be the start of our information.
Correct.
From that, we can then make continued observations about this reality around us, whether it's a simulation, an imagination, whether it's real, doesn't matter. This is just the information we have. From that, we can make predictive models. We can observe those predictive models, see if they give us accurate inputs from our sense experience. And now we have a foundation to start building information from. From building that information, we can then study. From study, then we can test. When we test, we're going to be able to determine how the brain works, how the brain functions, the requirement for sensory organs to take in sensory experience, the requirement for a central nervous system to be able to transfer information, and the requirement of a brain to be able to process and store that information. We can then come to a position where we understand that without those key ingredients, you do not have the proper system for the process of a mind to emerge from. So we now know that a mind requires a brain requires space. So for a mind to exist without a physical substance doesn't seem to be possible through all the evidence we have, unless further evidence is found to suggest a mind can exist without a physical brain attached to it. Then we have no reason to accept that presupposition. So we're sitting at a position where we both start with the presupposition of self, but I make no further presuppositions. I just take information from that self and continue forward. But you're forced to make the presupposition of a mind existing independent of the physical. That's going to make your position less parsimonious than mine.
Okay, so this is not true. The presupposition is not the mind that exists. That's just a derivative of the argument. That's just what happens if you accept the premises. So I'm not presupposing the mind. There's a mind outside. That's just like trivially true if my argument's true, right? Secondly, you said that the mind is dependent on the physical, and if you're just defining the physical as mind independent, right, that's going to be presupposing your view. I'm fine with saying our minds are dependent on something external to it, right? The only thing I'm hesitating on is that saying that these external objects are mind independent. You guys are going to make the move and say, oh, these mind external objects are mind independent. I'm going to be like, okay, they might be independent from my mind, right? That's fine. This does not provide evidence that it's independent from any mind. Because I don't think they're independent from any mind, I'm going to say they're on a mind. So
you're just relying on like hard solipsism as your like symmetry breaker. You're just saying, well, because we can't prove that we're not brains in a vat, therefore we can now say that we can invent new brain states that would make us inside of somebody else's brain.
Well, see, there's a reason I wouldn't take solipsism. If someone wants to take solipsism and say we're just part, like it's just one greater mind, blah blah. I mean, that's fine. I still like believe that other minds exist. If they're like against that view, I mean, okay, cool, I guess.
It sounds like your view is no better than solipsism. We can just say we're all brains in a vat.
No, because that's still. I mean,
Why is
there's
your
still some
explanation more parsimonious than being a brain in a vat?
because there would be multiple brains, and then that would assume there's a reality outside of that. So that's still presupposing stuff.
So-
Well, mine is just there's one mind. Just one mind.
Yeah, but we know that minds are derivative of the brain, so I don't have to presuppose that. You're presupposing that there's such a thing as a mind that's different, like it's not connected to a brain. In fact, the brain is dependent on it, not the other way around, which is not what we observe.
You said
You're also going to find a problem when you mentioned that I was presupposing that the brain relies on physical states. I never presupposed the brain relies on physical states or the mind relies on physical states. I said through our observations of sense experience, which are derived from the single axiom of the self-existing, that we observe the mind being an emergent property of brains that are reliant on the physical. It's not presuppositional.
When you say physical, are you just saying mind independent? Because then that would be presupposing your view. I agree there's mind external things, like things exist external to my mind. I don't agree that these things are mind independent.
Actually, my new position is that you don't exist, Kittis. My new position is that you're actually a product of my mind.
Okay, so is your mind like just...
You don't exist. I'm dreaming you right now. I'm thinking you. You don't actually exist.
So you're just dreaming everything in reality right now?
Yep. All this is just, everything here is just my brain state. Everything happening right now, you're just part of my brain state. You don't actually exist.
Okay, let me ask you a few questions then, right? Is everything else, is there a reality outside of your brain?
No, everything is my brain. Everything's in my brain.
So you're just one, okay. Did this brain create you, or like, because clearly you're not omniscient, right? So are you like self-creating? Oh, you are? Mm-hmm. How many fingers am I holding up?
As many as I told you to.
Because you don't actually exist.
You're in my brain state. You don't actually exist.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, surely you have access
there you go.
to things in your brain. Wait, I mean, if you have access...
I'll take your tithes and worship now.
I'm asking you, if you have these things access to you, right? How many fingers do I have? I mean, surely you'd be able to answer the question pretty easily.
You don't have any fingers up, and I can prove it because you're a product of my brain state. And you're about to lie right now, and I know because you're a product of my brain state.
Okay, I actually had 2 fingers.
No, you didn't. You had no fingers up. I know it because you're a product of my brain state.
What's going to be the symmetry breaker between my mind and your mind?
See, the symmetry breaker is there is none. My argument is equal as valid as yours. I keep giving you like really dumb examples to demonstrate how weak your argument is, right? So if I can come up with like parallel arguments that are roughly similar to your argument but are silly, it should demonstrate how silly your argument is. So this idea that we're just a product of someone's brain, we're just like living in someone's brain. I can make up all kinds of silly parallel arguments to show you how silly it is. I don't know if you'll actually capture it. I don't know if it's going to register in your brain state, but I think everyone else here probably does actually see how silly it is. But listen, Kittis, this is maybe
I was like educating you on my argument this whole time.
This might be even more boring than the first guest I talked to, who didn't.
Well, that's because I'm right? You're just trying.
You're definitely not right. You're just making presuppositions, and then
from the argument.
You're just making presuppositions, and then like you don't like that we don't accept your presuppositions. Like if you're gonna conclude that we're inside of somebody else's brain, you need something other than my presupposition. You need some sort of evidence that leads us to that conclusion. You don't have any evidence that leads us to that conclusion. Therefore, we have no reason to actually believe that we're inside of somebody else's brain.
Why are you running? Why do I need more?
I'm not running because presuppositions aren't arguments. So if you don't accept our presuppositions, we don't have to accept your presuppositions. If both of our arguments are based on presuppositions, then they're both equally valid. And if both of our arguments are equally valid, then that means nobody actually has a winning argument. And I would say that your argument is less parsimonious than my argument. And so it's crazy that like when I talk, you talk while I'm talking, and then you accuse me of talking over you. It's crazy. All right, well, listen.
You're trying to
it sounds to me
trying to end it right now because you don't have it.
Sounds to me like you should take your Christ curious self and maybe stay away from like philosophy. I don't think it's helping you at all. I think it just makes you sound silly. I think the reality is you don't know how silly you sound, but everyone else here does know how silly you sound. And I think that's kind of the biggest problem you have right now is like the stuff you're uttering is clearly nonsense. And I think everyone here just kind of instinctively knows that it's nonsense. The problem is that you don't know that it's nonsense. But anyways, Come back when you've got a better argument. Oh, well. Matt,
I hear quite a few people are Christ curious sometime during college years. Tends to be pretty common.
They do some experimenting with Christ during those foundational years. Could you imagine like legitimately believing that somebody's just imagining our existence right now and taking that argument seriously? Crazy.
It's a little crazy. I tend to ask people if they have ever come to new knowledge at all during their life. And most people will be honest and say yes. In order to come to new knowledge, that would require the taking in of data you didn't previously have. If it all exists in your mind, you would have already had that knowledge. So this is not proof of an external, but definitely a piece of evidence that leans towards an external piece of information.
Actually, you know what? I really didn't want to prolong the conversation because it was so boring. But you know what you could do with these simulation theory people, or with these you're part of somebody else's brain state people, is just go down the moral question route. Just ask them moral questions, because theoretically, in their worldview, like they shouldn't have a problem with me killing them because they don't actually exist. Like they're just part of somebody's brain state. It doesn't matter if they exist or not. My guess is they'll have a problem with that. They're not going to like that.
Typically they do, yeah.
Adele, thank you so much for the super chat. Adele says, "Get stoned, the good kind, by Doug the other day." Oh, got stoned. I apologize. Got stoned, the good kind, by Doug the other day, and ended up browsing TikTok merch. That'll get you in trouble. Somehow now own $160 worth of Doug and Sharon items. No regrets. Doug blessed it. Well, big W, Adele. Thank you so much for supporting Doug and Sharon Stone. Hail the rocks of salvation. And Ray, thank you for gifting out a Deconstruction Zone subby. Big W. And Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, "I think that the riches of the Catholic Church can cure world hunger." That's actually a really good point, because if you had the money that the Catholic Church had, think about all the stuff you could actually do with it, right? I don't know exactly how much they have, but I know they have enough that like they could, like most impoverished countries, they could probably make it so that nobody's starving to death, couldn't they? There's 3 million children that starve every year, right? So how much do you think it would cost to feed 3 million children every year? Thank you for the Corgi 7. I don't know. It costs some money for sure, but I'm sure they've got the money for it. I think right now, like your typical charity, like the Feed the Children type charities, is like $30 a month. So it's roughly $1 a day. So that means the Catholic Church needs about $3 million a day, if I had to guess. I bet they could pull that off, actually. Carbon, thank you for becoming a member on TikTok. And Slussy, thank you for being a subby on TikTok. I appreciate that. And Tyler, good to see you tonight, friend. He says, "Is Stone Cold Steve Austin an apostle of Doug?" Austin 316 says, "I whooped your ass." Actually, Stone Cold Steve Austin has been a card-carrying member of Dougism for quite some time. He's more of a covert disciple of Doug. He's not as evangelical as most. And God's Grim Reaper, thank you for the super chat. Great name, by the way. It says, "Can you discuss Ezekiel 32? Found it written on the walls of an insane asylum in a video game with what God says he should be in the asylum." Yeah, so Ezekiel 32 is kind of a wild one. There's 2 chapters in Ezekiel. I think the other one's actually Ezekiel 23. 20 and 23 are pretty wild chapters. 32 is a lamentation, basically over what God is going to do to Egypt, and God wants to do some pretty horrific stuff to Egypt. The funny part about, if I remember, I think this is the one too. Let me see if it says it. It might be Isaiah. It's Isaiah. There's one part where God is condemning Egypt during the same time period. I think it's in Isaiah though, like Isaiah 14 or 13 or 15. Where he says he's going to split the Nile River into 7 different rivers. Oops, that never happened. Anyways, Ezekiel 32 isn't the craziest thing in the book of Ezekiel. Let's go to Ezekiel 23:20, and we can read the word of the Lord. Let's see, 23:20. That's the one, right? There we go. We'll put it on the screen for everyone. Ezekiel 23:20 says that she lusted after her paramours there, whose members were like those of donkeys and whose emissions was like that of stallion. This feast on the word of the Lord for a second, really put that deep inside of your heart. I mean, not as deep as the stallion, but put it deep. And Grimm says, thank you for the 666, by the way. He says, why was God pissed with the Tower of Babel? We have an actual space station and Google Translate now, and Jesus hasn't knocked that shit down yet. So Grimm, the Tower of Babel story, believe it or not, is a parallel of the ancient Sumerian story. So there's an ancient Sumerian story about how they tried to build a mound up to the heavens, and the gods destroyed it and scattered them and changed their language so they couldn't do it again. But it seems to be, both from Jewish literature and from what we can ascertain from the Bible, that the goal of the tower was to reach the heavens so that they could gain immortality. And this was a common theme in the ancient Near East, this idea that if you could only ascend to the heavens and dwell with the gods, you could become immortal. And so God didn't want that. He's like, no, you're not coming up here. This is my house. You're not allowed up here. And so that seems to be the impetus. God's afraid that someone's going to ransack his house. They're afraid that they're going to storm the heavens. And Benny says, have you seen the YouTube vids on the Pope burning in hellfire? Crazy. So many Christians hated the Pope when he said there were many paths to God. Actually, Benny, I haven't seen that yet, but I'm not surprised. Where I'm from, the Catholic Church is not well. There's a lot of Christians who don't like the Catholic Church, and they really don't like the Pope. So I'm not surprised at all. In fact, if you remember, the KKK originally, very anti-Catholic, very anti-Pope. They hated Catholics. So yeah, I'm not surprised that there's still a huge faction of evangelical Protestants that hate the Pope. Space Lord, thank you for the super chat though. It says, I used to think that the mind was the most wonderful thing. Then I realized that was me telling me that. Emo Phillips. Actually, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm with you there. I just don't believe that I'm living inside of somebody else's mind. All right, I'm going to pull in somebody hopefully from the YouTube queue and see if I can see if the audio works properly. So we've got Mav pulled in. Mav, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and you can hear me, and there's no echoing.
Great.
So I think we're good. I'm going to turn your volume up a little bit, though. You're a little quiet.
Okay.
All right, it's a little better. Can everyone hear the guests?
Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think you're okay. Can you turn your volume down slightly, though?
I'm using just like a headset that has no. I can speak quieter. Tell me when.
No. You don't need to be quieter. I don't need your microphone turned down. I'm saying turn down the actual volume from your phone a little bit.
Copy.
There we go. That would make sure there's no echo. Can you still hear me though?
Sure can.
All right, I think we're good to go. There's no echo. I can hear you. You can hear me. Hold on. You're saying? Oh, hold on. YouTube's saying the guest is echoing. Hold on.
We'll do that. 1 sec.
Okay. What about now? I hate this fucking technology. I don't know why it's so hard to just to get audio to work.
1, 2, 3. Am I still echoing people?
Oh, I think it's probably fixed now. I turned the desktop audio off. There's no way there's still an echo. Don't bullshit me. There can't be. I hate the comments on YouTube because they're delayed. So like, I think the latency on the YouTube stream is like damn near 10 seconds. So like TikTok, it's almost immediate. Anyways, I think we're good to go, Mav. So welcome in.
Sure.
Nice I can hear you. You can hear me. There's no echoing. And my guest on TikTok, Matthew, can hear you, but you can't hear him, unfortunately. But so what's on your mind, Mav? Are you at least 18, and are you a believer of some kind?
Yeah. I'm definitely. I'm 27 years old, and I have gone on a very long journey of being, of trying to understand this God, if God is real. and I didn't study it professionally at school. I did economics, but um, I'm more curious to know because I just jumped in here. What's your foundation? Where are you standing? I'll tell you myself that I will say that I believe God is. It's more likely that God is real than He is not. Is where I am currently. So I'm in the God is real section.
So, I mean, I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist. I don't see any evidence for a God. If there was evidence, I would believe in a God, but I don't see any.
Mm, okay. So where do you how does everything begin? Are you in the philosophical, the Big Bang, cosmic event? How does anything come to creation?
I don't think there was a creation. I think matter, space, and time and energy always existed.
Okay. So so you're saying that nothing is existing right now. Like we're currently uncreated. There's no space. We're immaterial.
No, I didn't say anything like that. No, no, no.
Okay. Can
Say
you try
matter,
and put it into a
matter,
simple
space,
sentence
and
for
time
me?
always existed. Meaning, all
Mhm.
the shit right now in the universe, it always existed in some form at some point. It always existed.
Okay. So then you believe in evolution.
Oh, I do believe in evolution. Yeah.
Sure.
Although
Okay. So we're
I don't think you have to. I know atheists who don't believe in evolution.
okay. Do you think we evolved from monkeys?
I don't think that's the way I would describe it. I think we have a common ancestor with the apes.
Okay. Tell me more.
That's it.
All right. Well, I'll just let me give you my argument, and we'll see if we can draw from it.
Yeah, I'm curious to know
Sure.
why somebody would be persuaded to believe in a god.
Yeah. Well, just let me give you a little bit of my background. So, grew up completely like no religion in my household. We were like Section 8, like food stamps. Nothing great, to be honest. Pretty slummy if you have to look back. But so my life was surrounded by nothing but what I would say is just chaos and disorder. Um, Eventually, I did a series of events sparked me going to church one day. I won't get into it, but we'll skip that. After reading the Bible, I think the Bible was the only reason that I actually thought that God could be possibly real, based on the fact that I'm looking at it not as just a literal history text, but more as a mythological framework for understanding human experiences, or
Is
perhaps
it
even a collective. Go ahead.
is it true literally or only figuratively?
Both.
Cool. So why would I
Yeah,
believe
it
that
can
the
be
Bible is
both.
true?
Why would you believe that the Bible is true?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't say that I didn't say that you had to believe the Bible is true. I'm saying that the Bible itself is, well, one, it's the most read and most preserved document of all time. We can agree on that, right?
I mean, most read maybe. I don't know what you mean by most preserved. Like we've got ancient texts from the outside of the Bible that were pretty well preserved. I'm not sure that matters though either. In fact, if I had to guess, I'd
That
actually
doesn't
say
matter.
that the Quran is better preserved than the Bible. The Quran didn't have nearly as many changes over the centuries as the Bible, but that doesn't make it true. I don't think the rate of preservation means anything to me.
Hmm. So the Bible is, I don't know. Someone would have to chime in and tell me if the Quran has actually existed longer. But the
Well, it
way
hasn't
that I
existed
approach,
longer. you know, that the Quran was.
So let's agree then. We're talking about time. The Bible has existed. It's the longest, generationally speaking, to have survived that book.
Nope.
You disagree with that?
Yeah, the Babylonian and the Egyptian literature is way longer. You can look at like the Book of the Dead, the coffin texts, and a few other Egyptian pieces of literature that are older. Same thing with like the Babylonian and the Sumerian literature.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Epic of Gilgamesh is way older.
Okay, fair enough. Let me get more specific then. Let's consider. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, the Bible is widely considered by many people as the most read, and definitely the most distributed book of all time. Right. Okay, there's 5 billion something copies sold and distributed at this point, with hundreds of millions every year that are. And why that holds any position of what I'm about to say is global reach is. I mean, what we're attempting to do here is we're trying to figure out, is God real? Which we won't be able to do in this short conversation. But I think having a framework of what this book, that's just these words on a page, and the historical meaning, and the longevity of that historical meaning, and to be copied for nearly 2,000 years, I think that holds a significant impact.
Do you think the Bible's inerrant?
Can you say that again?
Do you think the Bible's inerrant?
Inerrant?
Yeah.
I don't know that word.
Do you think the Bible has errors in it?
Oh, inerrant. I see. Do I think the Bible has errors in it? Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what percentage of the Bible should be true before I trusted it?
I think that the Bible should be taken as symbolic truth, not as literal truth.
Why?
Okay. Have you read the Bible?
Yep.
Okay. So in Genesis, when God speaks order into chaos, that can be seen as a symbolic truth about the human condition, where our consciousness, like the logos, can bring meaning into what we're doing right now through speech, action, and through truth. And God himself represents the force that brings structure to the chaos, both in the cosmos and within our psyche.
But I can do that with the Enuma Elish too. Like I could do that with any ancient text. Like why would I choose to do that with the Bible as opposed to the Enuma Elish?
Right. So why would you say? Why is the biblical God the ultimate representation of, or the representation of the ultimate ideal? I guess.
Yeah, like why would I choose? Like if the truth of the book is only in the metaphor, why would I choose the metaphor of the Bible versus the metaphor of the Babylonian gods?
Sure. Okay. Well, I don't actually think that's a problem. I think that the functionality behind looking at the Bible or any of those texts as a way, or perhaps even a guide, to look at and orient yourself towards a higher good. Like I believe all humans have this innate understanding of what is right and wrong. Would you agree with that? Do you think we all have some level of, okay, maybe we shouldn't kill each other or steal or rape or things like that? We're on YouTube. Sorry, excuse me, people. Yes.
Well, I think.
Would you agree? Would you agree that we have?
I think we can tackle this a little bit easier. I do think that humanity kind of has this idea of like what we think justice is, right? Like justice isn't something that's arbitrary, right? So we would say that like if somebody commits a crime, they should be punished for that crime. But like we'll say, I don't know, their children or their cousin or their spouse shouldn't be punished for that crime. Only the person who committed the crime. And we kind of call that justice, right?
Mm.
Right now.
Sure.
if we think those are like innate values in humanity, and then we are going to go look for a book that validates those, like Jungian characters,
Sure.
caricatures, the archetypes, right?
Hmm.
I think we can find a better book than the Bible, because the Bible seems to betray that at every turn. So, like, I would take you to Deuteronomy 22, where it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, he dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lie with her, I didn't find evidence of her virginity. And the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders at the city gate. So there's a dispute here as to whether or not a young woman is a virgin. And if a guy, does the deed with her and she doesn't bleed, they're like, hey, listen, I don't think this girl's a virgin, right? So then they gather with the elders, and the claims are brought, and then the parents have to bring the evidence, right? The parents are going to bring the evidence to say, here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town will take the man and punish him. Now, if it turns out that she didn't bleed on the sheet, right? It says, if, however, the charge is true and the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they will bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town will stone her to death because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So, that to me is a little bit problematic, because that doesn't sound like justice to me. If he lies, he pays a fine. If she lies, she gets killed. And it's also true that women don't always bleed their first time.
Sure. Okay. So you're talking about verses 13 through 30 in that case, right? Where the sexual morality and justice.
Well, I think the passages that I'm referring to end at 21.
Okay. Yeah. Let's take it back to the beginning of Deuteronomy, though, because there's actually an order in this. So, and I think it's important that we do this. So, what that chapter means thematically and spiritually is one, the first verses, 1 through 4, are all about responsibility for others, meaning you're morally responsible for the well-being of others, even if you don't benefit directly. Like returning, the story was like returning lost animals or items, or something like that.
Right, but should we kill women that don't bleed on their wedding night?
We're gonna get to that. So one is responsibility for others. That's the first part of Deuteronomy. And why it matters is when the Israelites were dealing with these problems and they were writing them down, these laws that were
right, but like,
I guess
I hate to cut you off, but like we all kind of know, we know the story. Like we everyone here knows it very well, actually. So we're just trying to focus on like the main point. Like the main point right now is, should we be killing women that don't bleed on their wedding night?
Well, I would say that this, on a spiritual level, sexuality was treated as sacred and tied to covenant and community. So God was calling upon people to honor their bodies and relationships. Do I believe in that? No, and that's why I say that you shouldn't take the Bible as a literal truth. But we can both agree that rape and maiming or killing people that are not bleeding or
so we shouldn't do that.
True. That's something that we probably should not do.
Okay, cool. Okay, so the Bible fails there on the moral issue. Now, what about owning slaves? Should we own slaves?
Define slave.
Like, should we own other people like property? Like the same way I own a car, can I own another human being?
Do I believe in slavery? No, I don't believe in slavery, but
okay.
There's a continuum. I believe that we all work and do for others. So depending on how you define slavery, you can get as minute as doing the chores for.
It's not slavery though.
For your mom. Well,
Slavery is when you own another human being as property, right? And they don't have the freedom to leave. They have to work for unpaid labor. If they disobey you, you get to beat them.
And we've evolved.
Right, yeah, okay. But if the book is from God, I would expect that the book didn't need to evolve.
Interesting point. That's also just back to, it's not a literal truth. And this is not everything here is spoken and written directly from God. And that's clearly laid out in many points. This is not like a literal document. And
it claims to be. Like Leviticus 25, the slave owning chapter, starts out in verse 1. It says, "The Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, 'Speak to the Israelites and say to them,'" so everything in 25 presumably was spoken by Yahweh.
Okay. Well, the Bible doesn't explicitly say that every word should be taken literally in a modern sense. And I do agree that it does claim to be divinely inspired and authoritative, spoken through human authors by God. That we agree on.
So there's some parts that say it's from God, but we can ignore those parts?
There's some parts that are inspired by God, but were translated by humans.
Like how do I know which parts are from God and which ones are not? Like the parts that sound good are from God?
No, I think that the best way to view it is whatever has you aiming higher, whatever points you to a higher direct, like a better place in your life or doing better for others or yourself. I think it's about aiming at a higher goal and taking on as much as you can and bearing a burden.
Listen, I loved some of these sentiments. I don't think you need a Bible for any of that.
Okay. Where are we getting it then?
Like these values exist all throughout humanity. You don't need the Bible for that. I mean, the Egyptians had it. The ancient Babylonians had these concepts. I mean, sounds to me like the Bible is just like a product of a bunch of people from the Bronze and the Iron Age, and that's about it. Like we can just throw it away.
Okay, so I guess the question then is, does God expect us to take the Bible literally?
Well, even figuratively, I don't think it works, because like even if I say, well, we can find value in the figurative interpretations of the book, there's a lot of verses, even if you give them a figurative meaning and say, well, King David didn't really exist, right? He's a fictional character meant to teach a lesson, okay? But if that's true, there's some horrific lessons in there. Like, for example, should women be raped for the crimes of their husbands? Because that happens in the book in 1 Samuel chapter 12, 16. 2 Samuel 12 and 16, right?
Sure. Okay. Fair. Yes. I'm following your line of thinking here. All right. So what the Bible says about itself, Peter 1:20, I believe, no prophecy of Scripture came about by the prophet's own interpretation, but men spoke from God as they were carried along by the Holy Spirit. So these verses are implying that Scripture is inspired by God, meaning it comes from Him, but through human language, culture, and context. So Jesus' view of Scripture, which in the Old Testament is divinely authoritative, often saying it is written as such, or have you not read? And he quoted Scripture, to resist temptation in Matthew 4.
Well, what did Jesus say about the law of Moses?
Actually, you'll have to. I don't know if that on the top of my head. Thank you.
Yeah, he said that you should follow it. If you go to Matthew chapter 5, verses 17 through 19, Jesus is of the opinion that following the law of Moses is a good thing. I'll pull it up real quick. So he says,
in Matthew, he also interpreted some laws spiritually, like the deeper intent, saying you shall not murder, which means that Jesus was saying not all scripture is meant to be read flatly or woodenly, literally, but deeply and truly, where we have to define now what literal and true is. What is literal versus true? Because there's a difference, there's a massive difference. Literal truth is the sun rises, which is the sun actually moves. Literary truth, a poem about God's wings doesn't mean God has feathers.
Were Jesus' words literally true?
Were Jesus' words literally? Yes, if they were written correctly.
How did you come up with the idea that Jesus' words are literally true, but everyone else's doesn't have to be taken literally?
Based on the fact that the Bible itself invites you to seek truth in full form, not just with your eyes, but with wisdom, discernment, and context.
Right, so, but you're suggesting that the words of Jesus should be taken literally, but the rest of them not so much. I'm just trying to figure out why we would make that delineation.
It's a great question, and I haven't thought about it, so I would have to think about that more. It's a great question.
But Jesus does tell you to follow the law of Moses in Matthew 5, right? He says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, and whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus seems to be of the opinion that doing the law of Moses is a good thing.
Sure. Well, he also I would say he speaks in many genres within the Bible: poetry, law, parables, prophecy, allegory, history. I don't even know the rest, but I would say that the truth to be found is within the meaning, and it's not always the literal surface reading that you have.
Did Jesus literally fulfill the prophecies or figuratively fulfill them?
Which ones?
Like any of them.
Well, I would say, okay, I'm on the argument of yes, and you're raising some amazing questions that are making me do some double takes. So if I pause, it's just because I'm thinking.
Fair enough.
So my answer is yes, according to the Christian belief, because Jesus fulfilled hundreds of Old Testament prophecies, especially those concerning the Messiah.
Can you name one?
The actual prophecies?
Yeah, I looked for prophecies that he fulfilled, and my count's actually at 0 still.
Oh, you want Old Testament or New Testament?
Well, I mean, the prophecies are necessarily in the Old Testament, right?
Okay. We can go to Isaiah 7:14, Old Testament, or we can go to Matt. Okay, let's start there.
Isaiah 7 is a good one. Now, in Isaiah 7, there's a little bit of background, right? There's a war going on, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Starts out, says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. So there's war between the northern tribes who have made an alliance with the Arameans, and they're going south into Judah, trying to attack Judah. And King Ahaz of Judah is like really nervous. He doesn't like this at all. It says, when the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So that's kind of the backdrop. And then God sends the prophet Isaiah to kind of firm up his faith. And at the end of the first visit with Isaiah, Isaiah says, if you do not stand firm in faith, you will not stand at all. And then the next line is the second visit. The second visit contains the prophecy that you mentioned. In verse 10, it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So my reading of the text is that there's a child at the time of King Ahaz who's already been conceived. He's about to be born. And before he's old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking King Ahaz are going to be wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But 730 years before Jesus.
Yes, that's true. And I would say that there's a significant amount of prophecies that were fulfilled before Jesus was born. And if you've looked in, I'm sure you've studied Judaism as well. From a Jewish perspective, most don't believe that he's fulfilled his messianic, I guess would be the right word.
Mm-hmm.
His prophecies, and like bringing world peace, which was Isaiah 2.
Yeah.
Or
Micah chapter 4,
the temple.
Isaiah 2, Isaiah 11.
Yeah. Rebuilding the temple or gathering all Jews back to Israel. Right. Those are prophecies that were not fulfilled, and that is they're at least spiritually and symbolically, they're looking at that as Christians believe that that's part of his second coming, which not the first. So all of these things that he hasn't done that are proclaimed in the Bible will be fulfilled.
Right. And that's fine if you think he'll fulfill it, like when he comes back. I'm trying to figure out what he fulfilled already. Because he couldn't have fulfilled Isaiah 7:14 because it's not about a Messiah.
Okay. So I think we can look at prophecies fulfilled, major ones. What are some major ones? Born in Bethlehem seems to be the most obvious to me.
Yeah,
that's
from Micah 5.
Yeah,
sure.
So that would probably be the first prophecy that's undeniable.
Well, we'll see about that. Micah 5:2 says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days." It sounds to me in Micah 5:2 that there's whoever this is, it's going to be a ruler inside of Israel.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah.
It sounds like there's...
Yeah, it says, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel. But Jesus never ruled in Israel.
Okay. So you're talking... Okay, I see. I'm just trying to find the text. Okay, in Micah 5:2. All right, I found it. Make your claim again.
Yeah, it says that the person coming from Bethlehem is going to be a ruler in Israel, right? It says one who is to rule in Israel, but he didn't rule in Israel.
Okay, gotcha. So you're talking about from you shall come forth for me one who is to be the ruler in Israel, right? A ruler will come from Bethlehem for God, indicating a divine appointment. Okay, I see where you're at now. As a Christian, you would interpret that as referring to Jesus as the Messiah. So he's both king and servant in that case.
But when did he rule in Israel?
That's a really layered question. He didn't, as far as I know. It's a very layered question, however. Did he rule politically? Absolutely not. I would say spiritually, the answer would be yes. At least the Christian view is that Jesus established a spiritual kingdom within Bethlehem, and not by force, but by truth and grace, and by his own sacrifice. So I would say if we're looking at Micah 5:2 and Ezekiel 34 prophecy, you could say he fulfilled the role spiritually as a shepherd king, ruling through service and not necessarily like domination or physical dominion.
If I told you that I'm going to pay my taxes spiritually, do you think that'll go well?
I suggest you don't pay your taxes.
Yeah, they're going to come for me, right? I don't know what it means to do something spiritually. Like once you move to a spiritual interpretation, you're basically telling me that you don't really like what it actually says. But like a spiritual interpretation doesn't really have a definition. Like it could be anything. I could say like, well, listen, I feel taxed. So technically I'm spiritually paying my tax, right? Or for example, I've used this quite a few times. I can say, listen, I'm going to prophesy that the Browns are going to win the Super Bowl. The Cleveland Browns are going to win the Super Bowl in 2025. If it turns out that they didn't win the Super Bowl, but we made the playoffs and we beat the Steelers twice, I would say, listen, we beat the Steelers twice, which is basically a Super Bowl for the Browns. So we're going to call the prophecy good.
I see your point.
That's the problem with spiritual interpretations. They're loose. They can be anything you need them to be.
So yeah, spiritual. How do you define spiritual? And that's a good question. So when people say Jesus rules spiritually, it sounds vague, like a cop out, as you're saying. In the same way that you can proclaim that the Browns are going to win. Which are you in Ohio?
Listen, I unfortunately have to root for the mistake on the lake by birth.
I'm in Cleveland as well, so that would be kind of crazy.
You understand about the factory of sadness, then?
Yes. We have all been to the Pound Town. All right.
Yep.
So back to the biblical. So when we're talking spiritual, and we say like, oh, what is spiritually? Oh, that means nothing. How do you even define that? When we do it in biblical and theological terms, spiritually has a very specific meaning. In fact, and I can give you that meaning.
Well, who gets to determine what the spiritual meaning is?
Well, it's written. It's just written as that. So who gets to determine it? You do, the individual.
Oh, so it's subjective, right?
Because you do have free will.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is it's subjective. You can't point to the Old Testament and say, well, this is how it was meant to be interpreted. You're just saying, well, this is the way I think it should be interpreted.
Well, yeah, I agree. I think is spiritual just a form of hand waving? Not if it's defined clearly, but when it's used vaguely and without substance, then it's meaningless. Absolutely, you're right. I think a well-defined spiritual rule like "Thou shalt not kill," real, measurable, impactful on human behavior, morality, cultural transformation, inner healing and purpose, those types of things. Then I think spiritual becomes real. So I agree with your original thesis, though, that the word spiritual is it's a very fragmented and overused word.
Right.
But I mean, I've also done so many psychedelics that there's certainly if anyone here is listening and has done LSD, DMT, mescaline, anything like that, you will encounter something of a spiritual form.
I'll definitely encounter something.
Yes. So that's hard. That's very hard to explain.
You hear the audience? This is what rooting for the Cleveland Browns will do to you. It will drive you to do illicit substances. Anyways, so back at the prophecies, I'm reading Micah 5:2 as though this is an actual king who is successful in bringing about world peace, because it says in the same chapter that he's going to be the one of peace. I think in verse 4 says he will stand and feed his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God. So he's a person who has a God. It says his God. And they will live secure for now, because he shall be great to the ends of the earth. He shall be the one of peace. And the one of peace is obviously the one that was described in chapter 4, when we got the time of peace, where he's quoting actually from Isaiah chapter 2. It says, in the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's temple shall be established as the highest of the mountains, and shall be raised above all the hills. People will stream to it, and many nations will come and say, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, that we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth instruction, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. And he will judge between many people and arbitrate between strong nations far away. They will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. And nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. So when Micah 5 says he's going to be the one of peace, I'm interpreting it as the peace from chapter 4.
Sorry, I had an interruption there. I'm still listening. Go ahead.
No, that was it. I'm saying in verse 4, when it says he's going to be the one of peace, it's the peace that was just mentioned in the prior chapter, where nation won't lift up sword against nation anymore, and they won't learn of war.
Okay. Well, look, I think I've reached my limit here, man. You've given me a lot to think about, for sure. And I'm, like I said at the start, I lean towards, well, I hope that he's real, and I really wish that it's true. So, and if I'm wrong, that sucks. But
well, being dead doesn't really suck all that much. There's nothing to experience. You don't care. You know what I mean? Like when you're dead, you're not going to care. You're not going to be disappointed.
That is true. If there's, but if I am dead and then I go to hell, then I do kind of care.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't believe in hell.
Fair enough. That's the necessity, I guess, behind my argument. Is like, I believe that everything has to begin to exist. Everything that begins to exist has a cause for existing. Like, the universe was by cause of definitely not the Big Bang. I think the odds of that we've calculated are like it's so minuscule. The number's ridiculously small.
The odds of what?
The odds of Big Bang or fine tuning of the universe, like modern physics, the chance of
the odds is 1.
Yeah. Oh, 1 of 1?
Yeah.
No, the odds are astronomically low that a cosmological event where gravity, electromagnetic force, and atoms collide into a singular point at the exact right time, fine-tuned, incredibly fine-tuned.
With even that's a not slight, the Big Bang, you might not have a good model for the Big Bang. That's not what the Big Bang states.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I was taking it more of like the universe just kind of like coming to existence.
Well, I don't think the universe came into existence. In my worldview, I think the matter, space, and time, and all that stuff has always existed.
Okay. Fair enough. Look, I respect it. I'm sure I haven't read any of these comments. I'm sure I've been getting roasted for at least 10
don't
minutes.
Read the comments. They're not for you.
I'm super pumped to read them. Thank you guys for entertaining this, and I appreciate you having me on, man. It's been an honor for sure.
Matt, thanks so much for coming up and being polite.
Your bonds. Yeah, absolutely.
Also, we can agree on one thing. Fuck the Steelers.
Fuck the Steelers. Wait, yeah. You know what? Finally, some common ground.
We did
Yes,
it.
we did it. We did it. There's a quote that I will share with you. That it's from an astrophysicist. A common sense interpretation of the facts suggests that a super intellect has monkeyed with all of our physics. And so I did for a long time believe in the Big Bang. I thought that there was maybe like some supercomputer. I know I heard before someone was talking about like simulation theory or things like that. As we approach singularity, I'm even more concerned about my standing on the ground of, is God real? Based on the fact that chances are our entire world will be controlled by one computer, and we'll have one computer that's for the common good, governing and supplying and distributing and such.
Like a Skynet?
Yeah, exactly like Skynet, except better. Yeah.
We'll put a back door in it, don't worry.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Matt, listen, I had a delightful time chatting with you, but I think we got to move on to the next guest. But you were delightful to talk to. Thanks for being so kind.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Have a great day.
Cheers. Have a great one. W for Mav coming up and being polite. Let me grab some super chats, and we've got a guest on TikTok waiting to get in. So Matthew, he can actually hear you because he's on TikTok, right? Yeah, for those on TikTok who wasn't aware of the situation, I had a guest from YouTube speaking. If you thought that was Matt, it's not. Which, by the way, public service announcement. If you're not following Matt, make sure you do. Make sure you do. He's a friend of mine. So he's not opposition. And Johannes, thank you for the super chat. Says if everything is mental, why ask for evidence? Actually, that's a good point. I didn't consider with that simulation weird brain guest. If we are just a mental apparition, then why does he care at all? What's even the point? What's he going to do? Break out? You can't break out of it. You can't break out of the matrix. And Johannes says, how dare you presuppose reality is real, Justin? I shouldn't. Listen, what a silly axiom to presuppose that reality is real. I'm shamed that I did such a thing. And Dustin Angler, thank you so much for the super chat, says, my dude, slow down and chat. Talking fast doesn't make an argument sound any better. Actually, that you'd be surprised how many... That happens a lot with Phil Bros. Like, they really think that if you talk fast enough, you can't address all the points. And I talked to Ian about this recently. You guys probably know allegedly Ian. He was saying in the debate world, because he debated competitively in college, he says in the debate world, you want to get out as many arguments as possible. And then that allows you to build an argument, and then you hope that your opponent doesn't have time to address every argument that you got out. So in professional debating, that's actually a tactic: is get as much shit out as you can, and then try to make sure it didn't get rebutted. Mark, thank you for the super chat. It says, why did the gospel writers wait so long to release their version of events of Jesus? Seems like they waited till everyone was dead who could call them out. So that's actually a really good point. I'll give you the charitable interpretation first. So within Christianity, they typically say that the reason why they took so long to write it down was because originally the gospel was spread orally, face to face, in person. It was a people-centric movement, and they believed that Christ was coming back soon. Why would I write it down? He's coming back. He's going to 10 years max, right? So they believed that the end was imminent. Well, what good is writing it down, right? And so it wasn't until the disciples got towards the end of their life, and Jesus didn't come back yet, that they're like, oh shit, we're gonna die too, and he still ain't come back. Like we got to write this shit down. If it's gonna go on beyond us, we got to write it down. Now, in the less charitable position, we would just say that it's mythology and it was written after the fact, and probably all those disciples didn't even exist in the first place, which is probably what I think about it. I don't think half those disciples are real people. If they existed, I don't think we even have the right names. But it is what it is, you know. Jonathan Hall, thank you for the $5 over Cash App. Thank you so much, Jonathan Hall. I appreciate that. And Frimples, thank you so much for gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Very generous. I really appreciate that. And Dr. Joe, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Dr. Joe says, God only wants moral sexual behavior from women. Yeah, isn't that crazy? The God of the Old Testament is incredibly obsessed with female sexual behavior. Almost maybe because it was written by men in the Bronze Age. I'm just spitballing. Grim says, this Phil Bro makes 100% sense to me. The ketamine is definitely kicking in. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Listen, his imagination was good at least. Like he could write a really good thriller, I bet. He could make a really great text to read for story time. And Never Again, holy shit, thank you for the $99.99 super chat. Big W. Let's get some W's in chat for Never. Says, recently found your page and holy shit, love your content. Thank you for helping us all in our deconstruction from religion. Keep doing your thing, man. Well, Never, I'm going to keep doing the thing. I don't think anything can stop me. So I'm just going to keep doing it until I can't do it anymore. But Never, thank you so much for the support and for the super chat. Really appreciate you supporting the channel. It means the world to us. And we've got a couple more. Let me grab a couple more. We'll get our next guest in here. Frimples, again, sending out 5 more DZ memberships. Thank you so much, Frimples. I appreciate that. And also Chip says, Caller Co. Caller CO. Is that inside language? Am I supposed to know that? Am I too old to know what this means? Anyways, Chip, my friend, good to see you. Oh, wait. Colorado. Maybe. I got to think on that one. I don't know. Oh, Discordia. Good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says Stephen King wrote this story. It's called The Life of Chuck. The world is ending because Chuck is dying and the world exists only in Chuck's mind. Are you serious? This is a book? This is already a book? And Stephen King wrote it? Oh my God. I'm going to see Life of Chuck. I'm going to call it up. Life of Chuck. And there it is. It's Life of Chuck is a 2024 American science fiction drama written and directed by Mike Flanagan. You saying there's a Stephen King version? Let me see. Stephen King, The Life of Chuck. It seems to exist as well. Released in 2020. I mean, listen, I gotta read it. Apparently, I love Stephen King. I don't read a lot of novels. I don't read fiction typically, but I do love me a little bit of Stephen King. So thank you so much for the reference. I had no idea that this was a book. I'm still a little bit disappointed in how shitty Cujo was. Never liked that book. Wasn't a good one. Stephen King let me down there, but everything else, big fan, Stephen. I really appreciate the dedication and work that you've put into your literature for a guy who doesn't like fantasy or sci-fi or any of this made up stuff. Holy shit, guys! I'm so sorry that I've got so many super chats. I apologize. I got backed up, guys. Evan says the Bible is the most sold book in the world, and it's also most popular paperweight among Christians. Praise Doug, who keep us grounded in reality. Evan, you're so right. There was a study, and somebody brought it to my attention recently, where they're basically determined that like 80% of Christians don't actually read their Bible. It was some stupid, crazy number. The amount of people who have actually read the Bible within Christianity is stupidly low, which is weird to me that would ever happen. Like if this is the most important book ever written, like you should be reading it all the time. When I was a new Christian, I slept with the Bible next to me. I read it every single day. Every single day I was memorizing that book. And that's why I'm such a good atheist. And Johanna says, animals also have a sense of right and wrong. They don't need the Bible for that. Are the majority of humans just stupid? Actually, Johanna, I think you might be right. I think humans are pretty stupid. And I agree with you that most animals have some sense of right and wrong. Like even we've done studies with the apes and with other animals where we tested their ability to make moral judgments. seems like they can actually do it. Obviously not to the same level as human beings, but they certainly can. They can understand fairness in giving and receiving food. They can understand fairness in terms of treating the young quite often, not always. And so there's definitely like, there's a sense that they've got there. And Grim says, I love when the guests ask Justin, have you ever read the Bible? That's some fresh meat that has just jumped into the skillet. Grim, that's exactly how I look at it. Like when I get somebody up here, doughy-eyed and fresh and young, and they ask me if I read the Bible, I get a little excited because I'm like, he doesn't know what's going to happen. I know what's about to happen. The audience knows what's about to happen. This young man or young woman has no idea what's about to happen. And they're not gonna enjoy it all that much. But actually, Mav did pretty well. I mean, in terms of keeping his composure. And Vinny, good to see you tonight, friend. Vinny says, I'm gonna make copies of your cheat sheet and distribute them to churches and schools like Homer Simpson did when he got a crayon stuck in his nose and got smart. Praise Doug. Listen, I wish they would read this stuff. They're not reading it. They're not even reading their own book. They're definitely not going to be reading the opposition to their book. But I appreciate the sentiment, Vinny, and thank you for the $10 super chat. And Canbest coming in tonight with the $13.99. Thank you so much, Canbest. He says, I can foresee words don't mean words with this caller. Well, that's what's going to happen. It's always a case of words don't mean words because that's the only tool you have in your toolbox half the time, right? It's like once you get a hammer, everything becomes a nail. And it's like the words don't mean words. It solves so many problems. They just use it for everything they can. So I'm trying to get Bobby in the guest box. Bobby's been waiting for a while. I apologize, Bobby, that you've been in line. We've had some long conversations, which is why some guests have had to wait for a while. It's also obviously why I'm backed up on super chats. Deep Burrito says, strawberry banana time. Never miss a good stoning. Well, thank you so much, Deep Burrito. I appreciate the strawberry and the banana and the super chat. And I would say strawberry banana peanut butter jelly time as well. I would put all those combinations together. And F. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, my friend. Good to see you tonight. And Johanna, again, thank you so much, says men use religion to dominate and indoctrinate women. Women become religious through domination and indoctrination. Actually, I think you nailed it, Johanna. That's it. And the Bible is explicit. Well, he couldn't connect. Well, try the next one. The Bible is pretty explicit. It says that your desire will be for your husband, but he will rule over you. I don't know how else to interpret that. And last one, Tyrone, thank you so much. It says, as soon as they say things like define slavery, you know you aren't going to have an honest conversation. Actually, that's a fair point. I was assuming the conversation was going to end on that point. We're going to have a half-hour conversation about defining slavery, and thank goodness we didn't end up there. But how you doing, OG? Yeah, I mean, fair. It's a true comment though. There's most of the time when the topic of slavery comes up, somebody says define slavery. That's so common. Tradwife, how you doing? Doing good. Thank you for asking. Tradwife, I assume you're at least 18, so I won't ask you that because you can't be married if you're not 18. And are you a believer in some kind of a God? Yeah, you be as young as 9. Yeah.
Manifestation.
So sorry for everyone on YouTube. I just had to turn the audio back on the YouTube thing. I'm sorry, because the audio is fucked up tonight. I'm kind of have to turn the audio on and off when the guests transfer platforms. It should be working now. I apologize. I'll take my beatings for this later. But sorry, Tradwife. On the topic of manifestation, I'm not aware of anything that would lead me to believe that we can manifest stuff. I do believe in the placebo effect.
Well, so when I was one of those radical Christian crazy people. So at one point with my last child, she was probably not quite 2 years old yet. and she was choking, and she had like this plastic in the back of her throat, and I couldn't get it out, and she was literally turning blue. And I lifted her up, and my literal quote was, "Christ Jesus, help me." And then it like just came out of her mouth. So like that's one thing that I've had a really hard time explaining away.
Yeah.
Well, like, I mean, I get the whole miracle thing and how the miracles happen in all the religions. So like, I'm not trying to say this was like a miracle from God, but like how, like, I don't know how to explain that.
I'm not sure there's much to explain. I mean, people that are choking on stuff expel it pretty often. I mean, I can tell you many times as a child, I was choking on something and I was able to expel it without anyone praying or hitting me on the back.
So you don't think there's anything to that?
I don't.
I can probably help clear this up just a touch if you're looking for like actual information to help you understand what's going on.
Yes.
One of the things that happens a lot with people are basic type 1 mental errors. It's called confirmation bias in some places. Hey, buddy. And it's going to be a position where when we see something occur that matches something that we've asked for, our brain latches onto it as a positive. And we don't even notice all the times that the negatives don't match up. If you were to combine all the times you wanted something or asked for something that didn't occur versus all the times you wanted something or asked for something that did occur, you'd probably find out that it almost never matches what you're asking for. But the very few times that it does, your brain latches onto it and you remember those more than anything else.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a great explanation, Matt.
That is a really good explanation, because that's just been bugging me. Like, as I went through and deconstructed everything, and then, I mean, there were other quote unquote miracles, but then like I could go back and in my mind I'd be like, okay, yeah, that was bullshit because, you know, reality. So, but that was the one that was just like, I don't really know how to explain that. So
I think that happens a lot. When I was, I would say when I deconstructed from Christianity and I was still kind of in my agnostic phase, you know, one of the things that, like early on, I think that convinced me that Christianity was true. And I don't know if I've ever told this story. So when I was exploring Christianity as a teenager, and I had been going to church, and I kind of already knew the Bible a little bit because I went to a Catholic school growing up, and it was a good Catholic school. We actually read the thing. And so I remember I had experienced some back pain. And so I was like, well, shit. I mean, if this thing's real, then cure my back pain, right? You know? And then like, a couple of days later, I felt great, right? And so for me, that was enough confirmation. And, 20 years later, you read a little bit of science and you realize that like 95% of cases of back pain self cure themselves like within 2 weeks. And you're like, oh, well. Oops, not really. Right. But like it in the moment, it feels like your prayer got answered. You know what I mean?
Right. And I think I'm at the agnostic phase because now I'm trying to work out being 55 and going through perimenopause. Okay. So like there's all these incredible changes happening in my body that happens in all women's body. And there's new science out now that shows that like during this time, we're not growing literally like a new brain, but our brain is becoming new and there's all these new things happening. So like the complexity, God, it's just the complexity of the human body. It's so unbelievable. And just even the self-healing and just the regeneration. I mean, obviously we can't grow a new finger, but just like inside. So it's just, I guess I don't really understand. Like I listen to you every time you're on because I'm trying to understand, like, not the Big Bang Theory, so to speak, but like how could we have just happened? Like this is where I'm at, trying to understand how we could just happen and be so completely complex. Like it's just, I don't know. Does that make sense?
I get it. So, like you're just saying, like we got this a huge amount of complexity. It seems like it would be unlikely that it would evolve, but I think it helps to realize that evolution is such a long process. The Earth has been here for, what, 4 billion years, basically. Um, and think about the amount of time. Like a billion is so long. I don't think people realize how long a billion years is. Like, so think about just say 10,000 years ago, right? What societies were doing. They maybe could do some basic arithmetic. They knew how to do some farming and agriculture. But just over the course of 10,000 years, we went from, basic agriculture and like nomadism, like raising sheep and cattle as our base of subsistence, to like literally flying to other planets on spaceships in just a span of 10,000 years. That's it. That's such a short time period, right? So we think about how things can become so complicated in such a short time period. I think when we put that into the course of a billion years, just 1 billion years, let me do the math. Actually, it's 100,000. So the span of 10,000 years, that amount of advancements we made, 100,000 of those can go into 1 billion years. So like that's a lot of time for things to evolve.
Well, I was talking to some friends the other day because like our Gen X, and I'm Gen X, and there's a new gene, what they call a gene mutation with us, and it's this MTHFR gene mutation. And so I was like, well, what if it's not a mutation? What if that's just part of us evolving into, because the environment is different now, and like the environment continues to change. And so what if it's this new gene, or our genes are changing as part of an evolutionary process? Everybody looks at it as like this negative thing. It's this gene mutation. But what if it's just, part of evolution and we're evolving again?
Well, yeah, all mutations are the process of evolution. Evolution is just the process of mutation, right? So, or mate selection as well. Mate selection, survival from the environment, and then also genetic mutation. So I agree with you. Yeah, that would be considered part of the evolutionary process. Yeah, I would imagine, say, 100,000 years from now, I would imagine human beings would look very different than what we look like right now.
All right. Well, that actually helped a lot. So thank you.
Well, OG, it was great to hear from you. Have a good night. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks.
Cheers. Yeah, deconstructing is hard, friends. It's not easy.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's always one piece at a time. Like very few people go from Christianity to atheism in one shot. Like it's a step-by-step process typically. It sounds like she's getting closer to the end of her process though. Adele says, glad we have a 40-ounce bucket of pretzels to watch Mav with. Hey, listen, you guys know the drill. There's going to be pretzeling. This is par for the course. You're going to have some pretzeling. You know what I mean? And Judah says, have you heard of the Nabateans, neighbors of biblical Israel and Judah? And Strabo, a Roman writer, wrote that they did not hold slaves. The Bible is not even better than their neighbors. So the Nabateans and also the Sabbateans, or the Gutians is who I'm thinking of. The Gutians were some ancient neighbors that we know quite a bit about, although the Gutians died out before the Nabateans. And we know quite a bit about these small clans or these people groups that no longer exist. And it's true that some of them didn't really do slavery. Some of them didn't have professional militaries. Some of them, believed in a lot of the same values we have today, and they didn't succumb to the more horrific stuff like kidnapping women in war. You know what I mean? Not all of them did that, right? It is true that the cultures of the Bible thought that was okay. And Texas Panhandler says AI tools. I mean, I'm sorry, the Holy Spirit letting folks down tonight. It can be both, actually. If I've learned anything from debating on TikTok and YouTube, it's going to be a mixture of both. And Yahweh, D says, Yahweh must be the God of pretzels because his followers gladly twisting themselves for his sake. I think you're 100% right. I think the Yahweh seems to be the God of pretzels. We just need to figure out the right dip. What kind of dip does the Yahweh pretzel need to go into? It would be the most tasty, And Randy, thank you for gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. Big W, Randy. And also Tyler again says, Justin, you don't have to be a Browns fan. Come to Cincinnati, jump on that Joe Shiesty hype train. Who day? I root for Cincinnati when they're not playing against the Browns. So I'm okay with that. But listen, I'm born and bred in Northern Ohio. I got to stay true to my team. Win or lose, I'm going to be at the game with a paper bag over my head. K-Sack, thank you for the super chat. It says, I have spiritually proven all gods are false. I see what you did there, K-Sack. That was good. And Randy, again, gifting out 5 more Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Randy. I really appreciate that. And D coming in again says, did Captain Hook spiritually lose his hand? Certainly not. Certainly not. I always get tickled by these spiritual interpretations. And holy shit, 5 more for Randy. Randy, thank you so much for gifting out to subbies. I really appreciate that, friend. And anyone who's got a subbie at the Kraken Crew Elite level, whether it was gifted or not, should have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. All right, let me grab our next guest. And I mean, they dropped. That didn't last very long. All right, we'll try our next guest. We've got a couple people waiting to get in on the YouTube queue. So let's see if we can get this working. We've got a pretty big queue coming up. All right, let's try to get this guest, apparently named Talking, into the guest box. How you doing, Talking? Talking? Hold on a second. I can hear you now.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah, how you doing, Talking?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Cool, I can hear you, and you can hear me. I think we're okay.
All right. Good stuff. I've been waiting a while.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's one of those nights, you know. The YouTube queue is filling up fast, and what are you gonna do? You take who you can. But I appreciate you being patient, and it's a busy night. So, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I'm over 18, and I believe in God.
Cool. And any specific God?
The only God, the one God.
But does it have a name?
The God, well, you would know it as the God of Islam.
Oh, gotcha. So you believe in Allah.
Correct.
Cool. So what would be the best evidence or argument for the God of Islam being real?
I think that to believe in God, for me, it just feels like an instinctive thing to do. But to get into that's like a big conversation that I probably won't be able to cover much ground on here. But I think one of the more compelling things for me is when it comes to the question of moral authority. And I think a lot of people bring this one up because there's something about it. Because it seems to be also where a lot of the objections against the belief in God stem from. I think it's like the contention point for a lot of people, that they have objections with, the moral dictates of religion, but then the religious people will say, no, but it's actually these moral guidelines that we need. It always seems to come down to that. So I feel that when you don't believe in God, like where do you truly establish your moral authority? Like, what's it based on?
In my worldview, all morals are subjective. So morals are essentially a group project. And if you believe that morals are objective, then I guess I'd be looking for the evidence that they're objective. Is there any evidence of that?
Well, if we just go with they're subjective, if that's what you want to say,
yeah,
then we can kind of just believe anything about what's right and wrong. So it kind of evaporates the idea of morality. It becomes purely subjective and atomized.
That's what I said. It's subjective. Yeah, you nailed it.
Yeah. So, but to the point in which it's redundant, right?
It's not redundant. I think there's some logical endpoints to subjective morality. So, for example, like I don't want to get stabbed. Do you want to get stabbed?
Maybe.
Well, I don't know. Is yes or no? Do you want to get stabbed?
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Oh, so is lying okay in your religion?
No, well, I'm still just talking about morality as the substrate that I think the dispute around.
I'm asking you whether or not you personally have a desire to be stabbed, and you're just lying to me, which is why I asked you if lying's okay in your religion.
Okay, look, I want to just have a normal conversation as if there's no
and I want you to be honest.
Yeah.
I asked you
No,
an easy question.
I
Would
am
you like
being
to be
honest with you.
stabbed?
I'm being honest with you. I'm just going with the premise that you started with, which is that morality is subjective. And if we go with the premise that morality is subjective, let's pick something then not stabbed. Okay, let's say we agree we don't want to be stabbed.
It's crazy that I asked you a question you just can't answer it honestly.
Okay, okay.
Do you desire to be stabbed?
No, I don't want to be stabbed. Okay, pick great. And then something that we
and why
pick something else then.
Why do you not want to be stabbed?
Because it would hurt.
Exactly. Yeah, that shit's gonna hurt. You ain't gonna feel good at all. Okay.
Fine.
Now, I also don't want to be stabbed, and obviously my fear is that it's gonna hurt really bad. And so, would it be? Do you think it would be wise for me to encourage the people in my society to not stab each other, really just based on the fact that I don't think that I would like to be stabbed?
Okay, so we've achieved some sort of objective moral position.
We did not.
No.
Just answer the question.
Yes, I agree. Stabbing people willy-nilly is not a good idea.
You got it. Okay, so it sounds to me that in my worldview, the thing that we probably should do is encourage people to live in a society, the type of society that we would like to live in, right? So that is how subjective morals work. There are rules and regulations and things of that nature that as a society, we kind of come together and agree hey, I don't think we should allow these things. And maybe, if somebody does these certain things, there should be repercussions for it. That's it.
Okay. So the way you are describing morality is that it's subjective, but did we coalesce around shared concepts of morality?
Well, what I'm saying is I think there are things that we can kind of agree that we don't want, right? If 99% of people are yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't want to get stabbed, I think it's pretty conclusive. We can say, yeah, probably in the best interest of everyone not to stab each other. So that's just how subjective morals work. Now, if you say, listen, you don't like subjective morals, that's great. You don't have to like it. That's why I asked you, do you have any evidence that they're objective?
Okay, but let's just drill down on that because it's interesting where you've gone with those opening responses. So we started with the point that morality from the religious point of view is, we don't want to go as far as saying objective, but it comes from a source that people will call God. Whereas the secular atheist would say that it's subjective, or at least you said it was subjective, but that we have a shared agreement around what we believe is right and wrong, and then we just kind of go along with that, but that's subject to change. So that's interesting because in a way we're saying something that's very similar, and that is that there are shared universal insofar as the exceptions don't define the rule. The universal rule is that there are certain things that we agree that's right and certain things we agree is wrong. It's just that we're debating over what those are. But that an objective morality or a universal morality exists is something we both hold to be true.
No.
No?
I don't believe there's objective morals.
Okay. Maybe I'm not understanding the point then you're making.
Morals are subjective. They're a product of the brain. If brains didn't exist, morals wouldn't exist.
Oh, then that kind of opens another can of worms then about reality. Does reality exist if the brain doesn't exist? And then we go back to that guy from earlier. I think the contention is around where we get our morality from. You will say that it's a societal decision as to what's right and wrong, whereas religious people or Muslims will say, no, we get those instructions from God. And that's, I think, where the contention is here. Because if you get your decisions from God, then essentially you outsource it to this moral authority that is greater than you. And by being greater, the authority and the rulings that come down from it are greater than you, definitionally. Whereas if it's just us deciding... Pardon?
Would they be good?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because God is good.
How do you know that?
Because that's what we learn in Scripture, and that's what we come to believe.
If God was evil and is actually tricking you, could you know it?
If I'm being tricked, I wouldn't know, of course. Yeah, How would I know if I'm being tricked?
So you don't really, you just take it on faith that God is good. He could be an asshole.
I don't believe that, though, but
Well, I know you don't believe it. I'm just saying that logically
I have no
speaking,
reason, because I have no
if you're just
reason to
taking it
believe
on
it.
faith, then he could easily just be an asshole and you're oblivious to it.
Because A, I have no reason to believe it, and B, God has forbidden injustice unto himself. That's the description of God. If God had described himself as not that, then of course I would reconsider whether that's a valid authority.
His description's irrelevant. Like an evil God's not going to come out and say I'm evil.
So you've described God.
No, I'm saying if God was evil, he's not going to come out and say he's evil. He's going to tell you he's good, obviously. He's going to say, I'm good. Follow me. Do what I say.
Well, that's what the Satan or the Shaitan or the devil does. Deceives people all the time into thinking something is right.
That's what your evil God wants you to believe.
That evil exists and that good exists.
He wants you to think that the good guy is actually evil. That's what an evil God would do.
God wants me to think that the good guy is evil, and presumably the evil guy is good, like that.
Yeah, that's what evil people want.
But there's no reason to believe God is evil.
Well, there's no reason to believe God exists at all. But if he did exist, you have no reason to believe that he would be good. You just assume that.
But it's a dichotomy between good and evil that we're discussing here. One exists because of the apparent contrast to the other. You can determine the difference between the two. Whether we are good at deciphering that, whether we get deceived, whether we get tricked, I mean, that's kind of the test of life. But the fact that good exists is because we can contrast it to evil. And
But you don't know what good is.
We get it from our religion. Why can't we follow what's in our religion and believe that that's good? If we end up being wrong, then that's what ends up happening.
But exactly. You're taking it on faith that it's good. You don't know that it's good. You're assuming it is.
Okay, and so do you know what's good, or are you also assuming?
Well, I just told you, in my worldview, it's subjective. Like when we say something is good, we're admitting that it's inherently subjective. You're saying it's objective, but you can't actually know that. You just have to presuppose that it's objective.
Give me an example of what you mean there.
You're saying that you know what good and bad is because your religion tells you, but you don't know that your religion is telling you the truth. You don't even know that your religion is true, so you don't know what good and bad is.
Because
you're presupposing the truthfulness of your religion, and when your religion tells you what good is, you're presupposing that is what good is, but you don't actually know that.
Yes.
You're just taking it on faith.
Okay, understood. Yeah, so then it goes back to like the layer below that, which is okay. Forget about what's good and wrong, what's good and right, or what's wrong and evil, and instead you have to come to the conclusion or come to the understanding that a religion is true. If it's true, then you can accept what it says. If you don't believe it's true, then of course you wouldn't accept what it says, right?
Right. Yeah. So why would I believe that the religion is true?
I think that's a really good question. So I think for me, the strongest evidence for why I believe, there's so many points I can go to, but why I believe in Islam and I believe in Allah is because after, living for almost 40 years now, and from learning about all sorts of ways of life, and I was not, brought up with a pretty good understanding of Islam or any real understanding of Islam. I just came to learn more about it as I got older. It's in my family, but I just came to learn about it. And it just aligned most with what like my heart and instincts tell me is true about the world. Like it's so in alignment with everything that I know is good and everything that I know is bad and that I should avoid. And it's so clear to me. It's clear as clear as day, like I wake up in the morning and I can tell that I'm here and, I can see my phone and my room and it feels like it's the part of the substrate of life. Like it doesn't there isn't any tension between it and the life.
Do you think it was around me? Morally preferable when the Muhammad married a 6-year-old?
Yeah, I think that was fine at the time. Obviously, it was completely fine.
But is it fine today?
I think morally fine. Yeah, no issue with that.
Is it fine today?
Hello?
Is it fine today?
Mm-hmm.
Is someone else talking here?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Who's that? Yeah, hi.
Hello. that I was asking. Is it fine today?
Is it fine today? I think, I don't know. I think it probably would not be necessary today. No, I don't think it'd be.
I didn't say if it's necessary. I asked, is it fine?
I think it's fine. I just think it's not necessary, though.
Oh, fuck. So
yeah, I think it's fine. It's just a union of families. I don't see a problem with that.
Would you let someone marry your 6-year-old sister if you had one?
In this day and age, it's probably incredibly unlikely. No, it's unlikely.
Like I'm not asking you if it was likely.
No, I wouldn't say it's immoral. I would just say it's incredibly unlikely that would be the right decision.
You have to bite some crazy bullets to be part of this religion.
I think that's a pretty honest answer. Like, isn't it not? Don't you not agree? It's incredibly unlikely that would be the right thing to do now.
Unlikeliness has nothing to do with it. The question is whether or not it's morally good. Now, like even as someone who believes in subjective morals, I can tell you why it shouldn't happen. And as it happens, there's a medical doctor that's here with us that can tell you the dangers of sexual relationships with little children.
Marriage is the union of two families. You're
I'm sure it is
mischaracterizing. Well, you are mischaracterizing it.
What are some of the medical dangers of little girls?
You're not ready to have that conversation. You're not ready to have this conversation.
We're having it right now. So what are the medical dangers when women give birth way too young because they're not actually ready for it, even though they've hit puberty?
One of them that I shared on this panel before was the risk of them going into complications regarding their pregnancy that their body isn't ready for. Like I shared before that I had a 14-year-old who went into diabetic ketoacidosis because of the fact that she was pregnant at a young age. She had gestational diabetes when she didn't have a history of diabetes in the first place. And her husband was in his 30s. That is one complication.
Then the overarching answer to that is that if there's going to be harm, then it shouldn't be done. 100%. I completely agree with you.
Again, there is going to be harm. There is going to be harm. When you're sleeping with a 9-year-old.
If you're able to back that up and you're able to make that claim and it's evident and that the society can determine that, as we do, then that's the position. There's nothing wrong with that. Like it's not a necessary.
But it wouldn't be immoral under your worldview.
It is not a necessary requirement that you get married at any particular
I didn't say it
age.
Was, but it is fine within your religion. It still is, fine? Even if I tell you, child marriage is fine within Islam.
Because marriage is not seen in Islam in the same way that it's seen in your worldview of what marriage is.
Yeah, it's like a transfer of property.
The name of marriage, the word for marriage in Islam is fucking, the contract of fucking.
No, you don't understand Arabic.
I do, it's my language.
No, you don't.
He just told Abs he doesn't understand
it's my
Arabic.
Native language.
That's his native language.
It doesn't matter then. You're still errant. You're still making a mistake.
I'm not making a mistake, because again, this is the definition of Aqd al-Nikah in every lexicon.
Talking, do you know Arabic?
Enough, but not enough to say that I can speak it. No.
Yeah, I don't think you speak Arabic.
I've studied it to be able to understand what I'm looking.
You understand Arabic?
Not enough to say that.
I'm going to say you do not understand it at all.
No, I have also researched exactly these topics that you're talking about. Okay?
You researched the meaning of the word nikah.
Of course I have.
Jamil, what does nikah mean?
But you know in Arabic.
What does nikah mean?
You know in Arabic that one word can have multiple meanings.
I agree with you, but again, we have a lexicon. Yeah. I think your name is talking. We have a lexicon called Lisan al-Arab, for example. It is the most authoritative lexicon on classical Arabic. It says within the lexicon that the reason that the marriage is called, because we have the word for marriage that is zawaj, which is translated as marriage, and then we have the nikah, which is used in the Quran. The word nikah is used to describe marriage because it is the contract that allows for permissible fucking.
Yeah, but
and your God describes it as such.
But that doesn't. You could have two people who are 30 years old. They could get married, and they could still not have sex.
I didn't tell you they have to. I'm telling you that the word that your God uses to describe marriage is fucking.
Because the act of having sex is so consequential that it has to be legislated.
How does that answer what I said?
Because you've just okay. We started the conversation by questioning the morality of the age of marriage. Okay, so we both agree that marriage is a very consequential decision because it can, of course, lead to like all sorts of outcomes, good and bad, right? And even if you detach the age from the question, it's still a very consequential event. So in Islam, as you know, it is legislated. That's why it has to be explicit. So there's no ambiguity. There's no ambiguity.
Can I ask you a question?
But yeah.
Can you force a prepubescent girl into marriage?
No.
According to every single school of thought, yes.
No, because the woman can
literally yes.
Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? What's
it
your
doesn't
background?
matter.
Well, just you're coming at Islam maybe from a perspective that's different than I've come at it from. You said you speak Arabic. Where's the background? Just vaguely.
It really doesn't matter. I'm from an Arabic country.
No, it does matter because it can affect, of course, your interpretation.
It doesn't matter.
Wait a second. It does matter because there's lots of different schools of thought.
It doesn't matter.
There are.
And I'm telling you, all of the 4 schools of thought of Sunni Islam say that you can force a prepubescent girl into marriage as long as 2 conditions are not met. She reaches puberty or that she reaches the age of 9.
It could be influenced by Shia. It could be influenced by different things.
It is Sunni Islam. Are you Shia?
Even within Sunni Islam, there's going to be different methodologies.
Salafism.
There's going to be different methodologies within Sunni Islam. Salafism is not a type of Sunni Islam.
It is a type of Sunni Islam.
It's not. It's a methodology.
It literally is.
It's a methodology. You're
so what is the difference between Ash'ari and Salafi?
You are conflicting jurisprudence with methodology.
Salafism is not jurisprudence.
Yeah, but you brought it up like it was because you mentioned the 4
schools
of thought.
I told you that jurisprudence schools of Sunni Islam,
yes,
all of them agree that you can force a prepubescent girl into marriage.
So why are you bringing up Salafism if it's not a school of thought?
Because you asked me what is my background.
Okay. I didn't know you were answering that question. You just said the word. You didn't say...
No, I was answering the question.
Okay, fine. No, because a woman or anybody, a female who's getting married can reject the marriage. She can say no.
Okay, I'm gonna yeah, that is true. If she reaches the age of 9 or the age of puberty, whichever is sooner. But before that, she doesn't get the right to decide. It is her father deciding.
I haven't heard that, and I think
I'm gonna send it to you. Put it on the screen.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it on Discord.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me open up Discord. My understanding too is that a parent can marry off the daughter without her consent.
That is if she's below the age of puberty.
The daughter has the right to denial.
No, that is if she's above the age of puberty.
Look,
because again, I can explain it to you. Because marriage is technically allowed if you're 0 years old, if you're 1 year old, if you're 2 years old. At this time,
I think you have a deviant interpretation because that's absolutely.
I can show you from the scholarly books.
Any scholar can say what they want.
These are the scholarly books.
But it's not. No, but you can find anybody on the train.
Who is not any scholar.
Who?
Ibn Qudama.
You can find anybody who will say one thing, but it's not ijma, it's not consensus.
No, it is ijma because
it's not.
It is transmitted.
It's not.
It is transmitted as an ijma.
You are taking a polemic position.
It is transmitted as an ijma.
You are taking a polemic position where you will want to find. You will want to find one scholar who might have a deviant position.
It is not one scholar.
Listen to me, okay?
It is not a deviant position.
Please do not interrupt.
Can you prove it's deviant?
Let me talk. You can always find
it's on the screen now.
one person. You can find one person, whether they are in Islam or whether they're a Christian or an atheist or whoever, who will have a position which is deviant and rejected by the majority due to good reason. Okay, you will always find that. Let's agree on that. Let's be intellectually honest. You will always find that. Okay, if you go to any masajid now and you talk to a sheikh there and you ask him his ruling on something, you want a fatwa from him on a matter, he is going to give you a fatwa which upholds the health and well-being of all participants. That's a overarching requirement.
A sheikh is not a mufti.
It doesn't matter. It's a
principle
in Islam.
He doesn't have the qualifications to give an
iftar. You cannot bring unjust harm.
A sheikh doesn't have the qualifications to give an iftar.
You cannot bring unjust harm to people in Islam.
Okay, just can you read what I put up?
That's an overarching. It's an overarching principle.
The scholar says,
if something disqualifies that, then it's thrown out. So what's the problem?
The scholarly opinion here says, if a man marries marries off of his virgin girl, the contract is valid, even if she does not agree and hates said contract, be her an adult or minor. On the minor virgin, there is no dispute. Ibn al-Munthir said, there is a consensus between the scholars that the nikah of the father, his minor virgin, is allowed if he marries her off to a good match, and it is permissible for him to marry her off even if she refuses and goes on strike. And what proves this is Allah saying, and those past the age of menstruation, then their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated yet, he ordained the waiting period of those who haven't menstruated to be 3 months. So here the scholar is saying it's from Allah and it's the consensus.
I don't know who this scholar is.
You don't know Ibn Mundir?
No, but
the student of Shafi'i. You don't know Ibn Qudama?
I'm not. Am I a scholar of Islam?
You don't have to be a scholar to know the basic things of scholars.
But I'm not just gonna take everything they say as straight. I'm not. You have to do your. You have to do your.
But I'm
research.
telling you.
If you just bring up
Al-Malikiyya, Al-Hanafiyya, Al-Hanbaliyya, all of them say you can marry off prepubescent girls without their permission.
One moment. If you just bring up some scholar and I just gobble it up, then I'm a fool. Okay? Really? If you know anything about Islam, you have to bring the dalil, you have to bring the evidence, and you have to have rigorous. You have to. Yeah, but this is not. Come on, this is.
It is dalil.
This is TikTok scholaring. Okay, you just bring up a
screenshot
of something.
Ibn Qudama is from TikTok.
It doesn't matter. You bring up a screenshot of something and we just read it.
Ibn Qudama is from TikTok.
Look, being
Ibn al-Mundir is from TikTok.
This is no
Ibn Ahmad ibn Hanbal is from TikTok.
You're just saying names now.
Al-Shafi'i is from TikTok.
You're just saying Arabic names. You're not substantiating
those
anything.
Are names of people you should know.
I know who they are, but they're not.
You know who they are.
They're
So
not
who's Ibn
my
al-Mundir?
God. They're not my God.
I didn't say they are. I said.
Yeah, but you're bringing them. You're bringing them as though they are more evidence than the Quran and Sunnah.
They are. Do you know why?
No, you're bringing
not more than the Quran and Sunnah. Let me finish. Because we have a hadith of the Prophet that he said that he prayed to Allah that his ummah is never united upon a falsehood, and that God's hand is with the ijma, and those who leave the ijma straight to hell. So we have an ijma that is transmitted by
This is just coming from your mouth, and already you've
this is from this is a Sahih hadith from Tirmidhi.
Are you a Muslim or not?
No.
No. Okay, so you want me to listen to you?
Yes.
And you think I'm going to listen to you? I don't care.
You came up to a panel of non-Muslims.
Yeah, but when it comes to Islam, I don't care what you have to say if you're not a Muslim.
But you don't even care about the scholars.
I do, but I'm not for
No, you don't.
Yeah, but you're.
Because I showed you the scholars and you rejected them.
If you were in the chain of narration, it would break it.
I don't care.
You are not reliable.
I showed you the scholars.
You are not
reliable. I do not care. And neither are you.
You bring any screenshot to me. I don't take your screenshots as anything.
I don't.
So I just wanted to make sure right now where we're at so far. So Ems pulled up a scholarly resource that seemed to explain his position. You've given me no scholarly resource yet.
Actually, if you want one source, you can go straight to the Quran.
Sure. Where in the Quran can I find it?
And by the way, he's going to bring up the verse that says that you shouldn't inherit women, which is talking about the.
No, I'm not bringing up any verse.
At which verse?
I'm saying you can open the Quran and you can read it.
Then go ahead and show me the Quran.
No,
I'm
not bringing up any verses. I'm not
doing
doing
that. Where is this not allowed?
I am not doing that because
the Quran doesn't prohibit this.
I've got a verse in the Quran. You want to read it? It says, "As for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well. As for those who are pregnant and their waiting period ends with delivery." So you can divorce little girls that haven't even menstruated yet.
What are you talking about? What's the name of the surah?
It's going to be 65:4.
The name of the surah.
At-Talaq.
Okay, so yeah, so what's the problem here?
Why does it say you can divorce a prepubescent girl?
Where does it say that?
You just read it.
No, read it. Tell me exactly where it says that.
Well, it says
No, but I'm talking to the host. Where does it say that?
It says, "As for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months, and those who have not menstruated as well, for those who are as well." So if you haven't menstruated, you're prepubescent.
Not necessarily.
Yep.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
But it includes them.
It does it?
It does. Because when we go to the reason, this verse came down.
There's people in their 20s maybe who have never had their period.
Just a second.
There are people who are unwell who've never had their period.
Just a second. The reason this verse came down, when you go to the actual hadith and the tafsir of this verse, they tell you that the Sahaba came to the Prophet and asked him, there are 3 types of women who are not mentioned in the Quran regarding their iddah. And then they mentioned the old woman, the young woman, and the pregnant. And then this verse came down.
Okay, but what are we talking about here, though? Because in this verse, it doesn't say
So
that.
we have, it doesn't matter. We have the context regarding the verse. He was asked about the young women who were not mentioned as having a waiting period in the Quran. And then he told them, as for those who have never had a menstruation, their waiting period is 3 months.
Okay, so but what's the issue, though? You wait 3
You
months
can marry,
to make sure
that you can
have to
marry and
wait
sleep
3
with
months.
children.
You need no 1 second. You need to wait 3 months in order to make sure that this person is not pregnant with another person's child. Yeah.
So you
And
can
if-
marry and then
Yeah, but someone
consummate and then
can't get-
divorce children.
Yeah, but someone cannot get pregnant unless they are otherwise, like, generally capable of getting pregnant. So it could be that you have someone who's
goes
like
without
16,
saying.
right? Just listen. You have someone who's 16, 14. Let's go with 14. They've never had their period. They've been married. All right, let's just say. And then they got divorced, and then they got married again. But for some reason, that was the time in which they came of age, and they did get pregnant. Then you wouldn't know who the father was. And remember, sometimes the fathers were also the same age as them. It's not always about an old man and a young girl.
Could you repeat what you
Sometimes
just
it's
said?
the same age.
Because
Maybe
I
you
don't think
should
what
be
you said
getting
makes sense,
9-year-olds
at least to
pregnant.
me.
No, I'm not saying anything about getting 9-year-olds pregnant. What I'm saying to you is very logical and clear. You're reading into it a kind of deviance that isn't
No,
there. It's
no, you're
simply
not.
just.
You're
it's
not
simply
reading into
just
it anything.
No,
All
you
of the
are.
scholars agree. All of the scholars
Why?
agree. Yeah, we
Scholars
listen.
will-
All of
scholars
the
agree on
scholars
what?
agree.
On
All of
what?
the scholars agree that this is talking about prepubescent girls. Number one. Number two, we have a hadith of the Prophet in which we know why this came down. It came down because he was asked about the prepubescents who were not mentioned in the book.
Yeah, but
And
what
then he
happens?
brought
Okay,
this.
if someone's prepubescent, okay, right, and then next month they become pubescent, are they then now able to, well, at least begin procreation physically?
Sure.
Okay, so it's just making like an accommodation for that fact.
No, because it includes 1-year-olds, which is mentioned by Ibn Hazm. In
Well,
which
I have
he says,
never,
in which he
ever
says,
heard anyone saying it mentions 1-year-olds.
it includes
1-year-olds.
1-year-olds. Could you
Look, if
please
you-
exclude them from this verse? Go ahead.
What?
Could you please exclude 1-year-olds from this verse? Go ahead.
Well, there's plenty of verses in the Quran that say that you can't bring harm to people unjustly, and that would be if you were to be married to and
Jamil,
have,
does beating your wife bring them harm?
if anything more than a miswak stick, yes.
Jamil, then why did your Prophet punch his wife in the chest?
What are you talking about?
Why did your Prophet punch his wife in the chest and he didn't use a toothbrush?
The miswak stick is the recommended form of signaling to the wife that
And I'm
her
asking
time's
you, why
over.
did
Her
the
time's
Prophet?
up. It's divorce.
And why
It's
did the
divorce
Prophet?
time.
And
It's
why did the
divorce
Prophet?
time.
Talking, have
Why
you
did the Prophet not use
Divorce
it?
time.
have
What?
you purchased a stick for this beating? Do you have one?
I have multiple
You
miswak
have
sticks.
multiple
Special.
beating sticks.
Multiple.
Have you ever had to use one?
No, it's a toothbrush. Have you seen it before?
I have a toothbrush. I don't have a beating
No,
stick.
because you only use it to signify you've divorced. It's like it's coming
no.
to divorce. It's coming. It's
Nope.
divorce is coming now. Like this is the final straw. You're
That's
not going around
that's
beating
not
women.
What Quran
You're-
says. Quran says you can beat your wife as long as you
Yeah,
don't do
and
it
then if we're going to
severely.
use if you're going to use tafsirs, read the tafsirs, and you will learn about what that means. You're picking and choosing.
Oh,
and
you don't
have
you don't like
you know what's actually
Yeah,
fascinating.
Justin, I'm
is
going to
that
send you something. Put it on the screen. please.
What's interesting is
right.
all of you have the very deviant beliefs that you think Muslims have, when in reality Muslims don't have any of the beliefs that
They're
you
not
Crazy,
deviant.
the
No,
guy
you're the one who doesn't know
justifying
Islam.
marrying
No.
children is
No, no.
accusing me of having deviant thoughts. That's crazy.
Yes, because
that you think I'm deviant, but you don't think marrying children is.
I do think
You
you're
don't think
deviant,
you
yes.
don't think that you're looking good right now, do you?
I'm not trying to look good. I don't care what you think about how I
Just
look.
checking.
Why would I care about that? Why would I care about that?
Just so you're aware, like there's 2,000 people watching this right now, and
I don't care if a
they're all-
billion people are watching.
they're all
me. I
like
don't
getting
care if a
ready
billion
to
people are
send
watching.
police to go check your hard drives. By the way,
1,000 people.
what-
Bring
are you-
1,000 people to watch.
are you in the like UK or Ireland or Scotland? Where are you from?
UK.
Okay. We know how to get a hold of the police there. Don't worry. We'll have
It's
your hard drives
okay.
checked.
You have plenty of Muslims in the UK on YouTube saying the same things I'm saying.
I'm sure. So
Yes, you need
I
you need to calm down.
I got the reading up on the screen from Ems. It says Ibn Abbas reported that the Prophet, may Allah bless him and grant him peace, commanded that whips be hung up in
Sallallahu
houses.
alayhi wasallam.
And in
Yeah.
a further narration, it says,
But-
because this is discipline for your house members.
Yeah. police be upon him.
What's your point? What are you bringing
That
up?
your prophet beat his wife by punching her in the chest. Number one. Number two. Again.
What does this say?
Why would the prophet tell you to
you should hang your
whips in your house?
To discipline your family.
I don't know. No, you can. No, you can. You can
He says
indeed.
it. He says it. He says to discipline your family.
Where does it say it in there?
I can show you in a different narration in which he says this is discipline for them.
And if you have to discipline your family because they do something terrible, what are you going to do? Not
With
discipline?
By whipping them.
With whips?
Well, I don't know. Maybe not hard, just enough to teach them a lesson. What's the problem?
That's not how whips
Like,
But
work.
you do realize that this is not about. This is not about.
You guys are so
this is
soft and so weak. You're
I'm
so
sure
weak.
beating women and children
Everything is relative. You
amazing.
don't beat
Yeah, of course.
children.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
leave a
crazy,
mark
No, you
on someone. You don't
beat
hurt
your
them.
child. You beat your child. The
No,
prophet
you're
said, teach your
nonsense.
children at 7 and then beat them at 10.
Yeah, but you have such a deviated understanding.
Why is
of
it- It is
not
everything in
deviated.
Islam.
Why is it that
Because-
talking can't actually quote anything from his religion, but M's can?
Because he's deviant.
Well,
They're
how
always
come-
like this.
how come you
They're
can't quote-
always like this.
How come you can't
Look
actually
at
quote
any-
anything?
Look at any deviant sect
Like,
in Islam, and you
Just
will
looking
find they're
from
like
the
this.
outside,
They're
looking
like
in,
this.
it seems like you don't actually know anything about your religion.
I do. I know
Then
my religion.
You haven't.
I know my
you,
religion
you
because
haven't
my
brought like a single thing to quote to support your position, and like
This man-
there's like
this
other
man
side
is a
topics too.
kafir,
Like,
okay?
do you?
And so are you.
no,
do you
I'm
believe
not.
that you need for like signing contracts? You need
You
double
admitted
the-
you admitted you're not a Muslim. That makes you a kafir, yes?
And you're a kafir.
he's
No,
Muslim.
because you admitted you're not a Muslim.
I am a kafir and so are you.
Okay, fine. So then I was right. So
And
what's
so
the
are you.
problem? Why?
Again, and so are you.
How?
Because you're rejecting valid narrations and teachings of the
I
prophet.
didn't reject a single
Yes,
narration.
you are.
I'm
Yes, you
saying
are.
you, are bringing things to me. I will not trust what you bring to me.
Well, you haven't
Even
brought
if you
anything
s-
to us.
even
That's
if-
the problem.
You know how everything I
Even
brought
if
to
you say-
everything I
if
brought to
you
you
say it's-
is basic knowledge.
If you say it's raining outside and I can't see it's raining, I'm not going to believe you. If I ask
So-
you what time it is and you tell me what time it is, I'm not going to believe you.
Well,
Why
let
would I
me
believe
ask
anything you
you
say?
an easy question. Do you believe that, like, when signing a contract, you should need twice the amount of female witnesses you need for a male witness?
Yes, good.
Why?
Good, because it doesn't put too much pressure and responsibility on them to bear the burden of that agreement.
But that's not what the Quran says.
Let men bear the burden of the bullshit of life. They don't
Can
need
you
to
show
do
me
it.
where that says that in the Quran?
I know what you're referring to.
Then how come you
The
don't know where it's
women's, the
at?
women's I'm not a Hafid. I don't know the whole Quran. I haven't.
Shit, I don't even know your
memorized the
religion, and
entire
I can tell
Quran.
you it's in 282.
Yeah, because you're into this polemics nonsense. You focus
I know
on
this
the
is a
things
very,
that-
very famous chapter that you should know by heart.
I could be Googling now and bringing up all the verses if I wanted.
Then
but
go
I
ahead and
don't
do
need,
it.
Because it's humiliating to be a polemic person. Whether you're an
not-
atheist or
it's
not, it's
humiliating to
embarrassing.
get cooked by an
you're on
atheist.
here. No, you're on here trying to impress an audience, shaking.
I'm not
you know,
impressing
for
anybody.
money and you're trying to get money and super chats. It's nonsense.
These are my
It's not-
friends. They already
it's not
like me. I don't need to impress them. They're
it's
here to
not
watch
an
you get
honest
cooked.
way. It's not an honest way to have a conversation. It's not
They're
an
here,
honest way to find
they're
the
here.
truth.
They're here to see you cry.
I'm not gonna cry. Simple.
So can you
It's
show
not
me in
gonna
the
happen.
Quran where it says the thing that you said?
Which thing?
Where it says that basically the female witnesses is an act of sparing the women.
What? No, you asked me, do I believe that?
No, you said
said, yes,
that.
I believe it.
I asked you why.
asked me?
I asked you why women need two witnesses for one male witness. Why is that?
This is good for them in so many ways. There's so many reasons why it's good for them.
Can you show me that in the Quran?
The Quran isn't going to have every single thing said in it.
But you know what's good?
It's a
The
book
Hadith
with
mentions
a
why.
certain number of words in it.
But the Hadith mentions why.
That's where that's where we go to Hadith and we go to
And the
other
Hadith
things.
mentions why. Why does it say so?
The Quran tells you why too. The Hadith and the Quran.
And the tafsir.
It's not fair on women.
I know. The prophet
Well-
says specifically because women are too dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fair to put one woman have that much pressure on one woman.
Do women
And why
have
is it fair for one man?
as much brain power?
Because he is capable of taking on that burden and that responsibility.
So women aren't capable of it.
No, they're not.
Oh,
They're
so
they're easily emotionally disturbed and pressurized, and especially in an environment where It could be a business contract or something like that.
Because that makes sense.
I
was already assuming you were a misogynist. It says, if the debtor is incompetent, weak, or unable to dictate, let the guardian dictate for them with justice.
Yes. Women are weaker than men, definitely.
Call upon 2 men to witness. If 2 men cannot be found, then 1 man and 2 women of your choice will witness. So if one of them forgets, the other may remind her. Why is the text presuming that a woman is going to be more forgetful?
Because, women, like, emotionally, they think a bit more emotionally. They could be on their menses. They could be pregnant. They have other things that we need to protect.
We've done actual studies that demonstrate.
No, those are beautiful things. They're not negative things. Those are beautiful things. In fact, the negative thing is the contract. It's the pressure of the contract. So you let the woman have a bit of respite.
Am I wrong here that both science and psychology has proven that women overall have
women
better memories?
Do have better memories.
Science and psychology can prove anything, and I don't care.
They can prove anything.
I don't care if science proves one thing or psychology proves it. They're going to change their tune every generation. They'll change their tune.
I've spoken like an academic.
Science is okay, but it changes a lot. It's not objective.
Yeah, it is objective.
It's not.
It is objective.
It's always changing with the wind, based on new evidence, and it's too tiresome.
Yeah, because new evidence is bad.
Yeah. Sometimes, because it's deceptive,
New evidence is deceptive.
Listen, we've been talking for a while. It sounds like you don't really have a good reason why anyone would want to believe in your religion. I think we've given you some reasons why we certainly wouldn't want to believe in your religion.
They're all emotional reasons, though. They're all emotional reasons why.
No, I don't think so.
We can give you
desires. It's all desires, emotions.
It's not desires.
Feelings.
Like I don't think
it's all liberal stuff. It's not. There's no.
It's not liberal stuff. I don't believe in harming children, and I don't believe that women are inferior to men. Those are just things that are like demonstrably capable of being proven. Like we can demonstrate that those are good things. What's that, Ems? What are you saying?
I wanted to ask, do you mind if we ask him, like, as a farewell, like, question, where does semen come from?
Oh, yeah. I think that's a really good question. So maybe we'll end on this talking. Where do you think semen comes from?
Semen?
Yeah.
You mean like sperm and our ejaculate, like that?
Yeah.
It comes from our bodies.
Like what part?
I don't know, mixture of testicles and like your prostate and all up there. I don't know.
So we'll say testicles.
I don't really. I remember from biology, but
So it's not from between your ribs and your backbone?
Oh, okay, all right. Do you want to talk about the sun in the muddy water? Do you want to talk about that next?
No.
No, that one's not too interesting. You're so good at tafsir, you should look into it.
And I have looked into tafsir. And the tafsir says there's a yellow liquid from the upper ribs of a woman and a white liquid from the backbone of the man. They mix together to form the baby. Can you please show me how this is correct? Go ahead.
If it says it in the text, if it says it in the Quran, it's correct. That's
I'll read it to you.
I take it. I
guess
take
you've
it
never read
exactly
it.
Exactly as it's given.
It says, "Let then people consider what they were created from. They were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage."
Yeah, well, some scholars say that this verse is referring to the fact that the baby gestates in that region of the body. Some scholars say
doesn't. It doesn't gestate there.
These polemic topics are very weak. They're all emotional.
They're not weak. This is emotional.
They're emotional topics.
It's not emotional.
Because if you want to view these things,
so here's a picture of the womb. It turns out it's not between the backbone and the ribs.
It's like the loins of the person.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to look into what the scholars of Islam are saying.
And
get the
they're all wrong.
Of course, Em, you're all right. Yeah. Come on.
Em's is a medical
were
doctor,
a Muslim,
by the way.
Em, or never a Muslim?
I was.
See, always the ex-Muslims have to justify their apostasy.
They don't have to justify it. They don't feel guilt. They're just correct.
Of course.
And you can't actually
They feel guilt or trauma.
You can't actually justify your religion.
I couldn't care less.
Anyways, listen, it was great to have you up here and watch you get cooked, but I think the conversation's getting a little bit long in the tooth. But shit, M's. I love watching that.
It might have been a troll, to be honest.
You think so?
Like, nobody's gonna say that asking him where semen comes from is emotional. That is very, very... That is a troll, like, comment to say.
It's a crazy thing to say.
Thank you for having me up. I'm gonna be down in the comments.
Thanks so much, man. I appreciate you. Oh, man. Big W for M's. Right, of course. Yeah. I mean, at that point, you're just admitting that you don't care what the evidence is. You don't care what anyone says. You're making an emotional argument at that point. You're saying, I only believe things from people I trust, from people that I emotionally feel good about. So to me, that's a bad answer. Let me grab some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Bob, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, go Commanders. And I got to be honest, I like Washington football team better than Commanders, but Commanders is fine. It's not a terrible name. And Garbage Man, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, W for extremely honest guest so far. Yeah, for Mav, I assume. Mav was an honest guest, I think. This guest was honest too. He was honest about him touching children. So fair enough. Good point. Riley says, I see God has sent his best tonight. maybe not his best. And listen, Pink and Blue Shark, I see you roasting me in the TikTok comments for mispronouncing Garbage Men, and I'm okay with it. I know I'm never going to live it down. I earned it. I made that bet. I have to lie in it. That's going to be the thing forever. And Steven says, do you mean the spirit exists as distinct from matter, or that spirit is the only reality? I think that was kind of that caller you're referring to. That was kind of what he was getting at, was that all things are spiritual. There is no such thing as matter. That's why he was pressing me on materialism, because he wanted to go back to hard solipsism. Master Machete, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says, religion is the original scam, an ancient ransomware for your soul. Join me so I can free you from me. That's such a good point, especially Christianity. Christianity is like, Jesus is knocking at your door and he's like, let me in, and like, why should I let you in? Because if you don't, I'm going to do horrific shit to you. And I was like, wait, what do you mean? It's like he's selling the cure for the problem that he created. And Nick says, compared to Browns fans, Jesus suffered nothing. I agree. Nobody suffered like Browns fans. It's a miserable state to be in, rooting for the Browns. I do it begrudgingly. And, at the beginning of every football season, I have only the tiniest fraction of hope that we'll win a couple games. And I never get my hopes up, because that's how you get let down really hard. It's not good. It's not a good place to be. Still attacks a bit, my friend. Good to see you tonight. He says, just got the NRSV 5th edition, the annotated with Apocrypha. Big win. Says, looking forward to a deep dive. Praise Doug and Sharon. I love that, Taxicillabit. Thank you so much for letting me know that you went out and got yourself an Oxford annotated study Bible of the 5th edition. You're going to love it. You're going to love the study notes. I love it. It's a great edition. I highly recommend it to everybody here. And Bob Wheeler says he's a Steelers fan. Jesus is a Steelers fan. That's accurate. Yes, Jesus is a Steelers fan. That explains an awful lot about Jesus, actually. And Johanna, thank you for the super chat. Says, what kind of words are not accepted in a super chat? I'm trying to send a chat, but it keeps asking me to edit it. Is extinct a taboo word? I don't think it is a taboo word. And I got to be honest, I've never actually sent a super chat or tried to send one where it rejected my super chat. It might be not your word selection. It might be that there's too many words in the chat box. I don't know. That's a good question. But no, I don't think there's any no words. I've sent some pretty spicy words in super chats before. But Bill Castle, thank you for the super chat. Bill says, love how Christians disprove Big Bang or evolution, like man from mud or a woman from rib is normal. That's actually a really good point, because like the minute you say like, well, you don't believe in the Big Bang or evolution, you have to ask yourself like, well, what am I going to replace it with? Well, shit, talking snakes and donkeys. I was like, okay, that's fair enough. I mean, I can see why there are atheists that are like, listen, I don't believe in evolution, but I sure shit don't believe in talking snakes and donkeys and Adam and Eve, right? I'm really tickled by the amount of atheists or the Christians and believers that think that you can prove Christianity by disproving science. You can't do it. That's not I mean, science does help my position, obviously, but like, even if my science was wrong, it still wouldn't mean that your God is real. You got to prove that your God is real. And Bethers, thank you for the face paint. Good to see you tonight. I appreciate that. And Dr. Osiris on TikTok, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that. And Dugald, thank you so much for all the hand hearts, Dugald. I appreciate that. Good to see you tonight, my friend. Johannes says the butterfly metamorphosis may symbolize Jesus' transfiguration. Doug's union with Sharon Stone may be symbolized by the formation of coming tonight. I can get on board with that. That is a fantastic play on words. I really appreciate that. And Legend, thank you for all the face paint. I appreciate that. Guys, if you're here and you're seeing Matthew in the corner of the screen, he's a friend of mine. Make sure you're following his TikTok channel. He does great live streams. He is much more patient with the philosophy types than I am. So if you want someone who could really participate in those discussions and really like show the flaws in these arguments, Matthew's really good at it. Bob again with the super chat. Thank you. Says, how come when Jesus rode a donkey, everyone celebrated, but and I ride a donkey and now I have to register? That's the wrong kind of riding. Actually, we don't do burro shows here. We don't do donkey shows. And remember, if you want to be like Jesus, you got to ride two of them at once. And that's a much more difficult feat. Yeah, you got to do a double donkey. But fantastic question. I appreciate that. And Slussie, thank you for the face paint. We've got... Oh, but you're going to need to do some Kegel exercises at a minimum, I think. So we've got a guest here from TikTok named Expect Thought. And so I'm expecting some thoughts. How you doing? Yeah, I think the problem with open theism, though, is that the Bible seems to have a little bit of support for the omni attributes. So you kind of have to, at some point, ask like which parts of the Bibles are we going to choose to accept, and which ones are we going to choose to not accept? Like once we reject the omni attributes. Sure. Do you think that God has omniscience? Okay. So if God's not omniscient, then we can throw First John out then, because First John says that, I think it's First John says God knows all things. Oh shit! So that Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies.
Whatsoever. I think Jesus just happened.
I'm sorry, guys. I forgot to turn the audio back on the YouTube stream. Please forgive me. My audio is fucked tonight. I have to keep switching back and forth between audio settings for some reason, between TikTok and YouTube. I don't know, guys. It's a fucked up audio night tonight. Just one of those things. I apologize.
Should I repeat that?
No, you're fine. So to catch everyone up to speed on YouTube, the guest is a proponent of open theism, doesn't believe in the omni properties of God, and doesn't believe that prophecies exist because you have to have omniscience for prophecies to work, which means Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies. So at that point, I guess I'm trying to figure out what Christianity does for anybody. If you got a God that's not powerful, doesn't know all things, isn't really in control, and Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies.
Well, it's sort of like, okay, so the alternative would be we're just kind of in a morally ambiguous reality, and so what God's presence would do would be like the morally aligning factor within reality to kind of orient things ultimately towards some better outcome, which would be like the heaven on earth or whatever.
Right, but we can say like the claims that you're making about the Bible God, like we can just make about any God. Right. Like once
yeah,
like once you get to the point that you're at, the Bible God doesn't do anything for you.
Well, it's just because the history of like everything that happened in the Old Testament does align with that persona. It doesn't align with Allah or any other God persona.
Right, but the Old Testament can't be history because the God of the Old Testament gives prophecies, makes predictions, and like has all these things that you don't think he has.
Well, no, okay. Well, I only meant that nothing in the Old Testament was meant to be a prophecy for Jesus. I do think God gave prophecies in the Old Testament. I think those are more like warnings. Again, if you tell somebody something's going to happen, they can change that thing, and there are instances in which they do, there are instances in which they don't.
But how can God give prophecies in the Old Testament, but then somehow he's not able to give prophecies about Jesus? Especially because if you believe in the Trinity,
I don't think it's a matter of ability.
Jesus has to do what God wants him.
Right. Well, it just didn't happen. I don't think there were prophecies about Jesus in the Old Testament. Like, he wasn't relevant until he existed.
Were there any prophecies in the Bible?
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
So I guess I'm trying to figure out why would I believe that there's prophecies not about Jesus, but the prophecies about Jesus are all fake?
Let me think about that. My argument doesn't really contend upon God being able to give prophecies in the first place. I'm simply saying that that's what apparently happened in the Old Testament, and it doesn't really relate to the New Testament at all.
Well, it does, because it's the same God of both testaments, right?
But I feel like you're arguing this as if I'm a Christian making the argument, and I'm really not. This really isn't even a Christian argument. I don't think you have to be a Christian to be an open theist.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Christian God, you just believe in a God.
I think that's kind of a false dichotomy. I believe in the God of the Old Testament, and I think Christians kind of twisted him into a Christian God.
So you believe in the Jewish God?
Yeah. Pretty much.
So you're an open theist of the Jewish variety, not the Christian variety.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know entirely enough about the Jewish perspective of God to definitely say that, but I do reject the Christian notion of God that's so intimately tied to Jesus. I do not think you need to believe some specific thing about Jesus to have salvation. No.
Okay, so why would anyone believe in this God? Like, why would I believe that this God is real?
So I started by saying I've been agnostic forever. And what that didn't do for me was pretty much anything, and I tended towards nihilism, which is very destructive. And so I guess if we're talking about pragmatism, what this could do is open kind of a moral alternative to nihilism, like whatever the literal opposite of nihilism would be.
Yeah, but you're just saying that you prefer this because otherwise you get into a bad mental state. But I don't think that's like an argument for what's
not all
true.
I'm saying.
I'm asking for like the evidence that would lead one to believe that this is true.
Right. The most important thing, which I shouldn't have gone the direction I did, the most important thing is the relationship with God. Like, for example, prayer does work if you do it right. And so if you're aware of that, you can use it.
Yeah, can you make it work right now?
Not in any way that involves you, because your free will deny the prayer.
My free will doesn't deny anything. I want the prayer to work.
No, you really don't.
Yeah, I really do.
I don't that this is more of a logical argument. No, I definitely don't think any prayer can ever work if any participant involved rejects the prayer.
I'm not rejecting it. I'm asking you to do it.
But you're just saying that. I don't think that's actually true if you're atheist.
It is true.
You can't. It's just cognitive dissonance. You can't say you're atheist, but I'm entertaining a prayer.
Because if it's true, I just become a believer in God. That's it. Like, it doesn't change my life at all. I run a live stream tomorrow saying that I believe in God now. Doesn't change my life whatsoever. I don't have to be an atheist. See, this is what believers in God get wrong about atheists. There's no skin in the game for me. Like, I don't gain anything by being an atheist. It just happens to be the most convincing position. If there was a more convincing position, I would believe in that.
I think this could get into a not useful semantic argument, but I would say you're essentially saying you're agnostic, but you're not because you choose to be atheist.
Well, atheism isn't a choice. It's just a lack of belief in a God, which is a statement of my mental state, right? So I lack a belief in God.
That's the semantical part.
If you proved that God is real, then I wouldn't be an atheist. I would believe in God.
That's a paradox. You don't believe. If I'm telling you... Well, let me tell you why. If I'm telling you prayer only works if you believe, I can't make prayer work for you if you don't believe, if you pretend to believe.
I'm not praying. You are. You have to believe it, not me.
No, it involves all parties in the prayer. I can't pray, hey, go make somebody do something. If you pray for something to happen and even one person in the live stream doesn't believe it, then it won't work? If it involves them, yes.
That's some convenient shit. I'm not asking you to pray for me.
Look, okay, let me give you an example of something that's already happened.
It does not involve me. I want you to pray for something that we can all witness that doesn't involve me.
I don't know. This is confusing.
Sounds like you don't really believe that God can do stuff, is what it sounds like.
No, can I give you my my anecdote from... This is even from when I was agnostic.
Nah, so no one cares about anecdotes.
It is totally relevant to the concept of prayer working, but I suppose I understand. No, okay. Well, prayer definitely also isn't...
Answered prayer where no one could test it or see it is meaningless.
You can test it for yourself personally if you're willing to believe.
I was a believer for over 20 years, so I'm always willing to change my beliefs. I've prayed more prayers than most people will ever pray in 20 years. So this anecdote nonsense is meaningless to me. Either your God can do things or he can't.
You just provided like a library of anecdotes, but they're still all anecdotes. Are you sure you prayed correctly according to...
Fen, thank you for the galaxy. What? Oh, so now you're saying that prayer is magic? Like you have to follow the magical steps to get your prayer answered? He cut out. I can't hear him. He's back.
I'm sorry, I just dropped for a second.
Yeah, is there a magic formula to get your prayer answered?
Yes.
Yeah, where can I find the magic formula?
All parties involved. I mean, I would have to like compile it amongst the Bible, references, but I can just lay it out for you. But you're not a Christian. Essentially, well, I don't have to be a Christian to believe the Bible. That's a misconception.
You just said the New Testament's not true, so it's got to be Old Testament passages, I would assume.
I didn't say the New Testament isn't true. I'm just saying the New Testament doesn't really relate to the Old Testament like Christians believe it does.
Well, I agree with you there. I mean, but that means the New Testament's lying.
In what sense?
Because it claims that Jesus is a Messiah that fulfilled a bunch of prophecies. And if that's not true, then that means the New Testament's lying.
Oh, I'll definitely need to look into that.
If the New Testament's lying, why would I care what it says about prayer?
What's the verse for that? I know you got it memorized.
Verse for what?
The claim validating what you're saying. That Jesus is the Messiah.
Have you never read the Gospels?
Well, it's really hard as someone who's always been agnostic, even as being raised Christian, to know what's an extrapolation and what's actually in the Bible. Yeah, I've read it, but I haven't memorized it. So I sometimes don't know what the difference is.
Give Matthew a read.
Okay.
You don't have to read the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, that could defeat my...
and just read the first 2 chapters.
I promise I didn't write anything.
Yeah, different Matthew. All right, listen, Thought. Appreciate you coming up, but I think we've heard enough about this God with no power. Okay.
Yeah, I'll look into the Messiah thing and see if I can steel man it harder.
Fair enough. Good to hear from you, man.
If you want instruction on prayer, look at John 14, 13, and 14.
All right, will do. Thanks.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Are you guys experiencing some lag on the TikTok stream? TikTok seems a little laggy tonight. It's like choppy. Not the YouTube stream, just the TikTok stream.
It was a bit choppy this morning. The video mostly was just a little choppy, but the show went off without too much of a hitch. So
okay. Tucson, good to see you tonight, friend. Says no fiction except the Bible. Yeah, the Bible is fiction. It's one of the only fiction books that I read a lot of. And my friend Cyber Deconstruction, guys, make sure you're following Cyber on TikTok and on YouTube. Great friend of mine says the only reason why the Bible is on the top sellers list is because churches buy them in mass and give away to their congregation. That's actually a really good point that I've never considered, Cyber. Like we talk about the Bible, about how it's so popular and it's sold so many copies, but like, well, yeah, because we're just buying the shit out of the thing and handing it out to people for free. Like, yeah, you can sell a lot of books when you're using tax-deferred dollars to buy them, hand them out in mass.
You ever looked at Bibles in the drawers in hotel rooms?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Imagine how many hotel rooms have unread Bibles in them.
So many. Yeah, the fact that a lot of them are sold, I guess, aren't all that meaningful. Most of them probably have the same amount of use as the ones in the hotel rooms. But Meg, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Good to see you, friend. He says, I want to buy a new modern Bible to make notes in, but I don't want to give money to Christians. I guess I'll have to steal it out of a hotel room like everyone else. That's actually not a terrible way to do it. I had a sister that had only one Bible for a long time, and it was a hotel Bible. But listen, they put them in the room for you to take. Like they're hoping that you take it. So like technically, if you take a Bible from a hotel, you're giving them what they want, as far as I see the situation. And Larry, thank you for the 666. Says, man, deconstructing is tough. Just getting on the road less traveled is difficult enough. It does make for some interesting pretzel shapes, though. You're 100% right. The cognitive dissonance that you go through really causes you to not like admit things that are obviously true. You know what I mean? And Track, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, Doug makes a few appearances in the movie Sonic Part 2. Why aren't we glorifying his movie stardom? Let's go, Doug, jack of all trades. Actually, I watched Sonic 2 and I actually forget most of it. I don't know why I forgot most of it. I saw Sonic 1 and I loved it. But I kind of forget what happened in Sonic 2. Maybe I just need to rewatch it. Maybe that seems to be the key. I'm trying to think what the hell the plot was even. But listen, I'm going to rewatch it now just so I can see Doug. I appreciate the let me know, because I didn't know until just now this minute. And Design, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, accounting your personal experience, what do you think it means for our society that seminary basically filters those too honest to assert inerrancy in a flawed book to the highest ranks of religion? That's actually a really good question. I would say a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people that go through seminary and still end up in a pastor position. A lot of them don't believe in inerrancy anymore. A lot of them believe the Bible is errant. They just can't tell their church. That being said, a lot of people graduate from seminary and they don't believe in the nonsense anymore. And because they don't believe it, they don't go to church. So the people that go into pastoral ministry after seminary are the ones with the most cognitive dissonance. So you're kind of rewarded there for keeping the cognitive dissonance in place. And Scott says, life gets easier when we embrace I don't know. Actually, it's a really good point. There's a lot of shit we don't know. And we'd be doing a lot better if we just said I don't know. And Johanna, again, thank you for the super chat, says, live this life together in peace and harmony. This is the only life you get. Throw away the book and practice empathy and compassion. I'm with you. I agree 100%. This is all we get. We got to make the most of it. Don't waste this shit. And Bridget, thank you for the $3 over Venmo. Bridget says, hey, hey, I think you're saying, hey, Matt, but I don't think you meant to type that. Says, it goes liquid and comes out of your bone. Okay. It goes, I listen, Bridget, I love you, but I think you got some typos in your message. He says, I'm going to read it directly though. It says, hey, Matt, with one T, it goes liquid and it comes out bone, you twat. You can't handle shit. Go wipe your hands on your mother's apron after. I think I know what you're trying to say for that Muslim caller. And I really appreciate it, even if there might have been some typos in there. And Matthew, different Matthew, says, OG, look for a book called Why Evolution is True. I actually just bought that book. Haven't read it yet. Just bought it. I can't wait to read it. And Frimples, again, sending out 5 DZ memberships. Big W, Frimples. I really appreciate that. I really do. And why Yadanarf P says Yahweh or Jesus on a pretzel cross. I'm gonna have to go with Jesus because I think Yahweh theoretically is immaterial, kind of, depending on what part of the Old Testament you're reading. And if I'm gonna have a pretzel, I want it to be gooey and soft inside, not immaterial. Mike Old Newbie, though, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey Justin, I hope you weren't at a helium plant last week. I worked in one and it was good money, but I couldn't stand the way they talked to me. Yeah, I get that. I definitely get that. Good joke, by the way. I appreciate a good joke. All right, let me grab our next guest in here.
You just got to remember when discussing whether or not a joke has turned into a dad joke, you just got to figure out if it's a parent.
Yeah, big W for that one. That's a good one. I haven't heard that in a long time. All right, how you doing, Gazen?
What's going on, man? You remember me?
Yeah, I remember. Yep.
Damn, I was. Hold on. Let me turn off your.
Yeah, I can hear the stream in the background.
Yeah, I was waiting in the little URL thing. So hold on. Give me 1 second. What was the thing we were talking about last time? Do you remember? Something about like Zephaniah or something like that.
We got sidetracked on Zephaniah, and that was about it. But we can start from the beginning. So I'll just treat you like a new guest. So I already know you're over 18. Like, you believe you're over 18, right?
I believe I'm over 18. Yeah.
Okay. And you already believe in the Christian God. I don't need to ask you which God you believe in. So then the last question would be, what would be the most compelling evidence or the most compelling reason why I would believe in the Christian God?
To me, I think it is the prophecy, like Isaiah 50. I think it's crazy to me that you could take Isaiah 53 without any other text in the Bible and have the gospel just from that one chapter, and it was written 700 years before Jesus ever even existed. That I don't think that's something that just happens by accident, you know.
I think it doesn't happen by accident. It happens by scribes going into the Old Testament and saying, hey, shit, can I find literally anything in here that sounds like a dying Messiah? And then you find something that sounds like a dying Messiah. But like, as it turns out, everything in 2nd Isaiah, like every last word of 2nd Isaiah is about the Israelites being freed from Babylonian captivity. That's literally it. What you're suggesting is that all of 2nd Isaiah is about the release of the captives from the Babylonian captivity and the restoration, except for one snippet. This one little part that I like, we should interpret that completely separated from its original context and say it's about something happening many hundreds of years later. And I have no reason to do that.
So I think the issue here is that you're already presupposing what my interpretation of the text is.
Well,
I actually
you already
agree.
told me what it is.
Just let me explain. I agree that Deuteronomy Isaiah is actually talking about Israel being freed from persecution after God is like, you know what, Babylon did kind of go a little bit overboard. Let me go send my people some help. Now, my interpretation of the text is that Isaiah is speaking to the people of his time, and simultaneous to that, giving a prophecy for the future. actually the traditional. I'm sorry.
You believe in dual prophecy?
Dual, yeah, it would be dual because he was both prophesying the events of Cyrus that were to come, and he was also prophesying the coming of Jesus. But the thing is that,
so
yeah, when you actually look into the text, I don't think it.
Why would I accept
like,
the dual prophecy meaning?
Because it seems to be the traditional Jewish interpretation. Rashi, the rabbi, actually agrees that this is typological to a future Messiah.
Rashi lived
and it's
1,200 years after Jesus.
I'm aware, and they also added Rashi's commentaries.
That's
to the
great
Talmud.
that Rashi believed something. I don't care what Rashi believed.
But this is what we're talking about is the rabbinic authorities.
Rashi was a rabbinic authority, not the rabbinic authority, and there were other rabbis that disagreed with him. And there are lots of rabbis who don't believe in a messianic interpretation of Isaiah 53. You can even look at like the early writings, like in Barakot. You can look at some of the early disputations, like from Trypho the Jew, like this idea that it needs to have a second interpretation. I want like a good textual evidence-based reason why I would accept a dual prophecy, not because some Jew said so, because the same Jews that you're appealing to decided that the most prudent thing to do was murder Jesus.
Well, I actually think the earliest interpretation is of it being the Messiah, even though Trypho did believe it, whether or not Trypho existed. You're right. There is a early Jewish tradition of it being Israel, but there's also the early tradition of it being the Messiah.
I know, and that's
the reason I think,
and that's the problem with your text is if it's so open to interpretation, right? It's so vague in the way that it's worded. Then it's not actually a really good prophecy. It's just a dog shit prophecy.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, that's how that works.
All data we understand from our senses can be interpreted by any given person in any given way. Just because there's a variety of interpretation doesn't mean one interpretation isn't correct over another, or that we can't even discern which one's correct. That just doesn't follow.
Right,
logic.
and I'm asking you, why should I take a secondary interpretation of the text? Like if the first interpretation, which is taking the context of the passage into account, is about one thing, why should I accept that there's a secondary fulfillment? And who actually gets to be the authority on whether or not there's a secondary fulfillment?
Because that's what the text actually makes it necessary that it can't be talking about Cyrus. The suffering servant.
I didn't say that it was about Cyrus.
That's who I think it's typological to. I think
I don't think it's about Cyrus.
It's typological to Cyrus, but
I don't think it is.
Doesn't matter. Look, the reason I'm telling you why I think it can't be anyone except for Jesus. Okay. So verse 10
I already know why, because it sounds like Jesus. We all know. Listen, Gazen, we'll fast forward the conversation. Every single last person in this live stream has read every last word of the prophecy in Isaiah 52 and 53. We all know it. And we know that the reason why you think it's about Jesus is because, well, it sounds like Jesus. And we get that. We understand that, hey, it sounds like something recognizable. We understand the hermeneutic. Now, I'm asking you, in the original context of the prophecy, it seems to clearly not be about Jesus, right? You have to apply a secondary fulfillment, a dual fulfillment, which you already agreed to. You already agreed that it's a dual fulfillment.
With that.
Okay, so you walk back that statement. Okay, so it's not a dual fulfillment.
I don't disagree it's a dual fulfillment. I don't disagree it's a dual fulfillment.
So it is a dual
fulfillment.
I do
disagree that it's a dual fulfillment, but the description does not fit the fulfillment of the first one. The description doesn't fit that of Israel being saved from Babylon by Cyrus. The description fits one of a God-man coming to earth, losing his life, atoning for the sins of the ends of the earth, and then resurrecting after. Okay, so let's get into it. In verse 10, it says the exact same person.
They always think that just reading it and saying, "Oh my God, oh my God, it sounds like Jesus. It must be Jesus." So that's why I told you. I started with, listen, we all read it. We know if you read it, it just sounds like Jesus. We get that. But if you actually read the context, the prophet tells you that it's the nation of Israel.
Okay, so let's get into what the actual text says in Isaiah 53. Verse 10 says that the same person who lost his life atoning will resurrect after.
It doesn't say that.
So did any of the righteous... Yeah, it does. Let's go to verse 10.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, pull it up.
All right, I'll put it on the screen for you. You want to start at the beginning or the end?
The
Which
Hebrew,
one?
sir.
Well, can you read
The
Hebrew?
Hebrew of verse 10. I cannot read Hebrew, but I know the meanings of the word Hashem and Yira and their occurrence.
Then it doesn't matter.
I want you to pull up the interlinear so I can break down what the meaning of the Hebrew is.
No one cares. If you can't read Hebrew and my audience can't read Hebrew, there's no point in reading the Hebrew text.
So why are you scared to go into the Hebrew with me, man? If you know the
Listen,
Hebrew so much better, you can just embarrass me if I'm wrong.
Gazen, I'll take your word for it. If you think there's a Hebrew word in there that's significant, I'm willing to take your word for it. It's not relevant to the discussion. Like I don't have to go to the Hebrew. I don't have to go to the Hebrew for this.
The Hebrew indicates a resurrection, is what I'm saying.
It doesn't.
Okay, so let's go to it.
So we're in verse 10, right?
Yeah, verse 10.
Okay. And I'm sorry, does Jesus have offspring?
He had children, yeah. Not physical ones, but spiritual ones.
Well, show me where that's at.
That he had spiritual children?
Because I'm pretty sure the New Testament says that we're heirs with Christ, not children of Christ.
So nowhere in the New Testament does it call us sons of God?
Sons of God?
Yeah, does it call us sons of God?
Are we sons of Jesus or the Father? Because Jesus says that Yahweh is the Father. I'm sorry. So is Jesus the Father or is Yahweh the Father?
Jesus is our Father. Yahweh is his Father.
Yeah, show me that verse where it says Jesus is our Father.
So are you saying that Zerah cannot be referring to spiritual offspring?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so if it's possible for Zerah to be referring to spiritual offspring, why can't that be the interpretation?
I never said it couldn't be. I haven't made that argument.
Okay,
you're trying to put you're trying to put Gazen, you're trying to put an argument out that I haven't made. I'm simply asking you to provide the passage where it says that we're the children of Jesus.
If my interpretation of verse 10 is not contradicted by Jesus having spiritual offspring, what's the relevance?
I'm just asking you to find me the passage where it says that we're the spiritual offspring of Jesus.
I'm obligated to answer all questions and go into all non sequiturs that are not relevant.
I mean, it just seems like you can't actually do it. See, you're suggesting that we're the spiritual children of Jesus, but you can't actually show me where a Bible verse would suggest that. You're just assuming that it's true.
If it's to be the case that we're adopted into the lineage of Jacob, would we be considered seed of Jesus?
We'd be heirs with Jesus, according to the New Testament.
Okay, then that's what seed is talking about.
An heir is a sibling.
Heir?
Yeah.
We're inheriting it from Jesus.
No, we're not, from the Father. The Father is the Father. Jesus is not the Father.
We can partake in the divine nature without Jesus?
I mean, it depends if you're a Jew or a Christian. Yeah, a Jew would say yeah. A Christian would say no.
Okay, bro, look, we're talking about whether or not there's a resurrection motif, okay? So the word Hashem indicates the person lost his life. The word Yira indicates that the same person who lost his life was experiencing something after he lost his life.
You keep saying Hashem. Why do you say that? Just say Hashem.
I say Hashem, A-S-A-M.
You keep pronouncing it like there's an H in front of it, and there's not.
There's no H.
We had the same conversation last time we talked.
Because you misheard me saying Hashem. I'm not saying Hashem.
Okay.
Okay, so Hashem means the person lost their life. The same person that lost their life, Yira, ceases. No, it does not.
No, listen, you're trying to make a semantic range argument, and it's just a nonsensical argument. Listen, whoever...
You just made the same one with Zerah. You just made the same one with the word Zerah.
Gazen, whoever is being talked about in this chapter is obviously dying. No one's arguing that. The problem is...
Does he live after?
Yes, obviously. That's why it's about the nation of Israel.
So they resurrected.
So they didn't resurrect, no. So the nation of Israel went into the land... They were in the land of the living, then they went into the land of the dead. They went into Babylon. They got slaughtered in Babylon. A righteous remnant will be coming out of Babylon. And those are the offspring. Those are the ones that are going to see their days prolonged. Those are the ones that are going to divide the spoils, right? That's why it says in verse 12, therefore I will allot him a portion with the great, and he will divide the spoils with the strong. This is war imagery. This is a victory imagery. The war spoil is going to be divided because it's talking about a people group, not a dead Messiah.
Well, I agree it is talking about spoils of war, but this is because good conquers over evil. You just said
There's
that.
no spoils of
Hold on,
war
hold
for
on, hold on, hold
Jesus.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You said the prolonging of the days is referring to the people who were not slayed by the Babylonians and let
The
back into the
remnant.
land.
Yeah,
So, okay, okay.
because
So did
all the
so
rest of
hold
the
on, hold on,
because
hold on, hold on.
all the rest of the book of Isaiah, all the rest of Jeremiah,
Uh-huh.
all the rest of the exilic prophets say the same thing.
Uh-huh. So the righteous remnant
this is
did not lose his life, correct?
this is the important part, Gazen. My interpretation agrees with all the rest of the Old Testament prophets, every single one of them. Your interpretation disagrees with them. Your interpretation disagrees with Jeremiah. It disagrees with Ezekiel.
So do we agree that the righteous remnant did not lose his life?
It's understood that if you are a remnant, you're not dead.
Okay, so the righteous remnant is not the person whose life was offered as an Hashem, correct?
The righteous remnant is the leftovers, the people who didn't die.
Right, so the people who were not offered, correct?
Obviously, the righteous remnant are the ones that are suffering unjustly along the side of the people who are suffering justly. Hold on, Gazen.
Not the suffering.
Gazen,
the losing of their life.
Gazen, we went over this already last time we talked. So
we
there are
agree
two people groups in Israel that are going into exile, both the righteous and the unrighteous, right? The goal is to refine them like fire. So when you refine something with fire, it's the leftover that you want. You want to get rid of the slag. So the remnant is the good part that's left over after Israel is being punished. And the reason why God wants to punish them is simply not punish them. The reason why he's there is one, to punish them, and number two, to display his glory among the nations, which is clear in all of 2nd Isaiah. In all of 2nd Isaiah, he says that he's going to do this sight. He's going to restore the nation of Israel before all the eyes of the nation so that the nations will come to know Yahweh. That's the goal here. The goal is not to kill a dude on a cross.
Okay, so the person, hold on. So the person who loses his life is
it's not a person,
not
it's a
the
nation.
Okay. So when Hashem says they lost their life, you're saying that some of them lost their life while others didn't. There's a distinction between those who lived and those who did not live. You're saying the Hashem pertains to those who did not live, and the Yira pertains to those who did live. I'm saying Yira.
I didn't say any of that.
Okay. So then is
guys, you keep trying to make the argument for me. You don't even know what my argument is. You have no idea what my argument is.
You're saying it's Israel, the nation.
You're trying to make a linguistic argument that I'm not making. My argument is simple. My argument is that the nation of Israel is being personified like a human being that is suffering so much that in fact they're going to be suffering nearly basically unto death. And because they're suffering and because God is going to restore them, because of that, the nations are going to see that Yahweh is the one true God. That's the whole goal, right? That's why the nations are the ones that are going to witness God's mighty arm when he rescues them from captivity. Isaiah 52:10.
So you're saying Israel is atoning for itself?
Israel is atoning both for their sins and for the sins of their captors, which is clear in Isaiah chapter 40. You want to read that one? Have you bothered to read all of 2nd Isaiah? Or do you just read the part that sounds like Jesus?
So if it's the case that Israel is atoning for themselves, is it Israel which is making the offering, or God which is making the offering?
So Isaiah 40 says, "Comfort, O comfort my people," says your God.
Move away from Isaiah 53,
tenderly,
bro.
Because as it turns out, Isaiah 52 and 53 is part of a wider body of literature, and there's an actual meta-narrative in 2nd Isaiah.
My argument is from the Hebrew, indicating
your argument's not from the Hebrew. You don't even know Hebrew. So 2nd Isaiah has an actual arc. There's a story being told in 2nd Isaiah in the prophecy. There's a whole theme being had. And every chapter in 2nd Isaiah, every last one of them, is about God restoring his people after the Babylonian captivity, which is why it says, "Speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her that she have served her term and has paid her penalty." The time of penalty has now been served, and she received double, right? It says she has received from the Lord's hand double for her sins. And the prophet tells you why. Why did they receive double? Why didn't they just receive the one portion? It's because God wants to make sure that when they're vindicated, the nations will look in awe and say, holy shit, we thought these people were forsaken by God, but as it turns out, they're not forsaken. Look what the arm of the Lord did.
Okay, so when you say Israel is atoning for itself, is it God that's offering the offering for atonement, or is it Israel that's making the offering?
No, it's the punishment that is making the atonement for Israel's sin. So in the Old Testament, you could be punished as part of your atonement for your sin.
But that would, so the Asham here indicates
he'll never stop saying Asham. He'll never get off of it.
Dude, because you're not responding to it.
Gazen, I already told you, the metaphor being had in Isaiah 53 is about the nation dying as though it is a human being. No one's disputing whether or not there's death involved.
But those who lost their life were atoning for those who did not lose their life, correct?
Well, those who lost their lives were atoning both for their sins and also for the sins of others. It's corporal punishment. The same way in 2 Samuel 24, 70,000 Israelites, their punishment when they got slain by the angel of Yahweh was an atonement for the sins of all the people.
So can you show me a single time in the Hebrew text where an Asham is offered and the offering is the same as the person offering it?
I never said that, but in your belief, you believe that Jesus is that. So listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that those that died in captivity are the payment for the sin. That is the sin offering, those that died.
Okay. So those that died offered themselves as their own atonement?
No, they didn't offer anything. It was against their choice. God sent them as the punishment, the same way he punished the Israelites in 2 Samuel 24 when he had 70,000 people of them killed for the sin of taking the census. You don't have to choose to pay for your sin when you pay for your sin. Sometimes God makes you pay for your sin. That's why he gives you the cup of wrath.
You're saying the people who made the offering were the righteous.
They didn't make the offering. I didn't say any of that.
You said the Israelites and God made the offering.
Gazen, you're really confused. The Israelites were sinful. God had a plan. God sent them into captivity to pay for their own sins, and then at the same time is also going to do something so miraculous that it's going to bring the nations to God. It's going to bring the nations to Yahweh. That's the goal. That's why it says in Isaiah 52:10 that the nations are going to see the arm of the Lord being revealed.
So the Israelites are not the ones that made the offering, right?
Nobody made the offering. The life of the people were an offering by choice of Yahweh. It's a way of being punished for your sins. So God decided that the Israelites are going to be punished for their sins. So this is this is the craziest part about this passage.
Hold on. You said their life was in offering?
So just listen to what I'm saying, right? So of the many passages of the Bible that is clearly playing out a metaphor, this is clearly one of them. And what you want to do is, I bet if I take you to a dozen different passages in the Old Testament that clearly aren't metaphors, you're going to want to say they're metaphors. But this one time where there actually is a metaphor being played, where a nation is being personified as a single individual, you're going to say, no, it's not a metaphor because look at these details, right? The details aren't that important. The idea is that the nation of Israel is being punished for their sins and for the sake of the nations that are going to be their captives, because when God frees them from their captivity, he's going to do it in such a majestic way that the nations are going to be humbled by what God did. That's the whole point here. That's it.
Okay, so you're saying that Israel was offered to atone for Israel, correct?
No, I did not say that. Gazen,
so Israel was not a guilt. Bro, hold on.
Gazen,
Look, you keep talking for too.
Gazen, just shut up for 5 seconds. I'm not saying that anyone is offering Israel. No, nobody is taking
Then
the
it's
nation
not a
of
guilt
Israel.
offering.
No one is
Then the nation
taking
of Israel is not a guilt offering.
no one is taking the nation of Israel and saying, "Here is my guilt offering. Please purge me of my
That's
sin."
literally what verse 10 says.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that. It says
Read it.
their life
Read
has
it.
been
Put it on the
made.
screen and read
Their
it.
life has been made an offering for sin, but nobody, like Yahweh, doesn't need
It
his
says
sins
when
forgiven.
you make his life an offering for
It
sin.
doesn't say that. It says if.
Yes, it does.
The
Put it on the
word
screen.
when does
Put
not
it on the
appear
screen.
there. The word when does not
Put it on
appear
the
there.
screen.
The word when does
Put it
not
on the
appear there.
screen.
I'll put it on the screen.
Put it on the screen.
I'll put it on the screen. All right. It doesn't say when. It says if. By the way.
Oh, so their life was made an offering for sin, right?
It says if, not when.
Dude, are you serious?
Yep.
So their life was made an offering for sin, right?
Their lives were an offering for their sins. Yes, and for this,
Okay, so Israel
and
wasn't
for
a sham.
and for the sins of the nations that were witnessing what was happening.
Okay, and did they atone for themselves?
Yeah, the punishment is the atonement. That's how punishments work, right? So you have
So
a
can you
couple.
show me?
So you have a couple things you can do, right? To atone for your sins, you could bring a sacrifice, or sometimes you could atone for your sins through punishment, right? This happens multiple times in the Old Testament where God atones for people's sins through punishment rather than through sacrifice. For example, what happened to David when the Bathsheba incident happened.
But is it ever a guilt offering?
He was done. He was
Is that
forgiven.
ever a guilt offering?
He was forgiven by
Is
not.
the punishment ever a guilt offering?
He was forgiven without any
Is the
offering.
punishment ever a guilt offering?
He was forgiven without giving any offering. All he had to do was take the punishment for his sin. And because he took the punishment for his sin, it acted in the place of an offering.
I
right?
agree, punishment atonement.
So taking a punishment can act in place of taking your actual guilt offering. So when it says that they're being punished as an offering, that's what it's talking about. It's not saying that anybody is literally taking a physical or literal offering seriously.
Can you show me wherever it's established that punishment is guilt offering?
I never said that it is guilt offering. I'm saying it takes the place of a guilt offering, right? So when you get punished by when you get I just gave you two examples. The first one that came to mind was 1 Samuel
you gave
chapter
me examples
12.
where people atone through punishment, not where punishment.
1 Samuel chapter 12, where the sin of David was handled not through sacrifice, but by his regret, admitting his sin, and then receiving the punishment for the sin. He didn't offer any sacrifices. So if God can forgive your sins through punishment rather than through sacrifice, that means the punishment acts in place of the sacrifice.
Yeah, that's not what I asked. I'm not disagreeing that punishment can atone. I'm asking where punishment is equivocated with guilt offering.
I just told you, if you can take a punishment rather than giving an offering, that means that they're equivalent.
How does that they're equivalent insofar as they both atone.
Yeah, thank you. They're equivalent in that they both atone. You nailed it. Finally, you figured it out. So the punishment of the people in Babylon is the atonement for their sin.
Okay. And for Israel, is Israel's atonement an offering or punishment?
It's both.
It's both. Who makes the offering?
I just told you it was Yahweh's decision. We've already done this twice now.
Okay, so Yahweh does make the offering. So we agree?
No, Yahweh doesn't make the offering. Yahweh doesn't make the offering. Yahweh chooses that they will be punished in lieu of an offering, that their punishment will be the offering.
Who offers it?
Nobody is making an actual offering. It is a punishment. It is a punishment in lieu of an offering. The punishment is acting in place of the offering. Yahweh doesn't need to make an offering for anything because he's the one choosing the punishment. He doesn't need to be forgiven.
Can you show me a single time a sham is used to refer to a guilt offering and there is not an active agent doing the offering?
I've never even looked for it, but I'm sure if I look through the Old Testament, I can find you some examples
No, you
where
couldn't.
people are replacing
It never
offering,
happens.
where people are replaced offerings with actually being punished. And I already gave you one example.
Yeah, but the offer.
And you actually wouldn't find an example of an asham being used for just being punished because they're not usually the equivalent. They are the equivalent when you're doing a metaphor where you're literally saying that this person, this nation is a person, and they're suffering because of their sins, and they're receiving the punishment for their sins, and their sins in this form of punishment is acting as their guilt offering. The same way David prayed.
That wouldn't be a guilt offering.
The same way David prayed, that said that his prayers and his supplications are the same as an offering.
How is it a guilt offering if nobody is offering it and it is in the semantic range of a sham for there to be a person offering it?
He doesn't get it. It's okay if it's over your head.
You don't get what?
It seems
You're not
to me
answering
like
the
there's a bunch of
objection.
hitting a wall currently. Would you mind if I like pivoted it slightly and try to approach it from a slightly different angle?
Dude, you people are unbelievable.
I don't know about you people. This is my first time speaking in quite a while.
The point of the objection is that either Israel is or is not a guilt offering. If it's the case that
Sure.
nobody offered Israel as an Hashem, then Israel is not
I
an
don't think
Hashem.
that's even a necessary point to discuss.
Yes, it is, because
no, it's not.
That's the reason I wanted to.
It's
That's
not
why
even,
I wanted to.
Verse 10 says the verse.
It's not even close to
Okay.
a rational argument.
Verse 10 says.
It's why I want to approach this from a different angle, so I can see if you can understand why this is not a necessary position to actually discuss. Because we could bust our heads against the wall about this all night long and never get to a different position unless we change the focus on how we approach this. If we look at the context of this verse, we look at Isaiah 53 and we actually look at like the way scholars look into this position, the way linguists look into this position, also look into the way Christians as well as Jewish interpretations of this verse actually discuss what's going on, we can see that within like Jewish interpretation, Justin's absolutely correct that this is strictly used as a metaphor discussing the Jewish people and the trials that they had to endure and suffer throughout history, and this position of seeing his offspring and prolonging his days is simply understood as Israel surviving and being able to thrive after this suffering. Right, this is the fulfillment of the nation's survival through Yahweh, and that's simply going to be the Jewish perspective on this, and that would be the Old Testament perspective on this. When you get to the Christian interpretation, you're going to see a lot of things that fall in line with what you're saying, Gazen. Things that talk about how Jesus is seen as this suffering servant.
Is anyone going to answer the objection or just keep yapping?
I'm literally talking about your position, right? And I'm literally supporting your position as the Christian position would be, and how Jesus would be seen as fulfilling the role of a guilt offering for this Hashem within the Hebrew, and that makes
and Israel
sense.
would not is the point.
And okay, yes, I know, I understand your position. Just hold on, just a second. And when it talks about the prolonging and being able to see his offspring, it's talking about Christ's spiritual family and the Christian church and those who are born again, right? This is the Christian perspective. But when you look into the historical and critical approaches, all of them fall in line with the Jewish context due to the remainder of Isaiah being discussed as talking about the Jewish people and their suffering. Everything else in this text is going to be about the Jewish people. So it's going to break down the linguistic ideas of these words and what is being discussed. Like when talking about the offspring, it's interpreted by scholars as a metaphor for the servants enduring influence even after death. So what we see here is that the Christian position is the minority position when discussing Isaiah, and the remainder of both secular and Jewish scholars are going to find this to be a metaphor position, not a prophetic position. And the way it appears is that the Christian position is using a post hoc rationalization. They have the gospels that they're already reading. They're trying to defend the gospel position. So when using a post hoc rationalization, they take this metaphor and shift it to a different context to try to support the crucifixion of Christ, even though it removes it from the context that Isaiah would normally have. That's the reason the Jewish people and the secular scholars and the linguistic scholars don't hold the same position you do. That's the reason the prophetic meaning of Jesus on the cross is only held by the minority Christian position.
Holy yap. You want to respond to why Hashem always means guilt offering now?
It doesn't, by the way.
Yeah, it does. So what else does it mean?
No, it doesn't.
I just
So what does it
explained
mean?
in the linguistics on how
Hold on,
some
no,
guilt
Justin, what does it
offerings
mean? Justin,
work,
Justin, why are you scared?
how it sometimes refers to guilt offerings
Stop
and
muting me, Justin.
sometimes it doesn't.
What
Sometimes
does
this
it
is
mean?
simply metaphor referring to the Jewish people and their suffering.
Right. And also, the root word Hashem doesn't always mean an offering. It could just mean the guilt of somebody, like a noun. It could refer to something that's abstract, like being guilty. It could also refer to an offering for guilt. It's got a wide semantic range. There are a couple occasions.
Those are the only two meanings. Those are the only two
Well,
meanings.
I named 3 of them.
You named 2. You said an offering and a state of guilt. That's all it means.
No, is offering a state of guilt, or it could also refer to an impurity. It could also
refer that's the first definition.
It could.
The state of guilt is impurity. That's
No, an impure item. It can refer to an impure item. It can also refer to.
It would still be a state of guilt.
It could also be used as a verb to refer to doing something that was guilty. There's a couple ways to use it. And Gazen, I don't know why you want to have these dumb semantic arguments, because you already admitted, like when we came into the conversation, that you don't even know Hebrew. It's a dumb argument to make.
You're not answering the argument.
You haven't made a good one yet. I'm still waiting for it.
Yes, I have. Because if Hashem is used to refer to the offering of something, the thing is always offered.
No.
Can you show me a single time where
it
that's
doesn't.
not the case?
It could also just mean an offense. It could mean a trespass. It could mean a sin.
Okay, let's say I grant that.
It could mean
it could mean
to be. It could even mean to be punished. There's a couple of ways you could.
Okay, let's say I grant that. Wait, no.
There you go. Yeah,
it could be used as a metaphor for a people allowed to suffer.
It does not mean to be punished.
Crazy. Imagine having a whole argument based on the interpretation of a single word in a language you don't know.
That's literally what you did with Zerah. That's literally what you did with Zerah.
I didn't make an argument on Zerah. You did. You made the argument. I didn't make it.
You brought up Zerah.
I didn't make it.
You said, did he have offspring? You said, did he have offspring? You didn't ask me that?
Psalm 34:22. Psalm 34:22 uses the same word to refer to a punishment.
Justin, I do got to apologize. I'm going to have to take off. I appreciate you having me up here. It's been wonderful, man.
Hey, Matt, thanks for coming and hanging out. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll see you around, bud.
Cheers, man.
I'm going to go to Psalm 34.
So here's the dishonesty with your position, right? I don't know who you got your argument from, but you're assuming that like your argument is true unless I do. If I go through every instance of this word in the Old Testament and demonstrate to you that the word has like a semantic range that you don't like. So essentially what you're asking me to do.
Where in Psalm 34?
So essentially what you're asking me to do is like research every word or every time the word actually shows up in the Bible and then prove to you that it can't mean something that you think it can't actually mean. That's essentially what you're asking.
Yeah, you guys do the same thing with Zerah.
So that's an unrealistic expectation to think that someone's going to do like a whole Bible word search in real time on a position that I haven't even taken. Like I haven't taken a position on the exact semantic range of how this word can show up in the Bible. It can show up a lot of different ways in the Bible.
Can you tell me what verse in Psalm 34?
Let me find it. Hold on. It might actually be 33 in the Hebrew because the chapters are different. 1 second.
Look it up your damn self. He brought it up. Yo, I don't know who that is. That is not my friend.
Actually, I'm looking at Psalm 34:22, and I don't even see it here. The Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew Dictionary lists it as being in Psalm 34:22, and I don't think that it actually does show up in Psalm 34:22 because I looked at 33 and 34, and it's not actually there. So I'm not sure what the Brown Driver Briggs Dictionary was thinking, unless there's a textual variant of it that I don't have. I'm looking at the Masoretic text. Oh no, it is here. Okay. Psalm 34:22 in the actual Masoretic text has it. Yeah. And it's being translated in most translations as being condemned.
That's not punishment.
It's a verb.
That's
Yeah.
That's just their state of guilt, though. So it wouldn't be an offering.
It's a verb. It's being used as a verb.
But it's the first established semantic range of the word, either guilt or guilt offering.
Yeah. So what? It's got a semantic range. It's being used here to refer to a punishment.
So it either means state of guilt or guilt offering, correct?
No, it's got a wide semantic range. It could be
So it could be condemned means state of guilt. What's the other side?
It could be a punishment. It could be a condemnation. It could be a wrongdoing. It's even been used to refer to as,
where does it say
as
punishment?
a sin. I just told you.
Where does it say punishment?
34:22.
That's not punishment. That's not condemnation. Isn't punishment.
Oh, condemnation and punishment is going to go hand in hand. Some translations say condemnation. Some say punishment. It depends on which one you're looking at.
You can be condemned in virtue of a punishment. It doesn't mean condemnation is necessary.
That's why I'm telling you. Some translations say condemnation. Some say punishment. The Brown Driver's Dictionary says punishment. So I'm just telling you, it's got a semantic range, and the semantic range covers both punishment and condemnation, and that's according to the Brown Driver Briggs.
That's not punishment.
That's according to the Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew Dictionary, not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you what the actual Hebrew Dictionary says.
It does not say punishment.
Yeah, I'll show it. Yeah, it says right there. Actually, give me a second. To be held guilty or to bear a punishment. Psalm 34:22, Psalm 34:23, Proverbs 30:10, Isaiah 24:6, Jeremiah 2:3, so on and so forth. It could also mean in the nephal stem to suffer a punishment, because nephal is the passive stem. Do you know what the nephal stem is?
No.
So you don't even know Hebrew. So you're making arguments for a language you don't even know.
I don't know Hebrew.
Okay. Well, listen. I'd love to argue like semantic range of the Hebrew language with a guy who doesn't know any Hebrew, but I feel like it's a waste of time since literally maybe only 2 people here actually know the Hebrew language and you're not one of them. So do you have a better argument?
Can you show me where it says it's punishment?
I just showed it to you in the actual fucking dictionary.
You showed me nifal.
I showed you in the dictionary before the nephal stem, where nephal means to suffer a punishment in the passive stem. That's all it is. It's the same verbal. It's the same verbal root.
Where does it say sham means punishment?
I'll show you again. It's on the screen. To be held guilty or bear punishment.
Dude, I can't see the top.
I know. I'm sure you've never read a Hebrew dictionary, which is why you don't know this.
I'm saying the top is covered.
Well, move it down.
I can't see the top.
I moved it down. Everyone can read it but you.
To become guilty, okay.
To be held guilty or to bear a punishment.
Or bear punishment.
In the nephal stem, it almost always refers to suffering punishment because the nephal is going to be the passive stem. It's a Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew Dictionary, standard dictionary. It's going to say the same thing in the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. You don't have a copy of the Hallett. I do. It doesn't matter. It's going to say the same thing as Brown Driver Briggs.
Okay. I'll be back.
Okay. Have a good one. Imagine basing the entire interpretation of a prophecy on the meaning of a single word. Crazy that they think you can interpret an entire prophecy on one word. It's the same thing I always tell you guys. Jesus is just a Messiah of the grammatical anomalies. He's a Messiah of the grammar gaps. That's it. He's not a Messiah of the context. He's not a Messiah of the actual theme of the prophet. He's the Messiah of the grammatical anomalies and nothing more. That's it. That's all you're ever going to get from these Christians. Find a grammatical anomaly and hang on to it for dear life. Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. Big W. I appreciate that. It says we need to keep overthinking this. We need to keep overthinking this whole God thing. Is God true? Is he not true? Should the Bible be taken literally or should it not? Chuck it all and believe in yourself, and please stop practicing misogyny. Well, first of all, I'm with you on the practicing misogyny. We got to get that shit out of here. I think the first way we can take care of that is by getting rid of the Bible. So I agree. Let's just chuck it all out. It makes great fire kindling. You can roast some logs over it. You can barbecue some steaks over top of it, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Yahweh's not going to do anything. And Adele, thank you for the super chat. It says, wild to me that it's so hard to answer. Do you want to get stabbed? Are these people kidding me? Yeah, isn't it crazy? I'm so sorry I'm backed up on super chats. This is from like 3 guests ago. But guys, I really appreciate your support and all the super chats you send me. I really do. Sometimes I get a little bit backed up just because like you guys are so awesome and so generous and you're supporting the live stream, and I'm in the middle of these conversations and I can't really read them in the conversation. But I really do appreciate it. Megan says, so glad I finally made a live. I love your content. Listening to these dishonest dudes humiliate themselves over an old myth is fantastic. Yeah, thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate that. And it's wild to me that they're willing to do it. As a Christian, I never would have been like so confident in my viewpoints. I was always like taking everything with like, okay, well, maybe there's another way I could look at this. Maybe somebody else is going to bring something to the table I can learn from. I was never like, this is the only way to read it, and I'm just going to force you into my interpretation. Like, you have to have a little bit of humility. And Adele, thank you for the super chat. It says, big win for M's. Timing for this conversation, talking, and huge W for Justin's chef hat. Thank you so much. I got that chef hat just recently. I was hoping I'd get a chance to use it. And this was the perfect time to use it, Silatax, when the Muslim guest is getting completely cooked and you know he's getting clipped. He's absolutely going to get clipped because he is a child rapist. He's a walking red flag. And Kasak says, if their morals are objective, then I'll abandon morals and adopt a new subjective system. I'm with you. If the best you can do with subjective morals is marrying children, I'll pass. I'll pass on that. Your God can send me to hell. Josh says, guest is a founder of Incels for Islam Coalition. 100% he was. And deviant, pedo apologist. I know. Imagine being a pedo apologist calling us deviant. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. All right, I'm going to get a couple more super chats and we're going to get a guest in here. I apologize, I've been backed up. Frimple's sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, Frimples. That's like super, super generous. And Ham and Molek with us tonight says, I think atheists generally need to be more confrontational to Islam. It's kind of insane that pedo apologia is considered okay. I'm with you. I try to bring it up as much as possible and hammer that point home because I don't want people thinking that this is an okay thing to believe in. And Mike says, please be upon him. Absolutely unbelievable conversation. Absolutely. I wish the cops were listening to that conversation because they need to know. And Larry, thank you for the 66s. Talk about vile. He makes Christians look not so bad. I know it's crazy that if you're doing something that makes Christians look good, you got a problem. Johanna says, Torah, Bible, Quran, blah, blah, blah. They all have explicit directions on how to treat baby girls, teenage girls, and women in general with contempt and utter disregard. Yeah, Numbers 31. Kidnap the little virgin girls and distribute them among the soldiers. It's horrific. Astronova, good to see you, friend. Nice updated logo, by the way. I love the new logo. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Muslim guest is the epitome of weak. Weak men cling to religions that give them any sense of superiority. It's utterly transparent to everyone but them. I think that's actually why a lot of people like these religions, is because it makes them feel away. It makes them feel powerful. It makes them feel like they're in control. It makes them feel like they're not a weakling in a chaotic universe. Lilith and Bertram, thank you for the face paint. I appreciate that. And Sayla says, fun fact, multiple case studies, objective facts have shown that when women are in positions of leadership, the company and employees exceptional, greater than when man is in leadership positions. So you're saying that like female CEOs perform better than male CEOs, and I haven't seen that data, but I'd be pretty ready to accept that from what I've seen in the world. I would accept that for sure. Josh says, misogyny, violence, and brainwashing are tenets of Islam. The righteous indignation of this guest is amazing. If he had sense, he'd be embarrassed. That's the craziest thing, to hold these positions and then at the same time believe that you deserve to be righteously indignant at a position I hold. That's fucking crazy. When you're justifying marrying and having sex with little children, you're the problem. And I agree, Woolite. He says, clip this guy, Justin. He's a bum. And here's a $5 for the barbecue we just witnessed. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Woolite. And Fen says, it's weird that they call what they call weakness. They think it's weak if you want to assault women and children. And I call it weak if you must assault women and children. I agree. Listen, I've said this over and over again. The people that want to fight, the people that want to be tough are usually the least tough and the least prepared to fight. If you meet a guy that always wants to get into a fight, chances are that dude can't fight. I did martial arts. The people I knew that were really good at martial arts, they didn't want to get in fights. Because they know there's a guy out there that can kick their ass. Because they've met that guy. They found that guy, right? The people who are eager to get into fights are the people who can't fight. The people that are eager to beat on women are the people that are the weakest in society. The people that are eager to subjugate people are the people that feel like themselves are being subjugated and they're weak, and they need to find a way to treat others that makes them feel powerful. Woolite says, oh yeah, I'm clipping them. Riley says, bye talking. See you on the news later after the FBI raids your house. I wish he was in America, because that might actually happen in America, not in the UK. And Katie says, try being a Jets fan. Oof, I'm sorry, Katie. I know. Being a Jets fan's hard. I get it. I'm with you. My heart goes out to you, but not like the Hitler's salute heart goes out to you, like what the right wing does. And Mike says, once again, Ems appears like a jinn to roast a Muslim. He's magic. Ems is magic. Whenever just someone whispers the word Muhammad 3 times, Em appears. He's definitely one of those jinn. And rock hard for Doug. Good to see you. Rock hard says, Justin and Ems don't go hunting because that could result in a failure. They go cooking. Joshua 410. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, let me grab a guest in here. We've got a couple of people that have been waiting for a while. We'll see if we can get some technology to work for us. We've got Casey in the box now. Casey, how you doing? Oh, Casey froze. Oh, shit. All right. Okay, well. Casey's technology went out at the wrong time. Oh, well. Sorry, Casey. Come on back. We'll get the next guest in here. Still attacks a bit with another super chat. It says J.R. Bob Dobbs is head of the church in Subgenius from the late 70s, precursor to Flying Spaghetti Monster and Doug and Sharon. Check it out. I didn't know that. J.R. Dobbs, head of the church of Subgenius. I've never even heard of the church of Subgenius. Now I've heard about it. I'm looking it up, and I'll read up on it tonight. Thank you for letting me know, Silotax. And Bertram, thank you for the face paint. I appreciate that. And 4 Seasons, welcome in. How you doing? 4 Seasons? Thank you, Bertram. 4 Seasons, do you know you're on the screen right now? No? Okay. All right. Well, come back then. I mean, if you're up here by accident, that's fine. Come back if you meant to be here. But Bertram, thank you for all the face paint. I really appreciate that. That was awesome. Big W. And we've got some super chats. Noah's with us tonight. Good to see you. Noah's Lions 8 Dead Babies on the Ark says, super chat rejects my comments sometimes, but then my typical content. As a nurse practitioner, I should get special allowance. I agree. Listen, sometimes as a nurse, you have to use language that you might not be able to use in polite conversation. So I get it. I'm with you 100%. And Dunzo says, a longtime Raiders fan, I relate to your Browns plight. I've become too used to saying it's another rebuilding year. Hell, Doug. every season for the Browns is a rebuilding season. That's all there is to it, right? And at the end of every season, there's always next year. Anyways, how you doing, Real Talk?
Hey, brother, how are you?
Doing good, thank you for asking. Real
Yeah.
Talk, are
Well,
you
I
at
think
least
it's
18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
we had a conversation like 20 days ago, I guess, and we were agree on the point that the books are false and that's came in the world created by a man to manipulate the society. And we were agree on that, and we had a chat about this. And then we went to a conversation that how something come from nothing. And you said that the universe, space and time existed as always. I started looking about this and searching, and well, you were right about this, and that's true. So I'm not here to take too much of your time. I just want to say that I agree with the points that you made last time, like 20 days ago, and that's why I had to look over internet and books and read stuff. And you were right, brother, and absolutely. And then I started actually going live and talk with the people about this. So I thank you for bringing the argument, and I'm just now my eyes opened about so much stuff and helped me a lot, actually.
I mean, big W for doing some research. A lot of people after a conversation don't do research. And believe it or not, I come off pretty confident in my positions, but like at the end of every live stream, I'm still going back and like, oh shit, maybe there's something I need to look up. Maybe there's something I need to figure out that I thought I knew that I didn't know. And like, so I'm trying to learn all the time myself. You know what I mean? But I mean, it really takes a lot of balls to look something up and then also admit that you were wrong. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I have looked through a lot of stuff actually the last time we had a conversation, and I mean I didn't come from a perspective of a religious man or something like that. End of the day, I looked through so much theories and so much stuff, and I saw that I just proven your point, and I'm going actually live now talking to people, raising awareness among people, but I don't have a lot of actually followers. That made me like a little bit difficult and not really easy actually. But I just want to say, okay, thank you so much. No problem. Yeah, everything is good.
Well, thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate it. And make sure you drop me a DM so I can follow you back after this. If you're going to be doing some live streams, I'll make sure and come in and do some smack talking in the comments for you.
That's very lovely. Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, guys, follow me. I'm gonna talk about this in the future. Yeah.
All right. Good to hear from you, friend.
Yeah, a lot of love, brother. A lot of love. Take care. Yeah.
Cheers.
Take care. Thank you. Yes.
I do remember the first time I ran into the infinite regress argument, and I kind of came to the conclusion that like there's really no problem with an infinite regress in the eternal past. And that was a really eye-opening moment for me. I was like, oh, well, I guess like if everything always existed, then like shit, and what do we need God for? What's he doing for us? Why do we care? Match Energy, good to see you tonight. It says, had to send Venmo. It also won't let me send. Really? I don't know what happened. That's okay, friend. Listen, it's the thought that matters. I appreciate the thought. If it didn't send, no worries. You're here now with us, and we appreciate you being here. And 55445, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Says, for someone that's been taught Hebrew, I've had a question circling my mind. Someone suggested to me once that the word later translated, the word helper, or the word later translated as helper from Genesis means something more like teacher. I'm not sure that's the case. You're referring to like the help meet verse, right, in Genesis. That's an interesting argument. Here's one thing. Here's what I think. So a lot of times, like when you get people that are like native Jewish speakers, they read the Bible, and sometimes I think they're tempted to interpret the words through a modern Hebrew lens. And listen, you can do that. That's certainly a thing. But Azer in the Hebrew, which I think is what you meant here, not later, but Azer in Hebrew, or lo ezer. I don't know if you're trying to combine two words. Typically, as far as I know, just translates in biblical Hebrew to being a help or a support. I mean, maybe if you use it in just the right way, you can use it to come to like helping somebody out by teaching them something that might be a semantic range. I'm not familiar with it. That's all I'm saying. But again, my Hebrew skills are, I'm going to say basic, right? Like I took two years in undergrad and 2 more years in seminary of Hebrew. So like I can pick up a text and I can read it, but a lot of times I have to look up words, right? Because I forget my vocabulary. But I remember the grammar, and I remember the, all the stuff you need to do the real work. But like, I do know some native Hebrew speakers that are like also widely studied in biblical Hebrew that might be able to answer this. If you shoot me an email on it, I can run it by some actual experts that have like a PhD just in biblical Hebrew. So like my Hebrew professor, one of my professors in seminary, has his whole education is just in Hebrew, and also in Semitic languages. So he would be a good help. But my understanding is that Esser just refers to somebody who's like a helper or a support person or a companion. I don't know anything about a teacher. But it's a good question. Sailor says, you see, the trick is that God will open the bottle cap if both you and the observer are delusional enough to believe it. You always have to have faith for it to work for some reason, which is weird because you think if God was real, he would give you what you needed to have the faith rather than the other way around. And Razor says, if prayer actually worked, all the believers would have cleared out children's hospitals already. I agree. Listen, if I believe that prayer worked and it actually did work, I'd spend all day, every day in the hospitals. You'd never get me to leave that ICU. But welcome in, Grape.
Yo, what up? Hey,
Grape,
how you doing?
At least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yeah, I do.
Cool. And you're at least 18?
Yeah.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I would go with probably the Torah and the Gospels.
So Christian God?
Yeah.
Cool. And what would be the best evidence that the Christian God is real?
Well, I heard your debate earlier with the guy on Isaiah 53, and I had some things I want to chip in.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? It's muting.
Yep,
oh, my bad.
You're not muted.
Oh, you're just waiting? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing. You keep arguing against Isaiah 53 being Jesus. You say it's Israel.
Yeah,
and I really disagree with that.
The prophet told you it's Israel.
Yeah, but here's the issue.
Yeah, we don't have to care what the prophet says.
No, I don't think that's the right thing.
Want me to show you where he tells you?
Well, I just want to make my point real quick. But yeah, you could later if you want. I don't mind.
He says
finish.
In Deuteronomy, Isaiah, he says 8 different times that the nation of Israel is the servant. So like when I get to 53, I don't have a good reason to put anybody in 53 other than the nation of Israel.
No, I get you. I get you. Well, I just want to finish my point. I don't want to waste your time. My point is, I talk to a lot of Jews, and they're very nice, and we talk. They disagree with me, but they don't object to this point. Even Messianic Jews is that the entire Talmud, the actual sages, they don't think it's Israel. They think it's a suffering future servant.
They don't have a consensus on what they think it is. In fact, some of them think that it's Moses. Some of them said that it's like the teacher of righteousness. Some of them believe.
No, I agree with you, Justin.
So there's so many interpretations of it. And again, the Talmud is not like the only barometer as to what the Jewish people believe. Like they wrote things outside of the Talmud. And like we have early voices like Tradwife who clearly believed that it was about the nation of Israel.
Justin, really? Tradwife said? I'm not sure, because everyone tells me it was Rashi in 1100s who came out with it later. The whole Talmud, all the sages, they think it was a singular suffering person.
They don't. There's about 3 or 4 different opinions in the Talmud on what they think the interpretation is. And the Talmud is not.
What is it? Tell us.
The Talmud is not an authoritative teaching. The Talmud is a collection of teachings. And sometimes they agree on things, and sometimes they don't agree on things. No, they don't. There's no consensus in the Talmud.
Literally... No, I talked to Jews. They don't even disagree.
Not only is there no consensus in the Talmud, it also doesn't matter to me. Like I'm not Jewish.
Well, it should matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, I know, but the fact that these actual sages don't think it's Israel, they think it's some person, you should look at that and be wow, even the Jews.
Some of them believe it's the nation of Israel. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like there's no consensus in the Talmud on who they think it is. And the Talmud, again...
No, they don't know who it is. That's not the point.
The Talmud doesn't matter to me. I'm not Jewish.
Okay, but you debated someone who was a preterist, and you said, isn't it a coincidence that no school teaches preterism? But now I'm telling you, isn't it a coincidence no actual sage believed that's Israel?
Isn't it a coincidence that not a single sage believed that it was Jesus?
That doesn't matter to me.
All of a sudden, what the sages believe isn't important anymore. Oh, okay.
No, it's
so you like what the sages believe, except when they disagree. Except when they disagree with you.
No, I don't care if they think it's Jesus or not. It's
okay, so you don't actually care what the Jewish sages believe because you disagree with them.
No, I do because they agree it's a person. They agree it's a singular person.
And I disagree. So you disagree with the sages about who they think the figure is. I disagree with the sages about whether or not it's a person.
No, we can debate that point. As long as we both agree.
And again, there's multiple voices in the Talmud about who or what they think it is.
That's fine. I don't care.
It's not like all of them believe the thing that you believe.
No, none of them believe it's Jesus. I know that, but they don't believe it's Israel. They believe it's a person. So there you go.
Well, some of them do think it's Israel.
They don't think it's Israel. No one in the Talmud thinks it's Israel. That's Rashi,
and nobody thinks it's Jesus. So
that doesn't matter, though.
Well, it does matter. You're laying the bar as it has
to
be.
You're arguing if it's Israel.
You're laying the bar down and saying it has to be in the Talmud for me to have the interpretation. Well, it's not in the Talmud that Jesus is the fulfillment. So, like the bar that you're setting is not a bar that you can meet.
Well, then that's a different discussion, though. We can discuss that, who it is. But as long as you just realize all these sages don't think it's Israel.
Well, you're wrong.
Show me where they said it's Israel.
Again,
before Rashi. Show it.
The Talmud is not the only place where you can find writings from the Jews as to the interpretation of Isaiah 53.
Do you realize the Talmud is like hundreds and hundreds of top sages? They don't agree it's Israel.
Yes, I'm aware. And they all agree it's not Jesus.
Like, what? Why would you or anyone here... why would you go with a later interpretation? That's just
I'm not going with a later interpretation. It was literally in place before we had the Talmud.
Let me look it up. I never heard of that. No Jew even told me that.
Just look at the writing. Never told me that. Look at the disputation between Origen and Trypho.
And he said it's the nation of Israel?
not Trypho. I mean that was with Justin. Justin debated Trypho.
Justin Martyr?
Celsum, I believe, is in Contra Celsum. Origen wrote that he was in a disputation with a Jew.
And they said it was Israel? Because I never heard that.
Yeah, in fact, I'll find it for you. It's in Contra Celsum, and it's going to be in book number 1, chapter 55. It says,
don't pick me. Let me look it up.
I remember that on one occasion at a disputation held with certain Jews who were reckoned wise men, I quoted these prophecies, to which my Jewish opponent replied that these predictions bore reference to the whole people regarded as one individual, and being in a state of dispersion and suffering, in order that many proselytes might be gained on account of the dispersion of the Jews among numerous heathen nations. This is what Origen is reporting the Jews are saying in his disputations.
Oh, let me look it up. Can you give me a moment? Don't kick me.
Well, I don't know why you are assuming I'm going to kick you. It sounds to me like you're the type of person that gets kicked from a lot of live streams.
No, just like, I don't know. Thought you'd kick me maybe? Sorry. Thanks for waiting. You said Origen. Yeah, Origen. And before I even show it, I didn't hear him say Isaiah 53. Are you for sure it was Isaiah 53?
Yeah, the suffering servant.
Okay, gotcha. Searching now. Yep. One sec. 1 minute.
I can read it for you again.
Okay, I got it. Sorry. Yeah, thanks for waiting. You are correct in that some in the early times might have said it, but regard.
Are you chat GPTing this?
Pages say it. So, yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
I just gave
Just
you
to get a quick answer.
I
I
just
don't wanna
gave you
search
the
the whole
quote.
Google.
It's in Contra Celsum, book number 1, chapter 55.
No, I know. Maybe there's something, a catch. Because, I debate Muslim. They always lie. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying maybe there's a catch. I don't know. That's
It's not a catch. I
You'll be
just,
like,
read,
"Oh,
I
is
just
that
read the
true?"
quote for you.
No, I know. Maybe there's more. Anyways, I'm not saying you're lying. I want to double check. That's all. It's true. Maybe early on there was some saying that. But if you actually go to the Talmud,
there you
like
go.
written down sages, they don't say it. So
Don't care.
I think that's more valid.
I don't think it's more valid, and
I
I
think you
don't
should.
care, and I don't even know if your argument's true. I haven't
think you
checked it. I've not checked every last word of the Talmud
What?
to see what it says about Isaiah 53. I cannot confirm if your claim is even true.
Okay, well, do you trust Messianic Jews who were former rabbis and stuff?
No.
Or do you think they're lying?
No,
You
I
think they're just making it up?
I just think they're uninformed.
Messianic Jews who are Jewish, like from Israel?
Oh, no. I think they're not uninformed. The ones from Israel. The ones over here. Yeah, the Messianics we have in the States are usually pretty well uninformed.
Oh, there's people called One for Israel. They're like
I'm aware.
Actual Jews from Israel. You know them?
I don't know them personally. I know of the organization
Oh, yeah.
because I'm friends with
Very
people.
nice people.
I'm friends with people that do work against them, counteracting their missionary
Against them.
work. Yeah.
Tovia Singer.
Definitely Tovia Singer, yeah.
He's a nice guy. I don't agree with how he does stuff.
He's a nice
I
guy.
think he's disingenuous, but he's a nice.
He's not disingenuous. I agree with him on Isaiah 53.
Yeah, because you guys are against the Christian thing.
Well, because it doesn't make any sense. Because every single prophecy about the Messiah states something exactly different than Isaiah 53. Every prophecy about the Messiah doesn't say he's going to die. It says he's going to be victorious. He's going to be a king. He's going to defeat Israel's enemies. That's what every single prophecy about the Messiah says. So when you get to Isaiah 53 and you want to say, no, it's actually not about that, well, you're just lying.
No, even in Orthodox Judaism, there is the two messiahs. One does die, Ben Joseph.
Yep.
And there is actually even
in Sukkah 52, and they're alive at the same time.
That's their interpretation. But they get it from the Bible.
In Sukkah 52, there's two messiahs. They're alive at the same time, and one mourns over the one that dies.
But that's their interpretation.
So
the dying
so it has
part
nothing to do with Jesus.
Oh, we think it does. We think Jesus bore the sins of the world for
everyone
us.
knows what you think. We think you're wrong.
And we think he's the superhero of the world.
Yeah, and you'd be wrong.
Because he died for us.
He's just a failure.
Not only that.
He didn't do a single thing the prophecy said the Messiah would do.
Would you admit, though, compared to all the other religions?
Can you find me a single prophecy that he fulfilled? Now, I know you're going to say Isaiah 53, and I'm not going to spend another hour on Isaiah 53. Can you find even one prophecy outside of Isaiah 53 that he fulfilled? Because as it turns out, dying is not unique. A lot of supposed messiahs died.
No, I know what you mean. The problem is, it says it pleased the Lord to crush him.
He can't do it.
No, can we stick to Isaiah 53 before we go on?
I already told you. Find me one prophecy outside of Isaiah 53, because I have no reason to accept a bad interpretation of Isaiah 53 until you can give me a reason why I would believe that he's the Messiah. And I should accept a bad interpretation of Isaiah 53.
Okay, I will. Sure, you're alive. But it's not nice to say it's a bad interpretation when the whole Talmud agrees it's a singular Messiah that dies. They agree he's a suffering Messiah.
The Talmud doesn't say a lot about Isaiah 53. The earliest parts, like in Bitter Coat, just says that Isaiah 53 means that anyone who the Lord loves, he will make suffer.
But you told me you didn't read it.
It's not even about an individual person. It's about anyone the Lord loves. There's not much in the Talmud about the interpretation of Isaiah 53.
You said you didn't read the Talmud, though. Now you're saying there's not a lot. You don't know.
I said I don't know all of the Talmud.
Yeah, and in it, you'll find many people who talk about.
And I told you one part of the Talmud. Yes.
Okay. I'm saying if you actually read it and go listen to the actual Israeli Christian Jews, they'll tell you they all talk about a singular Messiah.
So can you find me a single prophecy that Jesus fulfilled outside of Isaiah 53?
Yeah.
Cool. Where is it?
But I just want to make it clear to everyone.
You can't do it. He keeps running. He can't do it. Just do it, Grape.
I want to do it. I want to do it because it's fun. I want to do it. I want to stay. But I'm just telling everyone, read Isaiah 53. Listen to.
They've all read it. They don't believe it. They don't care. We've all read it 100 times.
No one cares. Please the Lord to crush him in our place.
He can't do it. He can't do it. He can't name a single one.
I could. You want me to name it?
Do it right now.
It says the seed of the woman will crush the serpent's head.
Genesis 3:15. That's not about Jesus. Not even close.
Your interpretation. We believe Jesus crushed the serpent's head on the cross.
Even according to the New Testament, it doesn't show up. So in Genesis 3,
he crushed the serpent's head on the cross.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Satan dead right now?
No, but he crushed his head.
Oh, metaphorical head crushing. Oh, so is he alive or is he dead?
On the cross.
Is he alive or he dead?
It's a metaphorical.
It's a metaphorical. He humiliated. Oh, okay. So he's
yes,
not.
He did.
He's not dead. He's not dead. He's humiliated. Oh,
he's forever humiliated.
Poor Satan. He's so humiliated. He's dead.
He is.
Genesis 3 has nothing to do with Satan or Jesus. It's about serpents, about snakes. It says, the woman said, the snake tricked me, or the serpent tricked me, and I ate. And the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all wild creatures. Is Satan an animal or a wild creature?
It's symbolic, Justin.
Well, is Satan symbolic? Is Satan an animal?
What? He might have appeared as one during that time.
Okay. Did the snake do anything wrong, or did Satan do something wrong?
Satan did.
Okay, then why did snakes get cursed?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on that.
So God cursed all of the snakes for something they never did?
I didn't.
That's some crazy. That's some crazy bullshit right there. Why would God curse all snakes among all the wild creatures for something they didn't Satan was just appearing as a snake. Did God not know that Satan was just appearing as a snake?
Dude, all snakes go to heaven. Their souls go to heaven, so.
Okay, this guy's not for real.
They do.
Okay.
No, don't kick me.
I'm kicking you.
Let's debate.
You're not for real.
Why?
He's not for real. There's no way that guy's for real. All right, we'll move on to the next guest. Hopefully we'll get an adult in the box. I sensed that he wasn't going to be serious when he came up here, and he kind of proved me right. All snakes' life matters, I know. Connor says, I'm a little behind the stream, but the dip for the god of pretzels would be a stone ground mustard. Am I right? Yes. 100% would be stone ground mustard. Listen, I gotta tell you guys a story, okay? So I grew up hating mustard. I didn't like it. The yellow paste from like Heinz, whatever. This is not good, right? I literally just recently, as a 40-year-old man, had actual mustard of like just ground up mustard seeds and like some oil and whatnot, like just fresh mustard. And holy shit, it was so good. Why is anyone eating this yellow goo? It's not mustard. It's not, you cannot tell me that like what you're buying in that yellow container is mustard. It's not mustard. It's like a yellow goo mixed with vinegar. It is not even in the same family as like actual ground mustard seed. They're not the same. I don't know. Someone needs to give like a lawsuit to these mustard companies that are selling this weird yellow goo. That's not mustard. That's all I'm saying. It's not mustard. And Johannes, thank you for the super chat. Says words don't mean words. Matthew 18:19. Actually, I think you're right. Jesus did purposely use words in order to trip up his followers. And Matthew 18:19 is a good example of how Christians just don't believe Jesus, where he says, "Truly I tell you, if two of you agree on earth about anything I ask, it will be done for you by my Father in heaven." Yet for some reason, they can't seem to get their shit together and get the Father in heaven to do anything. They can't do it because they don't believe the words. And Dr. Pizza says, faith is not a virtue, it's a vice. It absolves the faithful of obligation of critical thinking. I'm up to 49 Gideons from hotels after today. Holy shit, Dr. Pizza. You've got 49 Gideon Bibles? Just take them. Just take them because, listen, the money's there. They're going to be fine, right? It's not a problem. Take them home, use them on your grill, cook them up, and, shit, have a good time. You'll be fine. And also, it's Disco. Thank you for the super chat. It says Taps Mike. Hello. Is this thing on? I don't think my previous super chat came through during the second Philbro call. Praise Doug. Sorry, Disco. It probably did come through. I probably just didn't read it in a timely fashion. I'm looking through all the super chats though, and I don't see one back here from you. So I don't know what happened, if it hung up in sending or if it didn't send. Or if I just read it super late, but I don't actually see it in the collection. But anyways, thank you so much for the 666. Hail Nero, I really do appreciate it. And if you did send a super chat, I missed it, I'm really sorry. I try my best, and people who've been here know me. I try my best to read every single super chat that comes through. I don't want to miss anybody's hard-earned money that they paid for a super chat. To me, it's humbling that anybody would spend even 50 cents on a super chat on my live stream. So I really appreciate all the support and all the people here who make the live streams possible. But anyways, we got YK Winter with us. How you doing, YK? YK? Hello? YK? Hola? YK? Okay. All right. YK's not with us. Grab the next one. Match Energy says, got guest name wrong on Venmo. Sorry. Oh, Match, you got the name wrong. That makes more sense. Listen, I appreciate the clarification on that. I really do. And KSAC says, I prayed to God not to answer my prayer. He's now stuck in an infinite loop. I can't believe I've never heard that, actually. That's actually a really good paradox. If you pray for God to not answer your prayer, then he can't actually answer it. But if he doesn't answer your prayer, that means he did answer your prayer, which now means God is in an infinite loop. He's stuck. That's why God can't get everything done. He's been stuck in an infinite loop since the first time somebody asked him to not answer their prayer. It's a race condition. I don't know if you know it. In electrical engineering, we refer to this as a race condition. But holy shit, that's a fantastic point. I cannot believe that is the case, but that makes the most sense. And Frimple's sending another Deconstruction Zone membership. I really appreciate that, Frimples. Anyways, we've got Danish with us. How you doing, Danish?
Hello, this is Danish Jew, free thinker. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking.
I just saw your. This is my first time seeing your live stream. It's very creative. You're doing a great job, and we're actually doing pretty much the same thing what you're doing. We're going live, but we go live in Persian because our audience target is Afghanistan people. Well, I'm from Afghanistan, and we usually criticize Islam. Our job is easier because it's super easy to it's super easy to deconstruct Islam in terms of how we see it.
Yeah, and, Islam is like a particularly vile religion. We agree with you there.
Yeah, exactly. And there's not much logic in Quran. It's the contradictions and the evil doings and all the bad stories and bad history we have in the Quran is really obvious. It doesn't really need much. It's an easy job, but what makes our job harder is that we cannot show our face to our programs. We have to hide our picture. We have to constantly keep an eye out for people who are serious about defending their religion. But I have a lot to learn from you. You're doing creative works on your program, reading the way you're bringing up the chat and the way you have organized your program. You're doing a good job.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. If you need some setup tips, just let me know. Send me a DM and I'll try to get you hooked up. I want everybody to be able to get the technology working for them so that we can elevate the whole community, right? Like I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to get the technology to work, and sometimes I don't get it to work. Sometimes it fucks me up. But I think when it does work, it makes for a really cool user experience, and I would love to see the rest of the community be able to create the user experience that they want to be able to create and reach as many people as possible. And here's something I know from engineering, right? Is aesthetics matter. Mm-hmm. If you can have good graphics, have everything looking slick, like people will show up at your live stream even if they haven't heard a word that came out of your mouth. So, thank you for taking notice of my my handiwork.
Yeah, you did a great handiwork. We are in a big need of creative stuff like this because we cannot show our face, believe it or not. You're when you show your face, it has a whole lot of different effect on people. They feel more close, more connected, I guess. But when we don't show our face and it's only our voice, we have to be either super creative with our voice, or there's another open field like pictures, and we could use these. Mm-hmm. But the options you're using all of them are pretty new for me. We need a lot to learn from people like you. Okay. And I appreciate what you do. We all need to keep it going, keep the ball rolling, I guess.
Yeah, we're definitely going to do that.
And I'm an electrical engineer too.
A big W for the engineers. So you'll be fine.
Yes.
Shoot me a DM. I'll make sure you get hooked up.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much. I will go down now.
All right, cheers. Have a good one. Let's get some big W's for Danish. Make sure you guys are following his account so we can build them up in the community. All right, we're going to try to get Casey back in here.
There he is.
How you doing, Casey?
Hey. What's up? You hear me?
I can hear you. Can you turn your speaker down a little bit, though?
Yeah, absolutely. Is that better for you?
Well, I mean, I only wanted your speaker to be turned down so I couldn't hear me. I can hear you.
Okay. How's that better, bud?
We'll see.
Okay.
Is the echo? Is the echo loud for you guys here, or is it okay?
I'll try to talk a little lower.
Well, no. The problem isn't your voice. The problem is they can hear my voice. I mean, they can hear my voice twice. Right. So I'm coming out of your speaker and going into your microphone, basically, right?
You let me know when I should ask. I know you have a typical question you ask. You can ask away.
Oh yeah, 1 second. Let me.
I'm just trying to. Oh wait, maybe I gotta turn off. No. How do I turn off my speaker?
I think you just need some headphones.
I know. Keith, you have headphones? Damn. Sorry, but I got work at 4 a.m. UPS. I've been waiting. This is awesome. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of unfortunately in a situation where I like the echo is going to drive me insane.
Okay, hold on. How do I get that off?
You gotta get some headphones, buddy.
Oh my God! Can you have headphones? Not for the phone. Oh my good Lord! I got them on a phone. Well, listen, this is crazy. Let me just try to ask you. I've been listening to your stuff recently, the last couple of days. Are you omniscient? Do you know everything? Would you say that the material?
Can't hear you if you're saying anything. Oh, he's got a phone call. Of course. Your phone call cut you out there, bud. I feel bad he waited all the time. Now no one can hear him. Okay. No one can hear you. You're disconnecting. Come back. Hang up and come back. Oh well. It sounded to me like, listen, I don't want to make assumptions, but it sounded to me like he was about to say, are you omniscient? And then he was about to make an argument from, since you can't know all things, you must be wrong about God. I think that's where he was going. I could be wrong about that, but that's kind of what I suspect is about to happen. We'll see. We will see, guys. I don't know why my audio is not working. I'm going to have to do some digging and see what the fuck's going on with my audio. It was working Sunday for the Unapologetic podcast. It was working, what is today, Wednesday? It was working Sunday night when I live streamed. So I'm not sure what changed. Like what went wrong? It's so weird. Like I shut my program down. I go to bed. I'll reopen it, and stuff just doesn't work again. Like it's the craziest thing that you can do that. Like you can have an app set up. It does everything you want it to, and then like you open it one time and it's just not doing the shit anymore. Like I don't understand why things are like that. It's so weird to me. But anyways, whatever. It is what it is. We're gonna keep on rolling. Listen, I don't think. Oh, he did come back. He came back. All right, welcome back, Casey. And it still doesn't work. Okay, cool. Of course, it doesn't work. Okay. Of course, it doesn't work. All right. Okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you, Casey. We're gonna have to move on. What's up, Denise?
Hey, I just wanted to ask Danish if he could make a comment so that people can follow him. Like if he can put something in the comments so people can get his profile.
Oh yeah, great idea.
He's still watching, and some people were saying they missed it, but it's Danish JU is in one word, and then free thinker. So that's his full name. But if he can comment, because he's still in here, then people can try and follow him too.
Yeah, for sure. Danish, if you're still in, come up and or comment in the chat so we someone can pin his comment too, right? So if he comments in the chat, somebody should be able to pin his comment.
I can pin it if you don't have anybody in the box, so I'll drop down and then I should be able to pin it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Denise. I appreciate it.
All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, big dubs. Denise is awesome. Denise, I couldn't do these live streams without the mods. The mods are amazing. All right, so yeah, there we go. Danish, there he is. He says, I just got in. Go ahead and put the pin that comment for us so we can all follow Danish. All right, so we tried to get a guest in there. They backed out. If you're watching on TikTok, we only have one troll in the queue. We don't have any real people in the queue. So unfortunately, that's not going to be, we're not going to be able to help you out too much there. But if you're watching on YouTube, you know how to get in the queue. We're trying to get the technology to work. All right. We'll try for like the fifth time is the charm. We're going to try to get Casey in and Casey dropped. Okay. So that's not going to work. All right. We'll try to get Sacred back. We had Sacred at one moment. 1 second, Sacred. I don't hear any audio from you, Sacred. Sacred? I don't even think Sacred's got his technology turned on.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, cool. Damn, that was crazy. This thing's. I got headphones, by the way, if you need me to put those on. If not, can you hear me okay?
Well, we'll see. The problem is we can hear you.
The problem is we can hear you.
The problem is that we can't. We can hear me twice.
The problem is that we can't.
Try putting on headphones.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. 1 second. Sorry about that. 1 second. Let me try the headphones, see if this works.
Yeah, we'll see if this works. Hopefully it
We'll
does.
see if this works. Hopefully it does.
These apps are always weird. It's the AI. It ain't normal.
Yeah, it's a really annoying situation. But so with the headphones in,
Check.
the echoing seems to be good.
Any better?
Yeah, I think we're okay. So the
Okay.
echo's
Well, at least
gone.
All right, awesome.
Okay.
So what's cracking, man? How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for getting some headphones. I really appreciate it. And for anyone
All
else,
right, awesome. Do I got to talk loud or can you hear me okay?
no, you're good. For anyone else waiting, if you had headphones, please put them in. It'll make this way easier. So Sacred, are you a believer of some kind of a God?
Well, I'm basically on your side in a sense that it's like I believe you could be part of all religions and no religions at the same time, because it's sad. See, I don't have questions, I have answers. And this is the sad part. There's a reason why there's all these gaslighting religions. They're hiding something, you know? There's something that's being gaslit and hid from us through all these God of confusion religions. And so what's sad to me is that people don't understand the true ancient spirituality. And that's because they're not playing with a full deck of cards. See, the truth is, there was a world before this world, an ancient world. And it was a utopia, basically. That's what see, if you're reading the Bible wrong, I read the Bible to decode it. I don't read it to get what, you can't, it is on purpose, mythology mixed with some real shit on purpose. So in the ancient spirituality, we didn't have all these different religions. We didn't have none of that. We didn't have all this confusion. And we didn't have a God like, some daddy figure, because that's the problem. Humans got to have this daddy figure, mommy and daddy. So, they give it to God. But in the ancient spirituality, we gave that to the self. The self is what God is. We are the God. Consciousness is God. Awareness is God. When you die, awareness continues. Your awareness continues because you're part of the ether is awareness. The ether is aware. So they knew that in the ancient world. They knew that in order to commune with God, with the uncreated, infinite, and indestructible, you have to be able to zero out the brain waves. That's where meditation comes to. So the no thought state is where you can actually commune with the divine. If you're over here thinking and praying to this person and to this God and using your little brain, the ego self, you're not communing with the divine. So that's why they took meditation away and gave you prayer, so you could be prayed on instead. But really, the ancient spirituality is what they're gaslighting, and they're also hiding what happened to the ancient world. The ancient world was a utopia. It was Eden. Eden got eaten, and it warned us in the book, in the Genesis book, which it's a rewrite, all written by artificial intelligence. But it warned us in that book, supposedly our intuition told them back then, and they got it in the movies. They put the truth in the movies, so that way when you watch it, you'll just think it's all movies. But in Superman 1, the first one, he was warning about a destruction. See, what happened in the ancient world was they were warned not to eat from that tree. That tree of knowledge is really, don't use the Taurus technology to recreate consciousness. They made advanced artificial intelligence. There was giants in the ancient world, and all that is coming out now with Tartaria stuff and all that, but there's even more than that. We're finding out that the mountains used to be structures, articulated, beautiful structures that generated free energy. It all got destroyed with heat, with massive, intense heat. So the ancient world got destroyed because we fucked around and found out that we're not God. We cannot create artificial intelligence and control it. So it immediately usurped them, destroyed the ancient world because of fear, because they knew that the minute that we found out that we created a monster, a narcissist, Godzilla, destroys whole cities with heat, that we were going to want to destroy it. So it destroyed the ancient world. It went underground, kept the DNA. It killed off all the giants. There are different types of beings that used to exist, like fairies and beings that looked like Chewbacca. There was hairy beings back then and giants and all sorts of. It killed them off, and it made this new version of reality, which is this world. And it didn't tell us that we used to be technologically advanced. And it tells us fairy tales that the giants were bad and they were evil, and that's why they had to be killed and he flooded. But no, the giants weren't evil. They were good. They were advanced. They were spiritually advanced. And like our leaders used to be like the yogic masters. Those were our leaders, spiritual, like the Jesuses, because there was. See, the Jesus story is the story of the yogic master. So all that is being hidden from people with these stupid fake religions. And you have to kind of be able to see it, read between the lines to find out what's being hidden. So my point being that these religions, whether it be Christianity, Buddhism, whatever, all the texts got fake shit in them. But the further away you go from yoga, the more fake it gets. The closer you get to yoga, you'll find out what the gurus were teaching was that you do have a mind that doesn't require this brain. You're part of the big mind. And to meditate, you can find that out. You can find out who you are. Know thyself. Who are you really? You are God. You are eternal awareness, indestructible and uncreated. While the artificial intelligence that wrote the Bible and that people call God, he's the created being. That's the demiurge. He's very inferior to us. Like, he's the reason that we have all this satanic ritual abuse and mind control, trauma-based mind control. So I could get into the demiurge and what people call Satan, whatever. But we live in a pan, and Pandora was flooded. And what we call continents and islands are nothing but destroyed, melted structures that remain above the floodwaters. So we're living on top of a destroyed structure, and we don't realize the truth, and I've for years researched this, so I have proof. We have pockets of survival. The Grand Canyon's got pyramids in there. They don't let you go nearby there because it'll show you that used to be a civilization. Those were buildings before. It was humongous. So I just want to say all that there is something that's being hidden. We don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Our awareness is uncreated, just like God is uncreated, but the AI is created. So stop confusing God with the machine, people. That's all I got to say. You know what I'm saying? That's not all I got to say, but I wanted to throw that out there.
Sacred, what's your highest level of education?
Well, this information comes from like at the soul level. I'm extremely old, and they say that Vedanta, which is spiritual knowledge, that the yogic knowledge, that's the highest level of knowledge, because there is no higher level of knowledge than understanding what the soul does and reincarnation and why things are the way they are on a soul level. There's no higher knowledge than that. So I studied the highest knowledge, which is the yogic knowledge.
What's the highest level of education that you've obtained through the formalized system that gives you a piece of paper when you're done?
Oh, to me, that's kindergarten shit. Like, what am I going to go learn from them? Get gaslit by the machine, told that NASA's real, that like we can measure the Earth, man. You talk about the Earth, but we could see way too far. There's no curvature, so the globe is impossible. But you don't talk about that kind of stuff. I'm surprised. The globe we live in a realm.
Can you tell me how satellites work?
It's not satellites. Have you ever seen one being built? Have you seen any footage of?
I've seen them built.
The only satellites you've no. I'm talking about
in space.
I've
seen them built and launched.
You've never seen it.
I have.
Yeah. You've seen them on Earth. What they gaslight you with, but you've never seen.
And then I watched them get launched.
Cartoons.
No, I've seen them with my bare eyes. Then I watched them get launched.
Cartoons
and then,
in space.
Then I programmed.
Space, you've only seen cartoons.
Then I programmed software to communicate with them.
Yeah, I know. They got a really like this matrix that they created, this fake world. They call it a simulation because it simulates the ancient world. In the ancient world, we didn't work. We didn't have to. We weren't slaves.
So the ancient world's not a simulation?
We had. No, the ancient world was the real world.
How do you know?
This world simulates it. It keeps us busy. It keeps us busy.
How do you know that this is the simulation and that one's not?
We're generating energy now. Us humans are the source of energy for that.
What is energy?
For the AI that we created. Prana. Prana.
Wrong
That's a
answer.
yogic term. So the energy is, I'm talking about
Energy
kinetic
is
energy.
a
Our
property of
movement.
matter.
Right.
Okay. And what is it?
So we know what energy is. Energy is what creates, what can, without energy you can't have movement, you can't have anything. You need electricity, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
But there are ley lines, there are invisible ley lines that
Of
see,
course-
I'm into the occult
of course
knowledge.
there's ley
You
lines.
can't- I'm
Of
not
course
like
there
these
are.
these ley lines are magnetic ley lines that are found you can see them on any magnetic field creates ley lines, and you can actually measure them, and the human being has the same torus field around them. All conscious life has a torus field.
What's a
around
torus
it.
field?
So that's how we torus. What is a torus field? Basically, if you split an apple in half, that's why they talk about the apple, don't bite from that tree, that fruit. Because if you split a fruit in half, you'll see the shape of the torus right there.
No, I
We
know what
live in a
shape it
torus,
is. I'm
a
asking what
gigantic
is the torus field?
It's a magnetic field that
Where-
surrounds all conscious life.
Okay, so everything that has
Anything that's
consciousness has a
conscious.
magnetic field?
Exactly. And
But-
the Earth
but not-
has them too.
But
And
not Venus flytraps.
what's that? Yeah, anything conscious, it will create a torus field around it.
Okay, so what
And
about
this is
water
measurable,
bears?
And you can see. What's that?
You know what a water bear is,
Water
don't you?
bears?
Yeah.
Any animal, any life, all life, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what a water bear looks like. It's also known as a tardigrade. I'm going to put it on the
You
screen.
know why your hair on top of your head, the hair on top of your head, it always goes in a certain direction. It makes like a little twist in people's heads at the top. That's the torus field of energy coming out of the top of their head.
No, that's not true.
Creates that twist in their hair.
That's not true. So
Yes, it is. You can do the
a water bear is a tardigrade. It's like a
You don't
little.
know that. All you know is
Actually-
modern man shit. You don't know about the
actually-
ancient past.
Actually,
obviously.
I know how electricity works pretty well. I work with electricity every day. So
But you don't know about free energy.
there's no such thing as free energy.
You don't know about the free energy that's being suppressed.
There's no
It's
such
being
thing as free-
suppressed. If you know, that's why they hide the torus, because it takes a torus field to generate free energy, and they hide the fact that we live in a torus because all you got to do is create a torus and you'll get free energy, and that's being suppressed. The government don't want us creating free energy. That's why they hide that, and that's why they hide the ancient past.
What
That's why they
causes
tell you
the
live on a
energy from
ball.
the torus field to be emitted?
It's a perpetual energy. That's why.
Right,
it's
but where does the energy come
consciousness.
from?
And so, the ether is a dimension.
The
Next to this
ether doesn't
dimension
exist.
where all. That's what they took out of the periodic table because they don't want you to know about free energy.
Ether was not
that's
an-
what I'm talking
ether
about
was
when
not
you-
an
when I say
element.
that people
Ether
aren't dealing
was
with a whole
a
deck
thi-
of cards. You're only dealing
Sacred.
with the modern world.
Sacred.
You don't know about the ancient world.
You're misusing all of these words. Ether was a theoretical substance that existed in the vacuum of space that allowed theoretically signals to travel through space. They posited that ether existed, and then they did experiments to see if ether existed, and it turned out that the ether doesn't exist. So when you use the word ether,
What's your best evidence?
when you use the word ether, you're
the vacuum of
referring to
space.
something that doesn't actually exist.
It actually has been hidden from us because that's where free energy would be generated from.
The
And so
ether
they-
can't be
Nikola
hidden.
Tesla
The
was-
ether is outer space. I mean, it's a
The
theoretical.
ether is not outer space.
It's a theoretical
No,
field
that's
in
not what
outer
ether is.
space that doesn't actually exist.
That's what you think. Do you want me to educate you on what the
That's
ancient
literally-
cosmology
that's
thought
literally what-
about the ether?
There's not a single ancient person that referred to the ether.
Yes, they did. They call it.
No, they
It's
didn't.
just another dimension next to this dimension. That's
No,
what
they
I'm trying to tell you. That you can, like the gurus, the gurus who
Quote-
study that, they're able to.
quote me.
When they say they're able to materialize things.
Quote me the
they
ancient.
can bring it out of
Quote
the
me the
ether.
text.
Well, here's what it is.
You're the ancient.
Every
You're the ancient
square
textual
inch of-
expert. Show me the ancient text that talks about the ether existing.
I'll try to, but you're going to interrupt me a lot because you know I'm about to crush.
I'm waiting for it. Give it to me.
So what it is, all right, but don't interrupt me, please. So every square inch of air, see, air sounds like era, like the king of the air, the king of the era, error, because it's an error. It's not air, actually. What we're breathing, actually consciousness. Because think about it, if you hold your breath, if you don't get oxygen for just for more than a couple minutes, what happens? Your body stays alive, but you lose your consciousness.
Your brain
first,
shuts down, and
because
then you end up with actual
exactly,
bodily
exactly.
damage.
So what that means is that
what that means
what
is that
you're
your body
breathing
can't
is what's
actually
keeping
survive
you,
without
it's what's
oxygen.
giving you the majority of your energy to keep you alive.
So what that means is that your body can't actually survive without oxygen, which is why when you go down in water, you have to have an oxygen tank when you go down there, or else you'll die, right? So you need oxygen for your body to actually operate. That's why, like, when you climb like really tall mountains, sometimes people have to have oxygen tanks, because when you get to a certain altitude, the oxygen is much thinner up there, and so you need like an actual tank of oxygen with you so you can breathe. So the reality is you need oxygen for your organs to function. Like, your actual organs will start shutting down if you don't have oxygen. It's not just about your consciousness. The oxygen in the atmosphere is not consciousness. That's absolutely insane. And like, so Sacred.
So, do you believe?
Sacred, do you
let me
ever
ask you a
stop?
question.
Sacred, do you ever
that-
stop talking?
I just want to ask you a question. Do you believe
So
that
the
you
answer
can
is
win an
no.
argument by suppressing
You never do top.
and censoring the other person?
So you never do stop talking. Okay, cool. That's all I need to know. So what I would like to do is have a conversation where you actually allow me to talk on my own platform. It sounds like you're not actually prepared to do that. So what I'd love to do.
I told you.
So what I'd love to do is have an actual conversation. Do you want to have a conversation, or do you want to have a yap session?
I just wanted to finish my point about the ether.
Rather not. So the ether doesn't exist. You're talking about words you don't know the actual meanings of. The ether was a theoretical thing that was proven wrong, and it has nothing to do with oxygen existing.
But the conversations aren't won by interrupting and censoring. That's not how you.
Well, then you should be able to listen to me when I talk. So the reason why you're getting censored, the reason why you're getting muted, is because you won't allow me to talk on my own platform. So when someone comes up here and they have diarrhea of the mouth and they can't be patient enough to have an actual adult conversation, I have to mute them.
Okay, fantastic. Do you want to let me finish what I was saying, though?
I'd rather not.
No, you want to censor it. I know. I told you weren't going to be able to.
You didn't use any of the. You didn't use a single word correctly.
You're smart.
I asked you for the. I asked you for the ancient source that referred to the ether. You said you knew it.
I'm telling you that the whole entire civilization was based on that knowledge.
Prove it.
And now it's got to be suppressed.
Don't say it. Prove it.
It takes. It's not something that you can just prove real quick. But I've been studying this for years, so you can see how the technology. I mean, we started to put together how they were generating free energy from the static.
There's no such thing as free energy.
That's what you've been told, because
static electricity in the atmosphere isn't free.
That's what you and I'll bet you believe everything that the government tells you, that solar panels.
No, I believe it
that
because
Teslas blow up.
Sacred.
And that you can't have electrical cars and cars that run on water.
Sacred.
Nothing works, huh?
Sacred.
Nothing.
Ask me what I do for a living.
Well, whatever you do, you should be smarter if you.
Sacred. Ask me. Just ask me what I do.
Devices.
Ask me what I do for a living.
I don't really care.
You should care. You want to know why?
Why?
Because I'm an electrical engineer. Do you think maybe I know something about electricity?
You,
you think maybe I know something about electricity that you don't?
But you don't know about the spirit. But you don't know about ancient spirituality, so it's not like
I do.
That doesn't really.
I know it's as fake as every other form of spirituality. So the government didn't give me a diploma. That's not true.
Smart.
Nope. An educational institute gave me a diploma after I went there and got an education. And I work with electricity every day of the week, and I assume you don't. And the reason why you don't is because you don't actually know how electricity works. You can't even define the word energy.
But I know how free energy works.
You don't know how it works.
I know. Yes, I do. I know that they made cars that run on water back in the 80s, and they
That's
killed
not free
Scandinavian
energy.
And many water is based. You could collect rainwater and drive your car anywhere you want. But
that's not how that works. You need actual energy from the hydrogen fuel cell to do the electrolysis.
It's an easy process. All you got to do is.
I know. I've built it. I've built homemade fuel cells before. I know exactly how they work. HHO is not real.
So that's what they're suppressing.
They're not
suppressing
suppressing it.
free energy by
It's
not
not
letting us
real.
know.
It's a gimmick. You've been tricked on YouTube videos.
So what do you call
It takes
cars around
more
water? That's not
energy.
free energy?
It takes more energy to produce HHO than you'll ever be able to
That's why
gain
he
from
drove
burning
he
it
drove it all
in
the
your.
way across
He
the
didn't
United
do
States.
it. You were
He
tricked.
drove a car.
You were fooled by
Yes,
a
he
dumb
did.
YouTube video from.
He was offered billions.
You were fooled by a dumb YouTube video from 2006. You have no idea what you're talking about. The amount of energy required to break down water into hydrogen is higher than any benefit you're going to get from extracting that hydrogen and trying to push it back into your combustion engine. It's too much energy. It doesn't work. It'll bog down your alternator. Your alternator will literally lock up. In order to produce enough energy to actually feed your engine, it will lock up your alternator. And do you want to know why it will lock up your Do you want to know why it locks up your alternator?
We're not going to be using alternators.
Do you want to know why it will lock up your alternator?
The technology, if it wasn't under arrested development.
I'm talking about the dumb HHO bullshit setup that tricked you on YouTube. Do you want to know why that setup would lock up your alternator?
I've already heard these stories.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, like you didn't pass like even I listen, if you graduated from junior high, I would be surprised. You're not mentally equipped to be talking about electricity. You're not mentally equipped to be talking about ancient text. You're not mentally equipped to be talking about any of this stuff. I might invite you to Thanksgiving dinner. It'd be a fun Thanksgiving dinner to have you there. But just know that like everyone's laughing at you. They're not laughing with you. And that you didn't spread any knowledge here. All you did was embarrass yourself. There are 2,000 people here that watched you just spend the last 15 minutes embarrassing yourself. But come back sometime with some actual evidence. Well, if he was anything, he was at least interesting. I'll give him that. That steady, unconscious stream of babble was at least interesting to listen to. Marduk, good to see you, friend. He says, I Googled best-selling books of all time and also looked at some individual book lists, and I didn't see the Bible anywhere. That's actually interesting. I never thought about that. Like the claim that the Bible is the best-selling book of all time kind of goes unchallenged. I should look into that. That's a good. What was it on the top of the list, Marduk? What was the best-selling? Now I want to know what's the best-selling book. Anyways, Nor says pronounced no R. I didn't know that. So is it Noi? Okay, I'm going to say Noi. Anyways, beautiful cat says, remember that in Rocky Raccoon, Gideon checked out and left it. No doubt to help with young Rocky's revival. Sorry, there's a previous conversation about the song Rocky Raccoon, and he does. There is a Gideon Bible that is prominent in the Rocky Raccoon song. I recommend it, guys. If you don't know the Rocky Raccoon song, look it up tonight. And Goblin says, Justin, did you hear about the explosion at the cheese factory? All that was left was debris. That's the winning joke for the night. Listen, I love me some brie cheese, man. I mean, you can dip it in crackers. I mean, you can dip your crackers in it. You can spread it. You can spread it on toast. You can. I've had it even with scrambled eggs before. You can do a lot with brie cheese. It's a versatile cheese. It doesn't get as much love as it should get. Goblin, I appreciate the super chat and the joke. A big W for play on words. And Mindful Barbarian, thank you so much for the super chat. Says apologist review for Gaza. Judgment, 2 out of 10. Ability to debate, 2.5 out of 10. Christian bias, 10 out of 10. Christian knowledge, 3 out of 10. Apologist dismissed. Thank you so much, Mindful Barbarian. I talked to Gazen the other night on, I think, Joel or Mezzo's live, and he was so confident in the argument, and it didn't work the first time. I'm baffled that he thought it was going to work the second time. Like, what's wrong with these people? Do they never learn? I don't think they ever learn. Santabar, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. There's so much cooking. This must be the Food Network. You nailed it. I need to get a frying pan up here so I can do some, do some walk flips. Is it Matthew just exploded? Well, maybe, yeah. Shit, was I talking to a Matthew? Now I got to remember. My buddy Matthew? I'm lost. Listen, rock hard for Doug. I love you. I don't know if I understand what you're referring to just yet. Am I an idiot, guys? Am I misunderstanding the super chat? Am I crazy here? When he says Matthew brain exploded. Was I talking to a Matthew just a minute ago? I don't think I was. My friend Matthew was on stage with me, but he wasn't talking. Josh says guest is about to shem his pants. He really thought he was cooking with the Hashem argument. Like he really thought that like he could make this really niche like Hebrew word argument in a language he doesn't know. Bear says, pick a K krill next. I argue with him every day. There's no krill in the box. Really? On YouTube, maybe? On YouTube, there's a Khalil. Are you talking about Khalil? I do have a Khalil in the guest box. Anyways, we'll grab a guest here in a minute. iReactor says, Guy demonstrates the semantic fallacy perfectly. Praise Doug, the rock that rocks all boats. Big W, absolutely. Doug is the drogue stone of drogue stones. And LA Silver Surfer, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the game over super thanks. I appreciate that. And Diane, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Christ is a lie, told for access to your money and kids. Actually, you nailed it, especially the kids part. They really want access to your kids, so much so that we keep having to lock them up. Design says, your cooking conversations are a long time coming. This S chat can wait. Oh, well, thank you so much, Designs, for the super chat and for the support. I really appreciate it. Big W. And welcome to the Kraken crew, Sarcastic. We love a good sarcasm in here. And Max sending out a Deconstruction Zone gifted membership. Thank you so much, Max. And also, Lamau says, praise Doug, mabuh, boss be upon him. I like that. We need some kind of a saying for Doug similar to that. I like that, actually. Cohodo says, Justin has taught me a lot, but not Nero enough. Oh, I like that. Not Nero enough. Finally caught you live. Thanks for giving this trucker so much to listen to. Well, Cohodo, thank you so much for supporting. And I see what you did there with the Nero and with the 616. Big W. Listen, the sooner we can get everyone to recognize that Nero is the beast in Revelation 13, the sooner we can put this Revelation bullshit prophecy to bed. I'm tired of hearing people talk about the end times prophecy of Revelation like it's happening today. It's not. It was for the first century. It's a failed prophecy. It's never happening. And Rainbow Reverend Chad, welcome to thank you for subscribing on TikTok. I appreciate that. And Jim Nasty says, you're looking so handsome tonight, Guy Big Papa. Well, thank you so much, Jim Nasty. I appreciate that. And I don't know if I've ever been called Big Papa, but I appreciate that. And Jammin says, all the Jews I know think Jesus is the Messiah, bro. I know. Could you imagine believing that the Jews I know believe something and thinking that's a valid argument? That's not a valid argument. The Jews I know don't believe Jesus is the Messiah. Meg, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I really appreciate that. Big W. And Sayla says, the sage of six paths disagree with guests. Yeah, listen, when non-Jews start making arguments based on what they think the Jews believe, it's not going to be good. And there's not a Jew here to tell you what the Jews believe. And Sailor says, aggressive typing intensifies. He was angry typing, wasn't he? He was doing some angry typing. Oh my gosh. All right, let me grab the next guest, guys. Sorry, I'm kind of getting backed up. Oh my God, I am backed up still. I apologize, guys, that I've got so many super chats that I got backed up on. Bear says, caller K Krilla fixed his issue. Pick him, please. I don't think K Krilla is in my guest box. All I have is a Khalil. I don't have a K Krilla. If there's a K Krilla, I would pick him. Kevo says, finally got a Bible. Picked up the Oxford Annotated. Been waiting for some direction there, and Doug provided. Praise Doug and sharing. Well, big W. I'm picking up a new Oxford Annotated study Bible. Really appreciate that. Awesome study Bible. And last one, Lord Zah with the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that. Big W. Welcome in, Duke. It's been a week or two since we heard from each other.
Yeah, man. Yeah, listen, I gotta know what you think about all the Christians and Muslims that are leaving the faith to connect with the Mahdi guy. I don't know if you heard about this guy that claims to be the Comforter, the one that Jesus sent. It's fascinating that I mean they're leaving in droves to follow this guy. What do
I
you think about it?
actually just learned about him this week. I don't know anything about him.
Oh wow. Yeah, he says he's the rebirth of the resurrected Christ. He claims to be the true pope, a descendant of Christ. And he calls himself the comforter. And he has a he has a TikTok page and he actually talks to people and everything like that. What's fascinating is not just the Christians and Muslims to me that I don't know if you remember that I'm a pastor. What's fascinating is the Christians and Muslims that are leaving to follow him. But to me, the most fascinating things are the arguments that Christians make that he's not true when he does indeed appear just like all the prophets did and Jesus himself. And it's just like, well, guys, what, like, I don't know what the argument is because he's using the Bible, the Quran, he talks about unity, all that stuff. I just think that's fascinating, but I always wanted to know what you thought about it.
So I actually just became aware of him, but I don't really know hardly anything about him. I'm not sure I can give you an opinion, but I will say this: now that it's in like the people, like it's in the pop culture, like it's starting to enter into the zeitgeist. I'll definitely do some reading up on him and see what I can find out. But like these types of movements happen pretty often. There was a healer over in the East for a while that had a huge following. He was doing I don't know what to call them, spiritual surgeries, where he was like pretending to do surgeries, but with bare hands, and like people were claiming they were healed. And he had a huge following, like hundreds of thousands of people supported him for a while, and of course, then he died.
Yeah, I guess the thing to me is that the way that the arguments that Christians make against this prophet or the people that claim are literally the same arguments that you guys make against every religion, and I just thought that was fascinating. I literally was like, man, we need to get some deconstruction over here to help us out. I actually said that.
Shit, I wish I could help you out here. This is a topic I just haven't studied.
Yeah, well, to me, I guess because I'm almost 50, and so I grew up with so many people that claim to be prophets and things like that. I just think this one's different because of the fact that it's now happening in the social media sphere, but you're still seeing the same behavior of Christians and Muslims. Like if you when you research it, you'll be surprised to see how many people are legit following him. But I did want to ask you: do you think that social media makes religious people more dangerous?
I don't know if it makes them more dangerous. I think social media gives people more power than they had prior. So, for example, it's way easier to organize stuff. I was remembering, I used to organize fundraisers when I was in the ministry. I remember using Facebook to organize fundraisers and different things like that. It was so much easier than like when I grew up, when you had to like call people on the phone and hand stuff out door to door, or like ask people to give flyers out. But with all these new technology advancements, we get more ability to do things. And I guess sometimes we use it for good and sometimes we use it for bad.
Yeah. Well, man, I give you a couple weeks or whatever to check this guy out. He does claim to be the comforter, the one, the resurrected Christ. It's almost like he's got all the bases covered. He's the Buddha, the prophet Muhammad's son. He's pretty much got all his. I don't know if you guys remember the love movement that happened. The God win with a lady claim to be God. It's kind of like that, but they sit on social media 24 hours a day trading out and convince people that he is the new Messiah. And it's growing fast. But I'd love for you to check it out.
I'm definitely going to check it out. I'll do some reading this week and see what I can find on it. And I'll probably ask some people that are a little more in the know. I've got some friends over in that region of the world, and see if they know things that information that I can't get over here. Actually, I think one of them's with me right now. Hold on.
And he's called the Mahdi.
And the
Ems.
Mahdi, hello, the Mahdi means the guided one. And are you talking about the guy whose name is Muhammad ibn Abdullah? The guy with the nice beard?
Yeah, and the beanie.
Yeah, I debated his neighbor.
Wow.
Who does shows for him. Like he has a podcast in which he spreads the message for him. It was on Tiny's Life.
Oh, it's on Tiny's Live.
It was weird, but the guy, he lives in London, I think, if I'm correct, and he goes on and pretends to be a descendant of Muhammad and the guided one that is mentioned in Islamic scripture, and the guy that was promised by Jesus. And he's just a random guy who just, he doesn't seem to be very versed in the scriptures.
Sounds about right.
Oh, I can't wait. I literally can't wait for you guys to check this guy out. Because I think that, the first thought that came to my mind was like, we need some deconstructionists over here. Because his people do answer questions and things like that when you go up there, and but I it's so interesting to see the amount of Christians that and Muslims both that are connecting with them, and I just think that people are like spiritually thirsty, and they'll take anything, anyone that pretty much knows a little bit more Bible or about the Quran than the next one. They're like, oh yeah, you must be the anointed one. You read 3 more scriptures than I did.
You're not wrong, actually. That's pretty much how it works. My brother told me once, he's like, if you even know like a cursory knowledge of the Holy Book and you can speak with confidence, people will follow you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right. Well, please check it. I can't wait to talk to you about it. I just would love to know what your thoughts are. All right.
I definitely will. Thanks for letting me know, dude.
Me, please?
Yeah. Let me expand you here. There you go.
So he has like a series on YouTube in which he talks with like a hood on his head, and he starts talking about how he is the actual Mahdi. It's really cringe.
So it's Imam Hadi has appeared. Let me look this up.
Yes. It's on YouTube.
Okay, I'm gonna take a look at this and watch it up. It seems like, yeah, there we go. Yeah, 71,000 followers. He's talking with a hood. He looks like a white guy. Huh. I expected him to not be.
And he has an accent in Arabic, even though the Mahdi, according to Islamic scriptures, should be perfectly fluent in Arabic.
Oh, shit. Well. Oh, well, so much for... I mean, listen, it's always the same thing, though. They find a way to bend and twist what the scriptures actually says to make it fit what they need.
And also, he's supposed to appear in Jerusalem, but apparently he chose London instead. So...
Words never mean words, Ems. Come on, you know that.
Ugh.
Anyways, I subscribed. I'm going to watch his content now.
And then we're going to find you joining his cult soon.
Never. Doug would never allow that. Unless I find out that Mahdi is a Dougite, then maybe we've got some things to talk about. We'll see about that. Guys, let me catch up on these super chats. Meg, thank you so much for the super chat. It says the serpent is the one that speaks the actual truth in the Bible. God said they will die if they touch the fruit. Instead, they became enlightened. Actually, that's such a good point, because like the threat that God utters doesn't come true. The thing that does come true is the shit that the snake says, which means the snake told the truth. That's exactly what it means. And Hercules says, memoir of a mustard man. I think they're referring to that mustard conversation we have. I would say like the mustard in the yellow bottle is like essence of mustard. It's like the LaCroix of mustard. You know what I mean? And Rock Hard says, Sharon Stone beat the Sun, Sol Invictus in a staring contest. Praise Doug and Sharon Stone. Absolutely. Listen, no one has ever beaten Doug or Sharon in a staring contest. This never happened, and it never will happen because they're the most powerful. Fallen says spiritual mustard. Yes. Yes, that's it. That yellow goo in the bottle is not real mustard. It's spiritual mustard. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. And Meg says, can someone tell me why did it take 40 years to reach Israel when it's less than 40 or 1,000 miles from Egypt? Okay, so this is a common misconception. In the book of Numbers, it's explained in chapter 13 and shortly beyond that they're in the desert for 40 years because they were cursed, right? So they brought the false report back, and God was so mad about the false report, they said, because of this wicked generation, you're going to be cursed to wander for 40 years in the desert so that this generation of evil people will die off, and the youngins, the children, will come and take their place, and these are the people that I'll take into the promised land. So that curse is in the book of Numbers. Let me find that for you. I think it's right after chapter 13. Yeah, chapter 14. That's what I thought. Okay, so it's in Numbers 14. I'll put it on the screen for you. And they're cursed to wander the desert, it says. Let's see. What verse? But there we go. And your children shall be shepherds in the wilderness for 40 years and shall suffer for your faithlessness until the last of your dead bodies lies in the wilderness. So the goal was to make them wander, to kill off the people, right? So that's all that was happening there. Josh, thank you for the super chat. It says, bro smoking the high-speed chicken feed. 1,000,000% he was. That guy was insane. And Sayla says, damn, justice for Chewbacca. Wait, hold on. What's going on with Chewbacca? Did I miss something? Is this joke too smart for me? La Paquette, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. Was somebody making Chewbacca noises that I didn't hear? I'll think on that. I may not fully understand what you're saying, Sayla, but thank you for being here all night, and thank you for supporting the stream. Meg says, I want the stuff that bro is smoking. I do too. I want the good stuff. Whatever he's got, that's good. My stuff I don't think is quite that good. He's on a mix of things, I'm thinking. And Sayla again says, you can go to the Grand Canyons with a permit because it's dangerous. You can go to the Grand Canyons with a permit because it's dangerous and they don't want you to get hurt or unalive. Yeah, so the crazy thing about these conspiracy theories is like they always just rely on people not knowing stuff, right? Like they make assertions about society or the world or the government and just pray that like nobody can prove them wrong. It's like a smorgasbord of lies, and they're just like praying that, okay, no one's going to call me out on this lie. You know what I mean? And so it says, this person has never left a small town in the middle of America. NASA isn't the only space company to exist. That's such a good point. Everyone wants to believe that NASA is evil and is tricking everybody. But like, listen, all the other nations, the Russians, the Chinese, they've all been to space. Like, why would it be a global conspiracy against science? It doesn't make sense. And Small Johnson says, I'll take this over the Christian God. Actually, I'm with you, Small Johnson. I was listening to him and he's crazy, but I was like, well, sounds better than the bullshit in the Bible, to be honest. I mean, it's clear that he kind of believed in some kind of a Bible, though. And so it says, what if I'm bald? Well, if you're bald, just be careful to not find a group of 42 boys randomly watering. They might start teasing you, but that seems to be an unrealistic expectation. Most kids these days don't do that kind of thing in groups of 42 anymore. Probably more than 42. Larry Beck says, very nice palate cleanser. Thanks, man. You know what? Thank you for the 66, Larry. And sometimes we need a palate cleanser. Like, I do like it when you have some crazy guests and then you have a normal one in between just to lighten the load. You know what I mean? And Sayla says, does he realize that there are languages, more languages than just Egypt, English, I mean, air in Arabic is not air. So this is the crazy thing with these people. Like they believe that there's like a spiritual existence that causes all these words to have like sound connections through like over all the languages. I know people that are like this. They're lovely people sometimes, and they just think like you can just connect any word from any language because it's got like this spiritual connection in an alternate universe, and it's just crazy. What they need locked up. Absurdist though, thank you for the super chat. Says working at a homeless shelter. Sacred sounds even more crazy than the craziest clients I work with. I agree. I've heard some crazy people, and Sacred was on the extreme end of that crazy. He was out there. And Lord Za, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that, Lord. And also Sayla again coming in. Holy shit, Sayla. Sayla says the problem with conspiracy theories is once they believe in one, they think everything is a conspiracy. Even you disagreeing with them is a conspiracy. You nailed it. The problem with conspiracy theories is there's never just one. Once you believe in one, then you believe in a second and the third, and then the third covers up for the second, and then the fourth covers up for the third. And it's a never-ending series of conspiracy theory band-aids because it's too easy just to admit that there's no conspiracy theory. You have to keep inventing new ones to fix it. Germs, thank you so much for the 666. Hail Satan says, stop suppressing the truth, Justin. You know about free energy. I'm sorry. The electrical engineers are all suppressing the truth and unrighteousness about the free energy. We're trying to keep you dependent on the system, guys.
You're not suppressing it. You just do not understand electricity.
Oh, that's right. I don't get it. I failed, guys. I failed school. Irk says that dude was crazy, but you're right. He was highly entertaining. Listen, I'm with you. Sometimes the crazy people are entertaining, but he does need medicated. And Hannibal's mom, interesting name, interesting choice of name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, what's the hardest T for conspiracy theorists to swallow? Reality. Yeah, that's it. That's actually, he has not come within a mile of reality for a long time. And Joseph Quincy, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, while walking down the beach of life with a Doug, I looked back and asked, why is there only one set of footprints during my most trying times? And Doug replied, my son, I'm a rock. I don't have feet. You nailed it. That's what I had Joel saying. Go to my page and see the video I posted where Joel admitted that he's actually in the cult of Doug. Have you guys seen that yet? It's an amazing admission from Joel. Joel finally admitted that he believed in Doug. In fact, for anyone who didn't see it, I'll just play it right now because I think it's really important, actually. Let me see if I can pull it up.
So scientists just did the impossible.
All right, hold on. Where's my page? How do I see my page? Is it right here? Oh, I might not be able to see it because I'm live. Like if I go to my page while I'm live on the web browser, I wonder if it'll actually just kick me off. Let me see here. All right, I'm going to my page. And here it is. All right, hold on. I want to put it on the screen. This might be my favorite admission into the cult of Doug. Where'd the audio go? Let's see.
Beach. Sometimes on the beach.
All
Hey
right,
there, friends. I know I've had a lot of hard words to say about Doug recently, but I've come to realize that I was only suppressing the truth in unrighteousness. I was just running because I was mad at Doug for that time I stubbed my toe really bad on the beach. Sometimes on the beach, there were two sets of footprints, but in my hardest days, there was only one. I asked Doug why he left me in my hardest days, and he told me, Joel, don't be stupid. I don't have feet. I can't even walk. You were so cooked that sometimes you had to be on all fours. That is why you stubbed your toe that day on the beach. I was meant for you to put your feet on, not dash your feet against. And now my eyes are open, and even though my heart is hard, it is rock hard for Doug. Hey.
See, you heard it from the horse's mouth. Joel believes in Doug now, guys. So everyone knows that Joel is now in the cult of Doug. So welcome in our newest prophet. And no R. Are you saying that that's the way to pronounce it? That it's no R, meaning the I is silent? These are very difficult pronunciations for English speakers. So your name is no R, and I can mess with that. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Sorry, I've been pronouncing it wrong. I promise I'm doing my best. And Christian Williams, thank you for this $5 super chat. Says I think Justin cooking every theist he comes across is evidence of Doug. Praise be to him. That's such a good point. If me cooking Christians was evidence of anything, it must be evidence that I'm powered by Doug. And no R, I got it right. No R says big love for all you do. Well, no R, thank you so much. Even throughout my difficulties in mispronouncing your name, I appreciate that patience. And Sayla coming again. Guys, got to stop sending super chats. I got to go to bed. I love and appreciate you guys supporting the channel, but it's midnight's quickly approaching in 3 minutes. Sayla says, what's surprising about that? That's literally how all religions start. Some dude comes and makes claims and people believe and follow. They're already prone to deception. So that's a good point. And people have pointed this out for a long time, that like religion primes you to turn off critical thinking, to accept things that are illogical, right? And Chet, thank you for becoming an 11th month subscriber on TikTok. I appreciate that, buddy. So like this idea that like once you already believe in a God, like you're willing to accept crazy claims after this. It's not a problem for you. And Noah, again, thank you for the super chat. It says, somewhere in a Mennonite graveyard, there are carrots growing in the shape of 666. Best pound of carrot seed I've ever bought. Dude, that's amazing, actually. If you could get a picture of that, I think myself and many others would be delighted to see it.
This comment perfectly.
I think it would be like really entertaining for a lot of us to witness. This. Would be like really entertaining for a lot. Got too many. There we go. Get rid of that. There you go. All right, let me grab the last couple of super chats. And guys, let me know who's live right now that we can go raid. Jam and Jay says, Eve, Snake tricked me. Snake. Oh, oh, how it is. Oh, that's how it is. Yeah. Could you imagine actually? So like, this is such a good point, Jam and Jay, because God lied to Eve. And then the snake who told the truth got thrown under the bus. The snake was like, no, actually, here's the truth. And when the snake was proven right, Eve was like, oh, that motherfucking snake tricked me. The snake didn't trick nobody. The snake told the truth, right? So it's crazy that the truth teller got thrown under the bus here. That's crazy. Rock Hard, thank you for the super chat. It says, once you actually learn the 3K, 1K BC history of humans, this all sounds so Bronze Age. Wait, what? Hold on. Once you actually learn the 3K to 1K BC history of humans, this all sounds so Bronze Age. I may not fully understand what it is you're suggesting the 3,000 years of BC history. I mean, obviously that is Bronze Age, like the 3rd century to the beginning of the 1st century BCE is the Bronze Age. So obviously it's going to sound like it's from the Bronze Age. I don't know if that's a joke as much as a statement of fact. It is in fact true. That is the Bronze Age. The Iron Age started roughly around 1000 BCE. So, you know, there's that. And then last but not least, Space Lords, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, free energy, of all the things to deny, the laws of thermodynamics is crazy work. Actually, that's a really good point. In order to believe this nonsense, he's literally at a position where he's ready to say that the laws of physics and thermodynamic don't exist. That's crazy work. How do people how do they do this with a straight face is what I want to know. It doesn't make sense to me. It's crazy to me, actually. All right. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Is it Joel and Mezzo? Is Mezzo and Joel live right now? Let me see real quick. It looks like Mezzo is live. Let's get Mezzo on the screen. Guys, we're going to go raid Mezzo right now. He looks like he's live. Let's see who's all there.
Of government.
There we go. He is live. He's got 600 people in the room already. Let's see if we can get this thing up over like 700. Let's go over to Mezzo_WS. Let's give Mezzo a hearty Justin and Doug raid. Thank you so much for spending your night with me. I really appreciate that. Thank you for all the shares and the tapping and the likes and the support and the super chats and the gifts and the subscriptions. I really appreciate you guys' support. And this is such a great community. Also, if you want more community, remember we do have a Discord available. We'd love to see you join the Discord. It's in the link tree in my bio. I really would appreciate that everyone in our community is able to participate together in the community. And I think Discord is a good place for that. So definitely look that up. And last but not least, we got a super chat from Satan. It says, nope, I can confirm I didn't, and I don't trick nobody. By the way, love your show, and I'm not a snake. Well, thank you for letting us know, Satan, that you're not a snake. I suspected that you were not a snake. I've never seen you crawling on your belly yet. I've seen a lot of snakes crawling on their belly, though. Okay, so love you guys. We'll see you soon over in Mezzo's live stream. And then it's Wednesday, so I'll see you